everyone, welcome to another Mystikcon 2022. And I apologize for the picture that you see top right, as my webcam is still not working. No idea why. Every time when I connect my webcam and I start the webcam, then it works for 10 minutes and then it freezes. And yeah, I don't know. I need to figure it out, but yeah, I have placed a picture of me there. So yeah, this is the opening for Mystikcon 2022. It's already 1 year ago that we have the last conference. I think it was with the COVID-19 around, but not sure. Well, that's something in the past, so we are now in the present. So yeah, let's start with this year's Mystikcon 2022. As you can see in the slide, it says 10 o'clock, but yeah, we will start 1 hour later. 11 o'clock. Now, we have some amazing sponsors this year. Offensive Security, as always. 0 Point Security, also as always. And CyberSeals is new this year. And yeah, they also are our sponsor and they have some amazing prizes to give away. But I will come back to that later. Well, this is the schedule for today. So in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes, we will start with the first speaker of today. It will be digital forensics from real-time case solving perspective. And then we will go to introduction to OT security, which will be followed by Riken like drug, but that talk will be changed because the speaker didn't feel very well today, so we had to shift some talks. So this schedule that you see is not really the correct schedule, but yeah, the talks that are here, besides the Riken like drug, those are all here today. Then we will have finding blind cross-site scripting. Then we will have securing sensitive information in microservice. Then we will have hunting IDOR. Then we will have what is Can Analyze 2.0, the new car hacking tool. Then we will have MS SQL attacks for red teamers. Then followed by Hunt like a red. Then hacking web apps. And of course, the last talk of today will be kernel mustard. And then I told you at the beginning that there will be some prizes today. Well, normally we will have a CTF that we will host besides the main event, but yeah, unfortunately because everyone is busy at this time of the year and yeah, we could not find enough people to make a CTF. We do it a little bit different this year. Instead of doing a CTF where the first winner will of course get prizes, the second winner and the third winner for first, second and third. This year we will do a kind of number guessing system. So after every talk there will be 10 minutes, 15 minutes where I will start a game in the chat on Twitch, and you need to guess a number between 1 and 1000. Now the first one will guess the right number, he wins or she wins, and yeah, he will win one of the following prizes that you can see on the screen. We have offensive security vouchers. I think we have 3 vouchers to give away. We have 0 Point security vouchers, 2 of them. We have Shino Bug Bounty Training Platform 1 year membership. I think we have 4 of them to give away. And the last prize but not least, we have a rubber ducky from Hack5. And we also pay for the shipping cost. So you just win the rubber ducky from Hack5 and you don't need to worry about anything. Of course you need to give your address or some address where we can send it to. But beside that, you don't need to worry about anything. We will take care of everything. So those are the prizes that we have for today. So if you want to make a chance on this prize, keep an eye on the chat. After every talk, we will spend 10 minutes on this number guessing game. It will be a number between 1 or 100 or 1 and 1000, depends on how many people are joining. Then the final words before we move to the first speaker. I want to thank the following people, of course. I want to thank the speakers who put really a lot of time in making and preparing their slides, their talks, their presentations, and spend a lot of time thinking how they, which topic they want to tell today, how they are willing to share it with you today. I want to thank the sponsors for, of course, the amazing prizes we can give away today, and of course for helping us out. I want to thank the designer who made this slides this year, who made the poster. And of course, I want to thank the entire Mystical team who are always behind me, who are always willing to help me. And of course, for today, they also help me a lot. Yeah, so those are my final words. And then I think we are at the last slide for the opening. So, yeah, I want to thank you all for watching. I hope you all have an amazing day and I hope you all enjoy the talks today. Yeah, if you have any questions or yeah, have anything on your mind that you want to share with us, put it in the chat. Send me a DM on Twitter or join our Discord server and ask me there. You can always reach out to me or any of us. And yeah, with that said, I want to thank you again for watching and yeah, enjoy today and yeah, sit back, relax, and open your mind.
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right. I'm doing great. How are you? Uh-huh. Oh, I can do it with webcam. That's not a problem. Let me just try. Okay. Am I visible? Okay. No, I don't think your camera is on. It's on. It's not on.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's 11 o'clock, so we are going to start with our first talk. As you see on the screen, it will be digital forensics from real-time case solving perspective with Nikhil. So I wish you all, yeah, very fun, have a great time, and hope you learned something. So I give the word to Nikhil. Have fun, everyone.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So, thank you very much for inviting me for today's talk on digital forensics from a real-time case solving perspective. Myself, Nikhil Mahadeshwar. I am founder of Cyber Secured India. It's a non-profit cybersecurity and digital forensics community. And basically, I am a technology-based innovator and digital forensic investigator. I'm also a consultant to a lot of law enforcement and private investigative agencies. I am a certified security analyst, computer hacking forensic investigator, ISO lead auditor, and a threat intelligence analyst. Till now, I have trained more than 50,000 people on cyber awareness and different type of lectures to entrepreneurs, schools, colleges, police, corporates, etc. And also, I've been awarded as a youngest entrepreneur, and also I've been presented my research as a youngest researcher into National Conference of Social Media Responsibility. So, without any further delay, we'll talk about today's topic. So, when we say about digital forensics, again, prior how it was that basically forensics, the need of forensics or the need of such type of digital forensics was only needed in the investigation where there is a cyber crime. So, we'll today discuss about few case studies. So rather than this presentation is one part, but I'll take name of few tools, and then you guys can do it practically at your end also. So using some tools, we have solved real time cases, and while working with law enforcement agencies, we have got this type of experiences. So let's discuss about like two case studies, one which is at the individual level and one which is at the corporate level, and how digital forensics nowadays is also used in detection of we can say traditional type of cybercrime. The traditional type of crime, that is what I'll say, without cybercrime or on just not only for detecting data breach or identity theft, but nowadays digital forensics is used also to detect crimes like we can say robbery in any type of crimes. And which are the tools basically which can be used for doing for investigating this type of cybercrime, that is also really important. So I'll just share you one case study basically. So there are case studies where we have seen a lot of anti-forensic techniques which are also used for like stopping or making basically the challenges of forensic investigators more and more tough, that I would say. And I'll just share you one case study of a murder case study basically. So what happened actually in this case study is a guy basically came to the police stating that, oh, okay, my wife committed suicide. And when basically he came to the local police authority and saying that my wife committed suicide, and now I want to file a complaint and please come on the crime scene. So when the police went on the crime scene, they seized the crime scene, and they found a computer and a wireless router there on the crime scene, and they seized that. So when we started analyzing the logs of the wireless router, as per the postmortem report, PM report, like it was stated that the the crime happened, or we can say maybe the suicide or whatever it is. It happened 12:30 a.m. At midnight, and this guy who claims that I was not at home throughout the night and I was somewhere else. So police has some technology called as CDR, called data record. So he checked, and he was well versed about this technology. So he left his phone into the office, and then he acted very smartly. Well, what happened in this scenario is when the router logs were analyzed, there was no logs, so the logs were deleted in that scenario. And then we came to know this guy is a network admin at some office or at some company. And then we also suspected him, even though he was the husband. Then we took the hard drive or took the computer basically, and there are applications. So I'll just share my another screen and share you the application here. Just give me a minute. So when we first of all work on real time cases, it is very important not to work directly on the evidence. So we have to create an image that is the clone of the evidence. That is really important. So FTK imager is really important aspect here, where you can actually go and create a new image. Let's say if you are having a hard drive of 500 GB or like 250 GB, you have to take an external hard drive, or you can create image on your system itself, but it should have the double the space of whatever the evidence it is. So let's say we had a 500 GB of hard drive recovered from the crime scene, and then we got a 1 TB external hard drive on which the image was created. Why, my friends, this image creation is important? Why we cannot work directly on the original drive? That is because, or on the original evidence. That is because if something gets tampered, or if any data part of data gets deleted, if the drive itself gets corrupted, then it would be a problem, and then it is not admissible in front of the honorable court. So when we created an image using this FTK imager, and once we create the image, it is like an exact copy of the original drive. So then the original drive is seized into a anti-static bag, and then it is sent to the FSL lab for investigation too. So at the police level, basically, what they did is they created the image, and then there is one more tool, or we can say, to import this type of image and analyze what is going what is the data basically which is being used into this type of investigation. And for that, there are two tools, one which is a licensed tool, or which is a paid tool, that is called as Encase. And there's a open source tool also, which is called as Autopsy. And you can use any of the tool depending on the what is the requirement. Is it only for investigation purpose, or is it also for presenting in front of the court? So that it differs to that. So we took that hard drive, we created an image out of it, and then once you create, what are the details which you get is what are the number of files which were deleted, at what time the file was accessed, uh, and like how many partitions are there into your system, how many times the OS was basically system was formatted, and how many times the OS was overwritten. So these are all the things which you can get. Then what is the extension? So the extension is raw dd e01. So there are several like extensions. So the recommended extension is raw dd. If at all you are doing an investigation into Ncase, the extension goes to e01. So after that, we then this is an analyzing thing, and the name of the tool is Autopsy. It's an again open source thing. which you can download online. And once you insert or import this type of image, what happens once you import this type of image, you get all the volumes or the partitions which are there, all the file types in which you can see the image, videos, audios, and then the deleted files that are separate, their hex values and everything. So what we got to know is the devices which are attached. So throughout that complete night on the crime scene, what happened is there were three devices attached to that computer or laptop, and with the timestamp we got that. So when we say that with the timestamp we got it, so as her husband was claiming, I was not at home the complete night, but there were three devices which were found. One was the device of that lady who he claimed had committed a suicide. Second, basically, was device of his own, is her husband, and then there was one more device basically. So when police seized only two devices, which was of that dead body, that lady, and one was of her husband. But there was one more device also, which we got into the USB logs, was attached. And then there were searches which were again wiped off, which were deleted from the browsing history, and we got the searches of how to dispose the body in an easy way and everything. So he may be a network admin and he may delete all the logs from the router and everything. But then when it comes to hard drive recovery or analyzing the image out of it, and that is how basically we can get lot of evidences using FTK imager, like imaging the data, and can and basically like analyzing it. Also, FTK imager can be used for creating the image of a memory, like a RAM, which is a temporary memory, but you can create an image out of this also FTK imager. So this is really important. So this two tools, if you use it for cloning hard disk and then analyzing it, you will find a lot of data, and this data basically can be exported from the export or generate report option, and can be analyzed in a simpler way. So there are a lot of cases when at times it comes against the law enforcement agencies also. So well, the at times what happens is the hard drive or something is seized from the crime scene. So there was a case where nearly 14 to 15 hard drives were seized from the crime scene, and there was SCSI type of hard drives. Like we know there are different type of hard drives. One is SSD, or we can say SATA hard drive, and this were like a old server hard drives, which was SCSI type of hard drives. And then once it was produced in front of the court, the opponent party claimed here that these hard drives should not be admissible in front of the court because the data has been tampered after the time of seizing it, and there are insiders involved from the law enforcement basically to do it. So when that at that times third party agencies, as per the order of the court, is it like in are involved for this type of investigation, and all these 15 hard drives were attached again and created an image out of it. And when we basically see all this type of image is created and everything is done, we saw that the file access timing, or the file, we can say, modified timing or created timing, were after the well, we can say after the timing of the seizing of the hard drives. So it was very clear that the hard drives were accessed, not only accessed, but the data was deleted and hence modified also from the hard drive. So it is again an offense of doing basically the we can say taking out the data of the hard drive once it is seized, or basically attaching the hard drive also, it becomes problematic. So it should not have been done there. So that is really important aspect when it comes to after seizing investigation. So when you seize something, you should not open it or attach it to any of the computer or any of the laptop or any device, because the log is easily created out of it. So this also one of the examples. So this was one of the example of at the personal level crime, and then other example was of like a corporate crime, where basically the server hard drives were attached, and uh, uh, then we gave a report which said that okay, it is not admissible, it should not be admissible in front of the court. So I'll just share you how basically we do create a report and get the data outside of it. Okay, or how basically you. I'll just share my another screen. So see, these are the suspicious websites which are found or not found with the date and timestamp. We get date accessed, whatever it is. When we say okay, there was a program which was accessed, which was used for sharing the data out of the system. So the date and time and the path which files were accessed. So you get exactly the date and time and the path, and metadata in this which device was connected. So now let's say here there was a Canon camera which was connected, and there was iPhone 6 which was connected, a Realme 3 phone which was connected, and again there are different type of cameras and devices which are connected. Then there is a Samsung phone which was connected on that day, or a Xiaomi Mi phone, an Asus phone, iPhone 7 Plus. What are the day like on different dates and different time a OnePlus phone was connected, and so see this is again the thing which can be identified very easily when you use this type of tools and techniques. When was the data accessed, using which browser and something, that is also basically been recorded. So this is again there are a lot of things which get exposed when you like conduct such type of investigation using this tools. That is what I will say. Also, I'll just share with you something else. Just give me a minute, guys. Okay, I got that file which I wanted to share. Okay. So see, basically, this type of data is being shared. You can give a unique case number. What was the operating systems which were into the computer? What were the bookmarks? Okay, you can see the bookmark data also. The cookies data. Then the email IDs basically which were used with the subject and headers, everything. Well, what is the encrypted data? What is the suspected encryption? Rather than that, what were the terms which were used for web search, their domain, access, or using which browser, any remote devices it is connected to or not. So this is basically what is the list of installed programs. Okay, you get the complete list of the installed programs also. And well, when you say okay, device attached, what are the type of device attached, and let's say what is the serial number and everything. See, make, model, their device ID, date and time, and see there's all the data which you get once you extract. And what were the recent documents basically which were attached, and then there are a few things which we have highlighted, so that is what we were able to get out of it. And when you see this value as -1, that clearly states that it was deleted. So that is really important. And you have to now analyze using this type of file and create a report, which I priorly showed you as a PDF report out of it. So this is really an important aspect when we go to this type of investigations, when we conduct this type of investigations. There are a lot of tools. If you don't have to, it totally depends on what type of investigation you want to conduct. There are a lot of tools where if you don't want every detail, but you just want to analyze, okay, what were the devices, USB devices which were attached to the computer, or let's say what were the programs which were installed into the systems. And so then there is a like wonderful site named as Nearsoft. So and actually I'll just stop sharing this and share my browser. You can see this. So let's say I search for what were the wireless network which were connected to the laptop or to the computer. So you can actually see this Wi-Fi history view, or absolutely at times wireless key view, where you can see what were the users which were connected to that systems, or with the SSID mainly, the type of the Wi-Fi, that's WEP, WPA, and then the complete like hex key and the password which was of that specific Wi-Fi. Then if you want to see the packages, or we can say programs which were installed into the computer, you can do that. See, the name of the package, installed date, when it was installed, is it who's the publisher, ID and everything. If it is unknown publisher, it will show as unknown publisher also. So there will be times where you will not need all this type of tools and techniques, tools, but basically a simple executable file which will get data outside in a easy way. So these two tools are really important for solving not just any type of cyber crime perspective, but also a non cyber crime case as well. That is what I will say. Now, talking about specifically like that, I'll just share it with you a different type of case study also here. When we say that we do use a lot of tools and techniques. So I'll just share you a case study of a missing girl, how we found a missing girl basically using technology. And when we will say okay, it's very so easy how we can do it, so we use our technologies day in and out, but actually what we use it for, that is really important. So there was a case study where there was a missing girl, and she took her phone with her, sorry, SIM card with her. She removed a SIM card from the phone, and the phone was at home, the device was at home. And now the parents basically came to the law enforcement stating that my child is missing. And then basically what police does is they get the nodal officers informed that okay, this is the SIM card provider, and we just need the tower locations of the SIM card. But now the SIM card was removed from the phone and was not activated. It was kept on tracking, or look, we can say on continuous monitoring. But as it was not turned on, police could not do much about it. But like we had her phone, so using some Odin like techniques, we were able to get into the phone, and then we saw there is a Google ID associated to the phone. Now we logged into the Google ID. Once more, what happened basically when we logged into the Google ID, we found that we basically went to the web search history. So once you go to myactivity.google.com, you get basically the search history. So I'll just again share my screen and show the browser. Well, when we saw that, because nowadays people do search a lot before if it's something which is planned, or we can say they plan to do anything. And this all this history was basically turned on. I'll just share my screen. Da-da-da, my browser, where's it? Okay. All right, guys, this is the URL like myactivity.google.com. So if you see, okay, I have used my messenger, how much time, what time I have used, and everything. Let's say today I visited this Nesoft. Now, when we started this session, right? In Nearsoft, we use wireless key view package installer. Then I saw this Mascal video. Then I was on this video today morning. We conducted a session. So like this, basically, when we searched for everything, we found that girl basically she was searching for some location on the Google, and when we saw that she was searching for a location on Google, basically we then we basically went into the deep more history, and we analyzed the history of complete 3 months, and we got to know that girl was planning for a escape, and she has searched several flights by road routes or by railway routes, and then finally booked a ticket via of a railway, and we found a unique number called as PNR number, and then using that PNR number, basically it is easy to track the booking. Also, like we found the place history, or we can say you can say there other activity. If you see, so you can see the location. Right. So once you click on this, you'll get to know wherever you were, the complete, we can say, day, or we can say the complete month, or even the complete year, else which may account for the location history, because at times I have disabled it also, or you can actually view this on your mobile phone or your maps, Google Maps app. And we found that using that PNR number wherever, so the timeline, and that girl has been to that place a year ago also, and also we found a Google photos history, and this is how basically we search. Okay, if you see, there are multiple locations I visited in India and in some other countries also, and when it was. Uh, so that is easily basically accessible if you see, and using this very short tool, we got to know, okay, that girl is not being missing, but it is a planned escape. And within, like, let's say 4 hours, that was tracked down. Okay. uh, Actually, see, when you look at technology, you may feel that it is a simple Google search. What's exciting in it? But the exciting part is you have all the tools and techniques in place, but it is all about you and all about the approach, how you use those tools and techniques for the betterment, or for tracking, or for helping the law enforcement, or for tracking this type of activities. That is what also I would say here. I'll also now share one more case study, which is again is published in eForensic magazine. I could share that with the organizers, and then they could share with you guys also. So that case study is about data breach investigation. Well, there was a stockbroking company of which more than 30,000 users' data was breached. That is what I would say. And who are the 30,000 users? So 30,000 basically users were uh, again the users who were trading with that company. Well, and their unique identification numbers. And whatever they were trading, their identity proof, their cell numbers, their email IDs, everything was compromised. Now, when we took over the investigation, the scenario was they have received the email from the hacking group stating, okay, look, we have sample of your data, and then data would we would upload it over dark web for a sale, or give it to the media to spoil your reputation. Before we do that, pay us so and so amount of money. And when they saw that you have to pay some amount of money, or something else, then we got involved. And then what we started is, first of all, we started investigating where this data is stored. So then we got to know they have a database server, and then they used to store the data into that database server. But unfortunately, the data was not stored in an encrypted manner. It was stored in the plain text or insecure manner. That is what they did as a mistake. And when we saw, okay, this is the mistake which is done. Now let us investigate the server on which the data is hosted. So when we investigated the server, we found that there were malicious agents which were installed or present into the server, which were accessing data and taking the data out. And now the day when the client or the company received the threatening email, prior to that 6 months, the malware or the malicious agent was sitting into the system, analyzing what are the important files, which are the important files. That is how it was working. And one certain day, they took off the data, and then they sent an email with the sample data. Now, how did they come into the system? Which was the door? So then we completely took down the scope, and then we said, okay, let us investigate the web application through which the data is being accessed. Now, when we did vulnerability assessment and pen test on the web application, we found that this all the web applications, all modules of few of the modules were vulnerable to SQL injection and XSS and CSRF and a lot of other vulnerabilities. Now, when we talk about server, so again, so we did a PT over pen testing over server also, then the complete network also, and found multiple loopholes were present. Also, the very important part here is a lot of organizations have firewalls or a lot of systems into it. And when they talk about firewalls or any type of systems, they do not check, like keep checking if that systems are up to date or not. So here also there was a firewall present, but when we say that a firewall was present, fire and but they were not monitoring the firewall, right? So that is what the problem is. So when we saw that on the IDS and IPS, intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems of the firewalls, has detected few IP addresses through which they were getting regular traffic and which was not of their vendors, not of their customers, not of their suppliers, and that IP addresses basically they should have been blocklisted or blacklisted or like blocked, but they have not done it. So, well, if there is any type of data breach, there are multiple like aspects to investigate. One is firewall, the complete network, the credentials of the network are like by default, which are given by the manufacturer company, or the firmware is never updated. These are the loopholes which basically a lot of organizations keep while they deploy some applications. And then we got to know how this things basically worked. So this was one of the case study of the data breach investigation, also which we did with one of the organization that really took us a month or more to investigate, because there are a lot of devices, lot of web applications, hardware infrastructure, network infrastructure, software infrastructure, everything was there, and this has to be reported to the authorities. Well, when it is a stockbroking company, there is a compliance authority here, which every country has. It has to report it. If it is a bank, then there's a compliance authority, and every country has a CERT, that is Computer Emergency Response Team, to which they have to report the frauds. So this was all about the different type of case studies which were basically which we used digital forensic techniques and tools. So tools are basically are like there are tools which are present, but how efficiently you use it, how intelligently you use it, that is really important aspect here. That is what I would suggest, or I would say. All right. So well, now I am open for questions. If you have any questions, you can ask the questions, or like post the questions, or
Yeah, guys. Well, thank you, Nikhil, for the amazing talk. And yeah, as Nikhil
yes.
said, if anyone has any questions, then yeah, feel free to put them in the chat. You can place them on Discord, YouTube, or Twitch. I am watching all the channels. So yeah, if you have any questions, it's now the time to ask. Let's give them some seconds to type and place them if they have 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Ah, yes. The first question pops in. The first question is:
Uh-huh.
uh, are there any difficult scenarios you have faced?
Sorry, what was that question?
Are there any difficult scenarios you have ever faced?
While okay, so any difficult scenarios while investigation? That is what that is what the question means.
Uh, yeah, I am looking at the. Yes, he said yes.
Okay. There are basically a lot of scenarios where there are anti-forensic techniques which are used, my friend. So when we say anti-forensic techniques, again, they use wiping techniques where we are not able to like recover the files and folders, and that basically are deleted. So there are wiping techniques which are used. So in that scenario, it becomes the job of a digital forensic investigator hard. So as I shared the case study of that murder or suicide, where the logs of the router were wiped out, but again, the alternately we got the computer logs or the hard drive logs that saved us a lot. So these are also at times we get scenarios where we did not get enough evidence. Also, I'll just share you one more study where one is. Am I audible? Okay, okay. So I'll say, I just said you there are at times where we get challenges while investigating cases, and so when the attackers or the criminals use anti-forensic techniques. So when I say anti-forensic techniques, am I audible now very clearly? Okay, so I'll continue. So when we say anti-forensic techniques, they make sure that the deleted data is not recovered, or any type of logs which they are being created are or not recovered at times. And so let's say I gave you example of a suicide and murder where basically the router logs were wiped off, but fortunately we got the computer or hard drive logs where we were able to do it. I'll also share a case study where we basically got a case to investigate of a cloud system. Now everyone is moving on cloud, and now cloud again is a new normal after this pandemic situation all around the world, and everyone is working from home and everything. So again, a multinational company was there. I won't take the name as we sign NDAs with them. So then multinational companies basically what they did is they hosted their every data on cloud, like their active directory was also hosted there using some backup applications and everything. Now what happened in this scenario is there was users which were fraudulently created in the active directory, and the administrator got to know about the incident, let's say after 60 days or after 65 days. Until the time they appointed a digital forensic investigator to investigate this case, it was more than 90 days. And we were not able to understand when we got the case, how do we investigate, because the log policy was not storing for more than 30 days, and also they have not taken the snapshot, all the complete VM of the machine at the time when incident happened. So they have lost all the logs. So logs play a really important role in while investigating anything and everything. So that is really important here. That is what I would say. And we faced a challenge there. Then we have to do our assumption based investigation at that times. So these are the times when we face investigative challenges. That is what I can say. So when we say, okay, if there is something which is corrupted, so there are hardware tools which comes. Let's say one is about the software thing, but there are hardware laboratories or labs which we will say, using oxygen-like systems, or in case including hardware systems. Basically, the hard disks are connected, and also depending on the health of the hard disk, even if the data is corrupted, depending on the health of the hard drive, all the whatever removable drive it is, it's a flash drive or a memory card or anything, at times the data can be recovered. But at times, if the hard drives or whatever the phones or anything, data is not or like health is not so good. Let's say we found a phone which was basically with the dead body, and the dead body was lying in the river for days, and then that phone was so much wet, all the components were so much wet, where we were not able to using any type of recovery techniques. It may be hardware, it may be software, was not recoverable at all. And there are cases where basically the data is being recovered even if the data is corrupted, because the health of that specific hard drive is, or that device, or that we can say memory card or phone, whatever it is at a normal level, and then it is possible. Also, there are system restore points into the system. If you take back the system to that date, so always create a system restore point where you can take the back system to that date, and check if you can get the last known good configuration there, and you get some of the data. So there is always a possibility of losing some data, but there is always a possibility of like gaining or like we can say capturing that data which is needed. Not 100%, but maybe 30%, 40%, 50%, depends on the health. Yes, yes. Let us make thank you very much to the organizers basically for inviting me for this talk. You guys can connect me over LinkedIn. I go by this same handle, Nikhil Mahadeshwar. And also you can connect on my page named as Cybersecurity India. And let us make together this world a better place. And I will say, let us make this as a digital safer world. That is what I can say, by implementing these controls and keeping using this technology for the good. So thank you very much for again for inviting and for listening out to me. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you.
Oh, Mia, where are we? Oh, okay. All good for the first one? I was listening to it. Yes, welcome back. Now it all makes sense. All right. Great. You see my screen? Yep. Okay, great. You need me to do something? Switch off my video? Yeah, I'm going to do that.
We have the next speaker already waiting in the wait room. It's a introduction to OT security from many of you probably know him as Mr. Sunshine, but today he's not Mr. Sunshine. Today he's Donovan, and he will talk about OT security. So let's not longer wait and let's go to the talk. So enjoy it and hope you all learned something new.
All right, a warm welcome to everyone. I hope all of you have enjoyed the first talk in Mystikcon 2022. I'm Donovan. I'm glad to be back at Mystikcon once again to deliver another talk, but this time around on quite a different topic, right? Introduction to OT security. Okay. So what I'm going to be talking about is going to be quite basic. So for those who are already quite experienced in the field, you might notice that some of these topics look a little elementary to you, but since I said it's an introduction, today what I'm going to be covering is really some of the basic building blocks where we talk about OT security. Before I go into the depth of the talk, I will just say that this is a technical talk today. I will not be selling anything whatsoever, and that as far as I'm concerned, this talk is delivered in my own personal capacity, right? Now that we have got the disclaimer out of the way, I will introduce myself. Right, I currently work at a company called Thales. Right, it's a French MNC that does quite a lot of the different businesses, of course, including the cybersecurity business. In fact, I've been there for about a year, slightly more than a year now. Right, and I used to have some experience in the government, and then I went to a boutique security consultancy. Interestingly enough, I didn't begin my cybersecurity journey with a cybersecurity degree. I started out, in fact, with a physics degree. So for those who know me, they would have known how much I struggled through for the first few years trying to get myself acquainted in the cybersecurity world. Of course, over the years, I have picked up some offensive security certifications, etc. So for those of you who know me, you will probably have seen some of the reviews that I've written on the Offsite website. I think that was for the OSWE. And of course, if you have come across the Digital World or Local series on Von Hub, yes, you're listening to the writer or the author of that series today. Okay. Now, to approach today's talk, it's going to be maybe a bit different from the rest of the talks that will happen later, in the sense that today I'm really going to be talking about how we're going to think about this topic, okay? And that when we talk about cybersecurity, most of the time we think about it in what we call the IT world, which is really, people getting frightened when data gets stolen, etc. But today we're going to look at the operation side of it. Operations, I will define later what it all means. And today's talk is just going to provide you some ingredients to think about OT security. So in actual fact, we are not going to suddenly turn you into Jedi Masters of OT security. And of course, as we all say, you should be a little bit cautious when you start to get too overconfident, thinking that you know everything. Because as you can see in the graph over there, we don't know whether you are indeed knowledgeable or perhaps you're on the peak of something we colloquially call Mount Stupid, meaning you sound like you know everything, but in reality, you don't, right? So temper your expectations a little bit. We're just going to be providing some basic ingredients. Okay. I will first begin by talking about a protocol that everybody is probably would have heard at some point in time if they dealt with systems in the OT world. An example is Modbus. If you search Modbus TCP/IP, you can find lots of different links, right? And clearly, if you're not familiar with this, what you will probably be doing on the site is to Google this, right? And then the question you ask is, okay, just by Googling, how much can I learn about this? Because if you are familiar with the IT world in cybersecurity, we will usually tell the new consultants, the new engineers to Google and find information about what they are working on, right? So if you did a little bit of Googling on this, you would have learned that, oh, actually, when the Modbus protocol was first created, it was communicating through serial ports. So TCP IP was in fact not native to Modbus initially. They had to write the implementation and then, okay, listens to a custom port. And if you search the Wikipedia article, you can find the packet structure, etc. I'm not going to go through the packet structure because that you can find on Wikipedia. And then you will start learning some bad news quite quickly that, oh, this protocol was never designed with cybersecurity as a consideration, because if you that this initial implementation, it cannot be encrypted by default. Okay. And since I talked about some Google searching, you might have seen some links, and from there you will probably have clicked on one of these links. As you can see on the screen here, I visited, pretending to be one of these new guys, went to Google. So you hit something control.com, for instance, is one of the OEMs that deal with the protocol. And then they tell you, oh, Modbus has a bunch of issues, security issues, right? Which as you have said, oh, there's lack of message confidentiality because when Modbus was first created, it transmits in plain text. There's no standardized authentication being rolled into this by design, because it's true when they first created Modbus, it was really for communications in various systems that, well, they never thought about authentication to begin with, right? And of course, various other issues like reliability, etc. Interestingly, if you read more about this, right, you will see that different OEMs might tell you slightly different things because they may have also rolled out their own protocol. And then here comes the bad news, right? Suppose you're a cybersecurity consultant, you encounter such a system, right, deployed by that of your customer. Oh, great! You deploy Modbus because you have certain systems that talk using the Modbus protocol, and okay, it's fundamentally insecure. What are we going to do, right? Suppose you get the worst case scenario, right? They deploy everything via serial ports, etc. And then you go, shucks, what can we really recommend them? And the bad news is, most of the time when you give them a recommendation, they will tell you something like, oh, but it costs a lot of money, it requires us tearing up our infrastructure, etc. Because you are dealing with a typical brownfield project where you cannot just say, I'll just rip everything out and I'll just put new systems in, because that's going to cost a lot of money, right? So what are you going to do? To add insult to injury, Modbus is not the only protocol that has this issue in the OT world. In fact, in the OT world, you see all sorts of protocols, all sorts of different vendor implementations of similar sounding protocols. They all can be slightly different, subtly, etc. And since many of them are very old, some of them older than I am, I don't expect security to be implemented by design. Neither do I expect the protocol to be able to support certain contemporary security features that we want to implement on it. Basically, you can't just rely on Google, find some stock security recommendations and provide that to your customer. Indeed, we have to try harder. But before we say trying to talk about this, we must first understand the context which we are operating in, right? First of all, what's so different about the OT security world, right? Whether the CIA model still applies, and why I mentioned about this whole peak of Mount Stupid thing. And of course, try to take a step at why OT security is so difficult. Right. Let's begin by defining, finally, what we are talking about by OT security. If you're familiar with the whole IT and OT world, broadly speaking, IT security, in full, is information technology. So we are talking about data, for example, personally identifiable information. We are talking about perhaps, your medical records, health records, whether you have committed offenses, how much money you have in your bank balance, etc. Right? OT security, on the other hand, refers to what we call operational technology. And in operations, basically it refers to any kind of system, broadly speaking, right, that performs some sort of task, right, that is considered ops. Examples, right, include power plant operations, or for example, since I talk about medical records, that's the IT thing. But if you go to a hospital, right, and you look at the various equipment that's being attached, like the heart rate monitors, etc., these you will consider as operational, right? And in the past, when we use design these technologies, they used to be distinct, they are separate, right? The IT system, the databases and stuff like that used to host records, etc., were an IT system. Whereas, for example, the systems that used to be, that were hooked up, right, to like patients in the case of a hospital, or hooked up to the power grid in the case of a power plant, well, they used to be another separate system. Of course, today, when we talk about all these great ideas such as data analytics or remote management that happened during the COVID period, right? Because a whole bunch of people were simply not available in the country, right? So they had to come up with some way to provide remote access for the engineers to perform their work, right? Because of some of these applications that have come up, these kind of synergies that need to be implemented as a result of increasing customer demands, right? Well, these systems have to be integrated. Are there dangers to this? Well, think about it for a moment. I will talk about CIA first. For those who are totally new, I'll just repeat, CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And if you work in the IT domain, you know that confidentiality and integrity are really, really important, right? If somebody's medical data were lost, for example, you suffer from gout, or, you had a history of heart attacks and stuff like that, or certain food allergies, you really don't want that to be out in the public, right? Because somebody knows your risk markers. Integrity, of course, is also very important, because if somebody were to know what your food allergies are and then manages to modify the database to say that you have no food allergy, you might get a rude shock, when a nurse prescribes you a certain medicine that you are allergic to, and the nurse says, no, in the system, you didn't say that. Can be quite deadly, really. But we talk about availability is not always that time sensitive, and I'll explain this. When we say time sensitivity, right? Suppose one fine day you log into your banking account and you realize that, oh, the web server is down, right? What you can do is that, oh, the web server is down. I can't really do this. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow. Or maybe you say, okay, I will just phone my bank up to perform the transaction, or go down to your bank branch. You can do something about this. Now, in OT security, it's a bit different. We expect the availability to be up, and often we are talking about 24/7, 365 operations. Sometimes you even expect the plant to be operating for 10 years straight, before it goes down. What we mean by this, imagine one fine day, your power plant, the power plant company decides to tell you, well, we have some maintenance, so we are going to be shutting power for 3 hours. I'm quite sure, even for scheduled maintenance, people are quite unhappy. So imagine if this was unscheduled. Well, of course, when a power outage happens, or you go, oh, shucks, now I need to tell the whole world there's a power outage. And then you take your handphone and then you realize, wait a minute, the base station uses the electricity from the power grid as well. So now my phone, while it's alive, can't really be used because I can't actually communicate to the base station. And don't forget, if you're on Wi-Fi, then, well, if a power outage happened, then your Wi-Fi hotspot will have been knocked out as well. Right. So indeed, availability is paramount in OT security. And in fact, in many of these domains is the number one consideration. Basically, the system must run. Now, you might ask, what about confidentiality and integrity, right? This is something for you to think about as I go through some of these slides. I will revisit these points later. I will talk a bit about Mount Stupid. Since I mentioned I will talk about it, right? And for people who are in OT security, the thing about this is that there are always tight considerations that you need to think about, and it's often very interdisciplinary. So I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. So when one first starts, they know absolutely nothing. So that's the part of the graph where you see low confidence knows nothing. In fact, I'm just going to use arrows to demarcate these sections, right? So the first part is that I know absolutely nothing. So tell me more, teach me, right? And then somebody will come along to say, oh, in OT security, we, implement certain standards like IEC 62443. And then, oh, you say, oh, after reading the standard, I know everything there is to know because somebody has written all of these down. It's all in the document. And then all you need to do is to do your job. Tell all these folks that your customers that, hey, you just need to comply to IEC 62443 and then you'll be cyber safe, right? That's stage 2. You think you're really confident. All you need to do is to show the document in the customer's face. And then your customers will come and tell you, oh, there's a little bit of bad news because I can't do this, I can't do that. And then you need to come up with some makeshift solutions. You need to think about ways to work around certain considerations because, well, the system was never designed with cybersecurity in mind. And then you go, oh, shucks, I know nothing about cybersecurity because while I know the standard exists, I don't actually know how to use the standard. I don't really know how to do my work in a way that fulfills the spirit of the standard without necessarily, being dogmatic about it, right? After all, as we all know, cybersecurity is not just compliance. And then you realize, absolutely nothing here in this valley of despair, right? And then you don't want to be called a copy and paste consultant. And so now it's time to sit down with the operational experts, right? In the various domains you work in OT, how does the system work? Right. And depending on which domain it is, the answers can be really, really different, right? For example, in the hospital, the kinds of technologies, the protocols that they use, right, can be different from, say, in power plants, which of course can be different in, say, the aviation domain, which, well, will be different from another bunch of folks that work on railway systems. They are all very important. They are all critical to day-to-day running of society, but they are all different, totally different, right? So after some years of, engaging with various experts and finally seeing some enlightenment, you finally realize that maybe you get the hang of it, and then you understand what are some of the operational considerations that you cannot compromise. Remember availability, right? And then you don't want to also be seen as the roadblock that says they cannot do this and they cannot do that. And if they implement your recommendations, these operations guys don't need to run the system anymore, which basically defeats the whole point, right? But now you're a little bit more enlightened and say, hey, I actually know how to come up with recommendations that they can use, right? That's useful to them. And then you finally make it, and finally your confidence is back sky high, right? So this is Mount Stupid in short, right? So if somebody shows you an IEC 62443 document and tells you, just read this and then comply to it, you know what you have obtained. Maybe it's time to change the company that's providing you such a service, right? The reason why I spend so much time talking about Mount Stupid is to explain the importance of domain expertise, right? And the reason why this is important is that in the OT world, unlike the IT world, there are some differences. In the IT world, for example, I don't understand the SMB protocol, or I don't understand, the SFTP protocol. What I do, I Google a little bit. There'll be plenty of documentation on people who work on these protocols day in, day out, because in IT systems, generally, if you're using that protocol, well, there is some agreement that they will use these protocols, right? And basically, you speak to any IT cybersecurity consultant, they should know what these are. If they don't know what these are, then it's either you have got someone who's really, really junior that requires lots more training, or maybe you should ask for a more senior guy to work on your project, right? But the OT security is very, very different. First of all, it's a bit of a wild, wild west here. If you try to search Modbus, for instance, remember the Google exercise that I introduced you, you may find different vendor implementations. They're all subtly slightly different. Okay. Maybe you didn't get Modbus. Maybe you got some protocol that's proprietary to Siemens or even to my place, because in Thales, we also deliver lots of systems that are in the operational technology domain. And, well, they are proprietary, right? So what are you going to do? You bought a black box, and then you're like, now as a cybersecurity consultant, you have a black box. What can I do? And of course, in the OT world, it's important to understand that leaking records is one thing, having the possibility or even entertaining the possibility that a cybersecurity compromise can affect lives, sometimes even leading to people dying, it's not just all about restoring VM snapshots or rebuilding a whole Active Directory. Because unfortunately, you can't rebuild a life just like that. You cannot, you know. If somebody is dead because of a cyber incident, there is no recovery from this. Having said that, now that I have scared you enough, let's do a bit of demystification of OT security. I will explain how we should think about this by starting you with what we call the Purdue model, right? Which will answer at least these questions, right? Remember, I scared you by saying everyone seems to roll their own thing. Surely there is some organization to this madness, right? And then why I use such an organization to explain OT systems in general. So without further ado, I will jump into the Purdue model. Here, what you see is basically a whole bunch of different levels, right? You can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, and 5, right? 3.5 is very curious. I'll explain a bit later, right? And here, what you see is a whole bunch of different types of systems, right? So if you pay attention to levels 4 and 5, this is colloquially what we call the IT side of the house. So you see you have the internet DMZ as well as the enterprise zone. And then you notice that you have a whole bunch of, various IT equipment that we are all familiar with, right? And then at the lower level, 0, 1, 2, 3, you see this is the OT world. I'm not going to go in depth into each of these levels. What you just need to do is to Google Purdue model, and these answers will be right in your face. In fact, this is standard material. No matter which vendor you go to, we all follow the Purdue model. So that's good news, right? But the question comes, so why do we organize things like that? And what's this mysterious level 3.5 that we are talking about? So you see, I talked about 0 to 3, I talked about level 4 and 5, and then there's 3.5. This is not some Harry Potter gimmick of platform 3.5 or anything, but rather level 3.5, which is the plant DMZ, essentially segregates the IT world from the OT world. And this is a very important level because the components that get deployed in the IT world will do things that relate to the IT world, and the components in the OT world will do things that relate to the OT world, meaning to say the security considerations differ. And because the security considerations differ, when you get consultants to come in to architect best practices for security, you would realize that the recommendations might sound different, right? And these can be because maybe of the availability of certain security practices, the protocols that run across the layers. Sometimes there's some limitations which I'll talk about as well. But since I mentioned about design considerations, I'll talk about a few of the basic ones that you should know. A few things that we need to know is that there needs to be segregation between layers. So as you can see from the internet DMZ, obviously it's a DMZ, so you need a firewall there, or at least some sort of segregation, right? And then at the level 3.5, you will also see another layer of segregation. And then there is also another layer of segregation between the level 0 to 2. As you can see, they look nothing like the devices you have in level 3, because in level 3, you see you have IT equipment in an OT system. But in level 0 to 2, right, you can see that you're talking about different kinds of zones. You see actual physical devices like sensors. You talk about the instruments that actually send commands to these sensors, which we call these field controllers. And then you have HMI, which basically stands for human machine interfaces, right? And what they do is they connect to, they connect in between level 1 and 3 to allow, people to log into the engineering workstation at level 3 to, do certain basic controls and monitoring from there. Okay. You also notice that I want to highlight that 0 to 2 often OEM supply, and they are black boxes to customers. So don't blame, don't hold, don't, I would say, be surprised if your customers say, they gave us this black box. I bought this from this company. They came down to explain in the workshop, but I still have no idea what this is. It's quite usual, really. And of course, you notice that we have domain controllers that are different in the IT and OT environments. And if you're familiar with any sort of Active Directory security, you know why you design your domain controllers like this. You need separate domain controllers for the different networks, which will be organized very differently. But I also talked about OT convergence, right? And I also talked about how the IT world and the OT world have kind of come together because of business needs. And so we need to understand what new security risks have increased as a result of this. What do we really mean by convergence, first of all? I'll explain it with one of the examples that happened during COVID-19. In COVID-19, what happened was that you had lockdowns, and because of lockdowns, people were forced to stay at home. Some people went back to the home countries because they needed to see their families. As you know, many IT systems out there today, in many countries, right? You don't expect 100% local workforce. In fact, in many of these systems, you could have close to maybe 80% of people that come from different countries around the world. I mean, globalization of talent, etc. People move around. And when COVID happened and then they missed their family for too much, they bought a one-way ticket home. What are they going to do? How are they going to do their work? Right? So because of that, right? Some folks have decided they will, design a remote access mechanism. They'll set up a jump server, and then from there you would RDP into the engineering workstation, and from there you can control the HMI, right? And then you'll be able to actually, manage the controllers, etc. And then you will just do a Zoom call to somebody who is actually at the plant, right? To say, oh, is it doing what we're really asking it to do, because the plant operator might not have the IT experience. And then from there, the plant operator will tell, oh, you're doing the right thing, okay? Or the wrong thing. Now, of course, there's a second application, and this is a result of a number of global movements as well, such as being environmentally more conscious, or trying to optimize the way power is being distributed, etc. So with lots of these IT-centric objectives, like wanting to analyze data to optimize certain kinds of operations, and sometimes it's not just making the power plant more efficient or anything. It's just trying to be greener, right? I want to use less power. How can I optimize my equipment, right? And to that end, I need data. And how do I get data? All right. I will then go back to level 0, get these guys to spit out data, go back up, right? The Purdue model, and then it needs to get out somehow, right? And so they will set up some interfaces, etc., network tabs, collect data, send it up, and then package it nicely, and then, send it to some data analytics server, probably in level 4, right? Is there a problem with this? Let's illustrate that with an example. So if you're familiar with Shodan, which is a really, really good tool, and for those of you who are like me, who chance upon a good deal, for a period of time, Shodan was selling $1 lifetime subscriptions. I was one of them. I hopped into it. And because of that, I am a proud member of the community, right? That allows me to see so much fantastic information. Unfortunately, that also includes a whole pile of bad news, such as what you see here, right? So Shodan ICS radar, it's, monitors ICS systems that are connected to the internet, right? Of course, it doesn't make any claims on whether these devices are secure or not. It is really just enumerating the whole world to see what's connected, what kind of funny things, what kind of interfaces there are. And you get some information. It's up to you to decide what to do, right? But remember, we said these systems used to be designed separately, right? We designed the IT systems in the past to stand as IT systems. We designed the OT systems through very different design methodology. And what happens? Give you some problems. One, we expect OT systems to last for many, many, many years. You don't expect to change the power plant power plant systems due to obsolescence in the IT world, right? So in the IT world, when you need to replace the OS and things like that, you replace them in like 5 to 10 year cycles, depending on how long your OS is supported for. In the case of infrastructure, etc., the expectation is a bit different. We are expecting these to last for 30, 40, 50 years, or as long as the hardware stays up. So you have an aging technology problem here, right? And then back in the day, you expect these systems to run standalone, so they were air-gapped, and nobody really cares about the cybersecurity aspect. In fact, they will tell you, oh, this is an air gap system. Nothing's going to happen. The worst case scenario is that we'll just manually hit the reset button, right? Or revert to manual operation, right? And so the numbers are not surprising at all. You talk about unsupported operating systems, plenty of them have that. You see Windows 7 everywhere, Windows XP even. A few years ago, I was at a warehouse doing a site visit to understand the system better. And then we found Windows 95 system. So it's horrible, really, right? Now, of course, with systems that are not really designed for frequent updates, you won't expect people to patch them either, right? So if you go down to an OT environment, you'll be like, oh, wow, this is still vulnerable to vulnerability known, like maybe 6-7 years ago. So something CV 2015, blah, 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 could still work, right? So that's why, I mean, you can just get somebody who understands Metasploit, run some Metasploit module, and you can get shell somewhere and then laterally move, and that's it. He has brought down the OT system, right? That's because, well, it's weak in that way, right? Of course, with more and more people researching on OT security, well, we expect the number of reported vulnerabilities to increase in number. And here's the bad news. I talked about the whole COVID thing resulting in remote management. Now you have something that's not designed for the internet environment, and then you provide a link to the internet. What's going to happen? Nothing magical. They are going to be vulnerable to remote exploitation, right? And because the practices in the old days were never thought of, to be like this as what you see today, why would anyone set such a strong password? Why? Right? Of course, today, people do set slightly better passwords, slightly, right? They comply to password complexity rules, but need not necessarily be stronger. So indeed, it's an age-old problem. Weak passwords are everywhere. In the OT world, it is especially often simply because of availability, right? If somebody says, I need to reset something now, you had better hope that you remember the password. And you had better hope you don't end up locking the system out for 15 minutes. Do you see the constraints now, right? That I cannot just say, I'll implement an account lockout policy, because if the account is locked out and if something serious happens, what's going to happen, right? And of course, since OT security is only, I would say, somewhat of a fledgling domain of security, in the sense that it's only getting started, really. Not many organizations that deal with OT systems have an internal team that, actually understands OT security, and they're dedicated 24/7 to managing these, right? And IT security teams and OT security teams tend to misalign, and for clear reasons, because they have different priorities. Okay. And unfortunately, sometimes you also have the proverbial threat of insiders, right? In OT systems is no exception, right? There were people who were using OT systems. I don't know why, because honestly, they are not the most capable systems, but there were people who were using power plant infrastructure to mine cryptocurrency. Real news, okay? You can search this up. This was not that long ago, right? And what they did was, apparently they rigged the power plant network, and then they started to understand what defenses there were, and then well, they installed their own equipment, because clearly you're not going to use a Windows 7 machine to mine crypto, right? And then well, they started mining cryptocurrency. And then they found the equipment in the administrative networks, not on the industrial network. So no prizes for guessing which level in the Purdue model that they found these devices, right? And clearly, if they were mining crypto, they had to move it to a wallet somehow. So you can imagine that they probably established their own connection as well, right? And no prices for guessing. If you look at the articles dated 2019, if you're familiar with the crypto markets, you will know that that was where there was a spike in the various crypto coins. So with a spike comes a spike in unauthorized activity as well, right? There were many other such issues that happened, but I guess with the crypto crash that happened this year, I'm not so sure whether people would want to take the risk to do something like this in 2022. Hope not, right? So now this is a bit of a question, a simplistic question. Now that I've set the stage, of course the answer is no, but let's dive into this a little bit more, right? So we recall the Purdue model, which we try to explain the IT and OT networks, because clearly the answer to the previous question is no, you can't really use IT security policy for OT security policy, or at least more accurately, you cannot just copy and paste, right? Rather, you have to understand what the IT security policy has, and you decide what is applicable in the OT environment. For example, clearly they say you need to install firewalls, then yeah, of course you need to install firewalls, right? They talk about certain things like hardening the servers. Yes, you must harden the servers, right? Level 3 is still IT equipment after all. You need to do that, right? IT security policy tells you you need to have physical controls to make sure that only authorized people with badges are allowed into various sensitive environments. Of course, you need to do that, right? But there are certain things that, are a bit different here. In the IT environment, there are certain crown jewels which we expect it to be various databases, etc. But in the OT world, what are the crown jewels really? Right? Well, the crown jewels are the systems that make sure that the operations continue, which means your level 0 is important, because if your level 0 is dead, it's not sending any signals, you have a big problem on your hands, right? And so because the emphasis is different, the way you approach cybersecurity will also be different, right? And just to drum it in everyone's head that indeed this is the problem. In the IT world, data is the most important. In the OT world, operations are the most important, which means while you have the convergence of the technology, you still have a divergence in objectives, okay? OT constraints, right? Clearly, we cannot tolerate an OT system going unavailable. So this is really just me repeating myself a little bit, but this is just to emphasize that in the OT world, we cannot afford downtime, right? We simply can't, because if there's a downtime that happens, right, people's lives can be affected. And if you're not certain what's really happening, that's a problem as well. So if we go back to the CIA question that I asked just now, integrity is also really important, right? If I cannot trust the signals that I'm sending, what makes us think that the system is safe? As for confidentiality, the answer is it depends. Because someone snooping on your network but not being able to physically control something is not an immediate threat. So clearly, when you talk about the immediacy of the CIA triad here, you see that the priorities are a bit different. And even across OT systems, they differ. And so if you are familiar with the railway networks, for example, they have their own system, their own standard, right? IEC 62443 is a standard that applies to OT systems, but there are also different sub-standards. There are also different standards entirely for the different industries that take reference to IEC 62443. So remember, we go back to the whole Mount Stupid example, right? Just because you have one document doesn't mean you know everything. Unlike in the IT world, where if you can master NIST 853 cover to cover, right? Well, you should be pretty decent because you actually know what's inside. And that's a really hard document to internalize, by the way. I don't recommend trying it if you don't have an appetite for, I would say, reading long tomes of words. Okay, because it's really thick, but it's really informative. Because of the differences in the IT world and the OT world, we need to revisit the threat models that we built for our clients when we talk about various concepts in threat modeling and in threat risk assessment, such as the attack surface. Right, we ask questions like, oh, where do attacks come from? And importantly, if I need to go tell management what threat I need to be worried for, what should I tell them, right? Because at the end of the day, cybersecurity professionals will interface with C-suite, right? They report to the CISO, and then you tell them, oh, you have these issues. We recommend a whole bunch of things, right? And then management has to decide whether they agree with you, right? First things first, before we do any sort of assessment, if you remember in this IPDR framework, the first step is to identify the assets. And I make a point to have a slide dedicated to talk about this because identifying assets in the OT world is not trivial. And it's not trivial, not because people are dishonest or what, but because people don't know what an asset is. I'll tell you this as just to give you an example, right? Not necessarily a threat model, but a few years ago, I had to work on a vulnerability assessment and a pen test on such an environment. And then I asked the project manager for some details, right? Clearly, I need to understand the scope. We need the scope, what the VAPT will cover, because we need to know, well, how many hosts you have, etc. What are the IP addresses, right? Usual stuff, okay? Except that the results were nothing of this sort, right? So the project manager went, gave us a bunch of clients and servers, and we were like, okay, you have a bunch of clients, great. You have a bunch of servers, great. Can I just check what you use this for? And then they say, oh, this is something that needs to be run 24/7 and stuff like that. And then we were a little bit suspicious, right? Okay, this thing needs to run 24/7, right? So do you have a UPS, right? And they says, yes, we have a UPS. Okay, where's the UPS? We don't know because this is not considered an IT asset. Okay, so we go, okay, are there any other things we don't know about? And you start to see that we have dug into a can of worms, right? No choice, we had to go down for a site visit because we had no idea about the integrity of the information we got, and we found a whole bunch of IP connected UPSs with the default password. Why it was like this? Because it was not registered in anybody's bill of material. So everybody did what they wanted to do. It dodged a whole bunch of audits. So no one knew, okay, except the users and perhaps the contractors, right, that these assets needed to be part of a bill of material to be monitored for various things like firmware updates, security audits, VAPT exercises, etc. Imagine if I did a ping sweep on the network, I sent a whole bunch of packets and I crashed a whole bunch of these UPSs. The consequences would have been really, really dire, right? So identification is really, really, really important, okay? And always think about the system from the perspective of an operator, because there will always be certain devices that people miss out, that on hindsight, they'll be like, oh, I remember now, we monitor the physical layout of this place. So in fact, there are CCTVs connected. So think about this, right? Not everyone knows what exactly is on the network, and it's okay because different people have their different scope of responsibility. But it's important for you as an operator to think laterally to understand what can they possibly be doing on this network. Be aware, go down for a site visit, physically inspect what's going on in the environment, look out for devices that exist that could be part of the network, because who knows it is, right? Then now I'll talk a little bit about threat modeling, right? And if you're familiar with Microsoft's Stride LM model, this is it. I'm just going to do a bit of a recap of the different properties. You can search this online, so I'm not going to go through them too much. I'm not going to read to you the slides, right? Stride LM, you can read this yourself, right? When we do threat modeling, you always identify who did what, where, for what reason, right? Why, right? And then you start to say, oh, which property is being affected and why. And these properties will, of course, coincide nicely with a security property we're dealing with. And I like to call this CIA plus, because in CIA, you have confidentiality, integrity, and availability. But in fact, when we talk about looking at cyber security, we actually want to look at more than just CIA, really, right? So we look at it from the perspective of, hey, oh, if we do an audit, if Bob claims he did something, did he really do it? Or maybe Bob claims Alice did it, not Bob. Can we tell? So that's the non-reputability property, okay? So something you have to take note of, right? And then go back to Stride, and I think no prizes for guessing, with some thinking that you can do what properties are most important for an OT system. This, I will leave as an exercise to the listener, okay? Revisiting threat models. So if you're familiar with the MITRE attack framework, you might have seen something similar to this, but there's a little difference. So in fact, MITRE attack has a framework for IT systems, but it also has a framework for ICS systems, okay? And I will explain to you one difference, and then it's your job to figure out the rest, right? So if you look over to the extreme end of the slide on the right-hand side, right, you see impact, right? And you see damage to property, denial of control, denial of view, loss of availability, loss of control, loss of productivity and revenue, loss of protection, etc., right? Do you see the difference in objectives, in the impact as compared to that of an IT system, right? If you don't believe me, you can go and Google the MITRE ATT&CK framework for IT systems and you compare the impact columns. They will look different, right? So think about it from this perspective, right? That you're simply dealing with a different kind of system. Examples of OT compromises that were really, really serious. Stuxnet, we usually jokingly call the granddaddy of this, right? This one involved an out-of-band attack. They sneaked in a bunch of folks with thumb drives, infected one machine, went to a whole bunch of different ones, and then eventually managed to get to the control computers to shut down the centrifuges, not by being nice and pressing powering down, but by spinning them up to a point that they just broke. Okay, so there are great impacts to this, and I shall not emphasize the importance of understanding what impact here really, really means. So let's revisit the landscape, and you should have seen this screenshot, right? Now that you have understood some ingredients of the attack surface or OT systems, which are IT systems being incorporated with them, without having the defenses being able to be leveled up, what is the threat model now? How has it changed, right? So if you thought Stuxnet was okay out of band, let's do the next example. Now, this is internet connected. It was the Ukraine power plant attack in 2015. I want to go through the whole thing because you can read this for yourself, but I'll just explain a few key features, right? So a few key features here, very simplified diagrams that we have here, right? We have different stages of the cyber attack. On the left, right, we start talking about the first stage. You compromise these machines from the internet. We begin for spear phishing, a technique that is not exclusive to the IT environment. You can also do that to the OT environment, right? Through the IT network in this case, right? Because, well, they were connected, right? So they started to go after the IT network spear phishing attack. A bunch of folks got infected. And then we realized that, hey, we do a network scan, we can hop, do lateral movement. And then we noticed that, hey, we have a way to the OTA network because we can SSH through there, right? So instead a keylogger, blah, 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 sit in the system for a while and wait for somebody to log in via SSH. And then, based on the keylogger on the compromised host, steal credentials, right, for future use. Okay, they monitor the users, of course, because you want to know when they are working and when they stop work, when they get a coffee break, or maybe, in December, everyone's on vacation now, so it's especially dangerous, right? So when the user's away, they open SSH tunnel with the stolen credentials, they connect to other systems, install further malware, so even more persistence, right? And then when it's time to blow the system up, right, like a logic bomb of some sort, right, they will connect through the SSH tunnel and then send the shutdown orders, log off the local user, change everything, and then basically locks everyone out of the power plant. Bad news. So happens that this is also coordinated with a denial of service on the call center, so you cannot even call the power plant up if you want to complain about your power outage. A very, very, very horrific attack. The bad news is this was 2015. Since then, there were many, many, many more attacks. Okay, I'm going to go through things a little bit faster since I see that we're going to be a bit tight on time, right? Risk management. So you see that the landscape is very different because in the IT world, we have some good answers to this, but in the OT world, it may not be so simple. Okay. And then we talk about a bit about defense in depth and how to think of this. It's still a good principle. It's still a good principle, no doubt. But now, when you think about defense in depth, what you're really asking is where we can implement defenses and what kind of defenses can be implemented. Because you may not be able to implement every single defense that you can think of under the sun. Unlike in the IT system where, you add layer upon layer as per the Swiss cheese model, right? And then when you talk about defense in depth, don't just think of it from a technical perspective. You also need to understand things from an administrative and physical perspective. Think about the users. Think about what they will do. Think about what they will not do, right? And try to make the security processes as invisible as possible, so it doesn't look like it's additional overhead or workload to these guys. Because if you add too much overhead or workload to these folks, what will usually happen is that, well, these guys will simply circumvent your security measures, right? Or they'll just simply pull a new network cable to control things, and well, you wouldn't have noticed. You wouldn't know, right? I say this as supplementary because I'm just going to talk a little bit about this threat intelligence. And that's because threat intelligence over the years has evolved quite a bit as well. And in the world of threat intelligence, for example, my own firm does quite good threat intelligence in the OT front, right? Especially in Europe. You want to ask some questions. Who are the threat actors attacking our systems? The threat actors are different. What should we watch out for? In other words, what we are really trying to say here is that threat intelligence, when fed, right, needs to be contextualized for the environment. We need to understand where they come from, what their motivations are, understand some of the broader strategic implications. For example, for power plants, it's not just technical, it can be geopolitical, right? Etc. And the whole idea is that the threat intelligence needs to be contextualized to the industry that you're in, as well as the broader, strategic landscape, that belongs to your system. Like, for example, your system is, say, for example, sites in a certain country, serves customers in another country, etc. So what kind of threats do happen? People do want to disturb residents of a certain country, for instance, right? Geopolitical. And then they may, decide to conduct an attack on you. What kind of threat actors are we talking about? Script kiddies that run Metasploit modules only? Maybe not. These people could be funded very, very well, because their objective is simply to cause certain kinds of nation-state level damage, right? So think about that. It's not such a simple world out there in the OT world, right? And then I guess this is where I'll end off, because I have left you with quite a number of different questions. But the whole idea is that you need to remember, if you forget everything, you just need to remember one thing, just remember Mount Stupid. And the reason why I say remember Mount Stupid is simply because the OT world is really, really diverse and really complicated. And it's always important to stay humble and to always, have a curious mind to want to learn more in the OT security world. Today's talk really is just scratching the surface of this, right? And then you can see through some of the links, right, which I'm sure the organizers can then provide myself slides to you guys. You can do some further reading of your own, and then you will realize through Google, you're really answering the question on you knowing what you don't know, right? And then from there, only can learning begin. With that, I shall end the talk. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now in the Twitch chat or the YouTube comment section, or you can also drop me a DM on LinkedIn as well. All right, yeah. Thank you so much for listening to me. I think I ran a little bit long, right? Well, you can also ask a question. Oh, yes, a question already? You can ask one. It depends on what you mean by hack. If the objective is a business objective, yes, numerous times. Because sometimes it's just as simple as guessing the password and controlling the system. Is that bad? And the reason why is that is because they installed the system. They forgot to change the default password because it was not in the bomb. No one checked. Yeah, Patrick, sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. The answer is, as long as there are threats, there will always be people. As long as there are certain objectives that can be satisfied through cybersecurity attacks, there will always be opportunity for such things to happen again. Of course, I'm not going to say yes or no to this because I cannot predict the future, right? But as long as there's some reason to want to conduct a cyber attack, maybe for financial gain, or as a nation state, they want to jeopardize some, the psychological trust in government, right? And disrupt services, etc. There are always people who try this. The exact TTPs as per Stuxnet, I really don't know, right? Maybe, but the amount of research and the methodology that went into developing the Stuxnet attack, I'm sure will be repeated because they researched into the Siemens PLCs, they did lots of reverse engineering, right? And then they are trying to understand the protocols, how to send the payload, etc. Because think about it, they had to send a thumb drive to the site, right? So how do you sneak somebody in or convince somebody in the plant itself to deliver the payload, right? That takes a lot of work, right? But now with all this remote connectivity, right? Maybe it's easier to just spearfish someone in the IT network, right? Yep, thank you once again. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back. The next speaker is waiting. It will be Deepak Yadav, if I say it correctly. If not, then I apologize. He will talk about the next interesting topic, introduction to tick client pen testing. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed. Sit back, relax, and open your mind, and yeah, hope you all learned something new. So enjoy the talk, everyone.
Guys, are you guys able to hear me? Is there any delay or so? Okay, all right. So, yeah, first of all, hello everyone. Myself, Deepak Yadav. Thankfully, boss has pronounced me very well. And I'm also known as Monal. As you can see, my alias as MON3 capital L. You can find me on Twitter, and I'm part of Mystico group as well. And I started my career by solving well-hub machines, basically. So what I used to do, I used to solve those machines and used to record the entire screen, create some video walkthroughs, and post it on my YouTube. So again, you can find me over there. So from the last couple of years, I haven't posted anything much over there, but most of the well-hubs and hack the box walkthroughs will be gonna be still available over there, so you can check it out as well. Now, coming towards the experience part, myself, I don't consider myself as an cybersecurity expert, although I am a cybersecurity enthusiastic with some XYZ amount of years of experience in vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. And a fun fact, I wouldn't say it as a fun fact, but currently I'm also a student. I am preparing for my graduations, not graduation, but my post graduations. And along with that, I work with a boutique cybersecurity consultant firm in Mumbai, India, which is also known as Cybersecure. And for my interest in term of infosec, in term of cybersecurity, I have listed few of them. Those are, I love to work on API security, web app security, mobile application security, which involves again Android, iOS, and Harmony OS as well, which Huawei application, Huawei mobile phones comes with. Then I'm interested in network security as well. I have done a couple of projects which involves compromising the entire infrastructure of an organization, which involves ADE, cloud, and much more things. Then I'm also much more interested in thick client and thin client penetration testing, which is again one of our core topic for today's session. Apart from that, I love to do my hands-on with the cloud security assessment as well as the cloud security audit. Then I'm keen to learn more about firmware security, reverse engineering, and other stuffs. Which again, these all are the things which a typical penetration tester will gonna love and will gonna have that keen interest in learning all these aspects of cybersecurity. So let's quickly move on to our main topic. Introduction to thick line penetration testing. Yeah. So a fun fact I wanted to share with you guys. So as I said, I started my career a couple of years ago and I was new to this field. So the first time when I heard about this terminology, thick client and thin client, I literally laughed. You wouldn't believe me. I was like, what the hell is this thick client security? I have never heard about it. I have never heard anyone say anything about this. So for a couple of days, I literally laughed and I was in a shocked state that there are so many things I have to learn. There are so many things yet which are remaining to cover up. And yet again, we have a new concept known as thick client penetration testing, thick client security, thin client security. And again, there was one more word which was fat client security, fat client. I was not aware, but now I am well aware that thick client is also known as fat client. So basically, let's quickly look at what the hell exactly is this thick client. As we all know, you guys are well aware of the penetration testing. You guys are well aware about the domains which are available in cybersecurities. Those domains are network security, web security, mobile security, firmware security, hardware security, physical security, blah blah blah. There are so many domains. And there are so many recommendations as well. There are so many policies as well. Multiple things are there. Then we have another domain, which is the client and thin client, which we will going to talk about. So this is our main topic of our interest. So basically, what exactly is this thick client? Okay. Is there any lag going on in my screen or in my voice? Okay, all right. No worries. So let's learn about what exactly is thick line. So thick line applications are also known as desktop applications. Basically, whatever the applications which we install in our system, those applications can be our browsers, XYZ applications which we install for fun, for monetary benefit, or to learn something. Those types of exe based applications are known as thick client applications. And that exe applications are basically meant for Windows applications, but for Mac, we have an app application. I mean, the extension is basically the pkg and dlg file, but after the installation, it converts into the app file. A thick client is a type of application that uses system's hardware resources to perform computation operations, which runs the applications and performs other functions independently. As I said, we have, let's take an example basically. So we have a website which also provides their exe applications. Let's say Twitch, not Twitch, but let's say Discord basically. So Discord is one of the common example I would say over here, because Discord provides us the chat benefit over browser, as well as Discord also provides us a small ext applications or a Mac OS based applications which can be installed in their appropriate desktops environment, and we can either use the browser or we can either navigate to the application and use the chat functionality. So now, why it is different from other domains? Because over here we get a standalone application in order to perform the same activity which earlier we used to perform over the browser. That is one of the common difference between a thick client and a normal applications. Although a thick client can perform most operations, it still needs to be connected to the primary server to download programs and data and to update the operating systems. Basically, as I said, that the application which we are saying it as a thick client, that application at the end of the day needs to be connected to the internet in order to perform some kind of an operation. Let's say uh, we are taking the Discord as an example. So Discord has the upload functionality, chat functionality, streaming functionality. So in order to achieve those functionality, my application must be connected to the internet, right? Next up, let's talk about the common examples. As I said, Discord is one of the example. We also have multiple examples like system browsers. Those are Firefox, Google Chrome, Safari, and many more. I mean, basically, we as a security guy or any normal person don't usually depends upon one browsers, right? Especially Google Chrome. I would say a big no to Google Chrome. I don't know why, but I believe many of you guys are aware that attackers basically target the Google Chrome's V8 engine and all. And apart from that, we have multiple browsers like Safari, Firefox, then we have Brave browsers and XYZ browsers. Currently, I don't remember all these names. Apart from that, we have text editors, standalone text editors, which are Sublime Editor, Atom Editor, Eclipse. Eclipse, I wouldn't consider it as a text editor, but let's say ID is, we have Burp Suite, which is one of the go-to tool and a favorite tool of hackers, right? Then we have Zoom meeting, over which we are currently doing our uh, session, right? So we have learned, we have seen few aspects of the client. Now let's understand a little bit more deeper. Okay, so here is an architecture of the client. So we have two types of architecture. One is tier 2 architecture and the other one is tier 3 architecture. So what are those basically? So as you can see a small diagram which says application client and database or server. So basically the application client is nothing but our executable file, which we consider it as the client application which is installed in a respective system. So what is two-tier applications? Sorry, not application. What is two-tier architecture? The two-tier architecture is like a client-server application. It directs communication. The direct communication takes place between the client and the server. There is no intermediary between the client and the server. So over here, I missed to write one point that we have basically three things come into the picture. Those are the application, the database, and the application server. So in the two-tier architecture, let's say that my application is not going to connect to the internet. So in that scenario, there will be two things which will going to come into the picture. Those two things will be the application as well as the database, because my application will at the end of the day will going to store some kind of information in my phone and or in my system. So over there we have the application and we have the database. But we have one more scenario that my application needs to connect to the internet, but it will not gonna store any kind of information on my phone, not on my phone basically, but not on my systems. So over there we have the application client which acts as the thick client, and we have the server over which they both will gonna communicate with each other. Then we have no, okay. So a common example of two-tier based applications will be the music player, offline music player basically, and a text editor. Basically over there what we do, we write some information into my text editor in my notepad in my Sublime, and we save it in the respective desired location. And again, Sublime also provide one interesting key feature that whatever you write in that application and you won't save it, and you quickly just go ahead and close the entire application. But after closing the application, if you restart the same application, you will see that all your information, all your data which you have written over there will gonna be present, will gonna be displayed in your screen. Now why this is happening? Because Sublime is storing all that information which is not stored yet in its cache or in its database. You can consider this as an two-tier application. Then we have offline music players. Again, whatever the music uh, or whatever the songs which are available in my systems which we want to listen, we can listen it by opening those songs, musics in their appropriate application. Again, over here, no internet is required. That's why I have taken this as an two-tier application. Then we have three-tier application. As I said, that three things come into the picture: the application server, or you can also name it as an internet, and the database. So now what happens in Twitter application is that the application server is a mediatory. Basically, uh, there will be the introduction of internet over here, and the application server is the mediatory between the client and the server. It transforms data from client to server and vice versa. So again, as I said, that if there is a requirement of the internet connectivity, the communication between client and server, and there is also a requirement to save the information, then those types of architecture will gonna fall under my three-tier applications. Why? Because over here I'm using an application to store the information, to fetch the information, and to update the information. So I want a place in my system where I can store my data. I want a place from which I can download the data and process it further. So this types of architecture falls under three-tier application. The next step, we have the common examples of what you say, three-tier applications. Those are the browsers and our favorite burp suite, right? I believe you can uh, correlate with the examples why I have written them in two-tier applications and why I have written them in three-tier applications, right? So every domain in cybersecurity have their own approaches of how to attack, of how to defend, of how to identify, right? So we will not gonna talk more about the web API and blah 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 other stuffs. We will gonna stick with the thick client. And again, a small disclaimer I wanted to add over here, which is that I'm not gonna stretch to our today's topic, and I'll try to be much more lenient to this topic, and I'll try to explain this in a much more simpler way. So let's talk about the approach towards the client penetration testing. Yeah. So again, the last line which I have written over here, it states that the thick client application involves vulnerabilities which are similar to web apps as well as system-based attacks. Now, what do I mean by system-based attacks? So basically, you have heard about the buffer overflow attacks, integer overflows, right? We have so many different types of kernel level attacks, memory based attacks, which at the end of the day are falls under critical severity vulnerability, which can cause a severe damage to your systems, like modifying the memory values, modifying the registry values, or it can also help in to compromise the systems as well, right? So those are the high risk type of attacks which are available nowadays. So again, as I said, the clients are of no exception. They do involve attacks which are similar to web apps and which are similar to system-based attacks. So while doing a security assessment of an thick client-based application or else an exe-based applications, we have to keep in mind that we have to check at the end of the day that all the web application based or API based vulnerabilities are covered, as well as all the different aspects of memory attacks, kernel attacks are also taken covered of. So now we have multiple test cases, right? Like let's say for a normal cybersecurity, we have certain steps, right? We have the information gathering phase, we have reconnaissance, we have scanning, we have enumeration, we have post enumeration, we have exploitation, post exploitation, lateral movement, right? So that is a typical cybersecurity phases. I'm not going to talk much about it. Again, for the web application, we have multiple recon techniques available, multiple exploitation techniques available based on the specific types of attacks and whatsoever. For the thick client as well, there are some test cases through which, if we follow them, we can say that yes, we have done a thorough testing on the application and we have identified XYZ amount of vulnerabilities in these sectors of uh, these sectors of the applications. Okay, so let's talk about what we have to do in information gathering. As we all know, information gathering is a phase where we have to check basically what different type of information we can identify. So in the web application, again, I'm talking about the web application, a small detail. When we talk about web applications for information gathering, we will gonna search for their subdomains, we will gonna search for their CNN names, their mail providers, their open ports, blah blah blah, subdirectories and all. But for the thick client, what we have to focus on, we have to focus on several pointers. Those are, we have to either identify that the applications which we have in our hand, whether it is an two-tier application or three-tier application. As I explained earlier, two-tier application and three-tier application. Apart from that, we have to identify what sort of technologies that application is using, what sort of technologies, as well as the languages utilized for the same. Now, when I talk about technologies and languages, those are whether my application is built on C++, or in C, or else in C sharp. What is my language basically, right? Apart from that, okay. So here is the fun fact. We have multiple applications, right? And in the recent past couple of not couple of years, but in the recent years, we have heard news that there is an RC kind of an attack identified on a well-known application which is known as Discord, right? So what do you think Discord, the technology of Discord is? Is Discord built on C Sharp, C++, .NET kind of a traditional language, or whether they are utilizing some different kind of technology which was not well aware by many people? So the answer for this will be my second one. They were not using the .NET kind of one language, which is again traditional. They were into the Electron. So Electron is one of the interesting topic which we will gonna see in our later presentation. So yes, finding about the technology, finding about the language is one of the key factors. Then we have to identify the network communication. Now, when I talk about the network communication, we have to identify whether my application is communicating to the internet via what? Whether my application is communicating with HTTPS, HTTP, or some other port. Or there are many scenarios which involves that my application is not having any sort of connection with HTTP or HTTPS, but my application is doing some sort of export functionality, not export functionality, but it is communicating with a certain port in order to transfer the data. Again, over here, we don't have HTTP, HTTPS kind of scenario, but we have some other ports through which the application is using in order to transmit the data. So that thing is a must when we talk about the information gathering. Then we have to identify for all the entry points. Again, in the web application, we try to identify all the input parameters. Same goes with our thick client. We have to identify what all are the input parameters available in my application, what all are the functionalities which my application is gonna perform, not gonna, but what my application is currently performing. So in that scenario, we can further go ahead and try to manipulate, try to reverse engineer, try to play with it, basically. Last but not the least, for information gathering, we also have to identify what sort of authentication mechanism application is using. Are we able to manipulate authentication mechanism? Is there any validation on the authentication or not? So these all are the things which we have to focus on while uh, going with the information gathering phase. Next up, we have GUI testing. Again, you know, the GUI testing is one of the interesting factors for thick client. Why? Because there are scenarios like when we type our password over there in any exe based applications, over there we see that my username is clearly been visible in my screen, but when I enter the password, either I used to, not I, but generally either we used to see star mark, or either we will gonna see a small black circle dot. So while performing the GUI testing, we have to make sure that the password which we are entering in my exe application, in our exe application, the application should not allow to copy paste the password. That should be our main motive. Then we also have to check whether we are able to see those password in the memory or not. Again, that part we will gonna cover it in the later phase. And we also have to check for the sensitive contents whether my application is not hiding it properly. So those things we have to check for the GUI testing. Then we have file testing test case. So over there we have, okay, so for this let's take an example that there is an XYZ application which has the functionality to save the output in a desired location. So my application has the functionality to save the output in an XYZ, not an XYZ, but a TXT kind of format in a desired location. But are we aware, are we confident enough that the location on which my application is saving that TXT file, is it secured? Is it accessible to only the administrator, or is it accessible for everyone? We have to ensure that. So for that, we have to test for read and write permission for the files which are created by the applications. We have to test for the sensitive data storages in the files. So basically, when I talk about the sensitive data storages, those data storages can be my registries, those data storages can be my memory, those data storages can be my internal directories in my file managers. Anything can be my data storage. So we have to check the access, who or what type of person has the access to those data. Then we have the test for export functions. We have test for lack of obfuscations, test for side channel attacks. When we talk about obfuscation, I believe you guys might be aware about the difference between encoding, encryption, hashing, and obfuscation. So obfuscation, when we talk about obfuscation, obfuscation is nothing but it is a type of an mechanism, I would say, which converts, not converts, but basically which hides my sensitive data in a code. And instead of the sensitive details, it will gonna replace it with some gibberish value. Those gibberish value can either be readable or cannot be readable. Again, it depends upon what type of obfuscation mechanism a developer or a company is utilizing. And then again, I haven't touched obfuscation topic into much deeper. I have just given a small example of it. Then we have side channel attack. So have you ever tried to open an exe application or a Mac based application via terminal or CMD or from the CMD? If you guys did it, you will notice one thing, that most of the information which is going on in my application is visible in the terminal as well. So I would like to share one of my recent incident over here. So in one of my recent assessment, we got an electron based application. It was a wallet, crypto wallet. And over there, what we identified, that once that application, we go ahead and try to open it from the terminal. Again, it was the Mac based application. So we went ahead, we opened the application from the terminal, and we noticed that whatever the user's information are, those are available in the terminal, which involves his name, his email address, his Bitcoin wallet name, sorry, not Bitcoin wallet, sorry, Bitcoin wallet address, along with the total amount which is remaining in his wallet. So this sort of information was visible in the terminal, which shouldn't have happened in the first place. Because what attacker can do, or what a user can do, basically, they can redirect the terminal's output into a txt file, and then it can later be shared. And if your laptop uh, is on with some other person, if an attacker got his or her hand on your system, then what he will gonna do, what they will gonna do, they will definitely gonna take advantage of this kind of scenario, steal your information, and run away. Who knows? It's an attacker. Attacker can do anything, right? Then we have a registry testing. So registry is part of Windows environment which holds sensitive information as well as some settings of the Windows environment. So we have to analyze whether my application is having the capability to manipulate the registry or not. Or again, if my application is manipulating the registry, we also have to make sure that the application is not storing any sensitive information in my registry. If it is storing it, then it is a risk, because once your system got hacked, attacker will not going to leave your registry, right? So we have to be very cautious. We have to be very careful while checking the registry as well. Then again, we also have to try to check whether we are able to manipulate the registry or not. So over there, I wanted to give you a small example. So let's say that one of my application, after login, what my application does, application stores the credential into my registry. So at this point of scenario, we have to make sure that the credentials shouldn't be stored into the registry. That should be our first priority. Even if my credential is getting stored into the registry, we have to make sure, or we have to analyze that it is encrypted, either anything. Basically, encryption is one of the best possibility over here. So we have to check for that. Then we have the network testing, as I spoke earlier, that if my application is communicating with the internet, and if it is utilizing or if it is sharing some sensitive data, then there should be a secure channel. Now, secure channel can be anything. It can be SCP, it can be SSH, it can be HTTPS, it can be FTP with SSL, right? There are multiple secure channels available over internet. So the application must use them. Then we also have to verify if the sensitive information is getting transmitted in clear text or not. Again, I have explained about it. Okay, so this is an interesting. I believe many of you can relate, because when we talk about ASLR, SCH, DEP, buffer overflows, integer overflows, right? So these are the vulnerabilities which again an attacker must bang his head on the table in order to identify it. Again, these are not the common attacks, and sometimes it takes a lot of effort to identify them. Then when we talk about the assembly testing, we have to check for the ASLR, SCH, depth, strong naming, buffer overflows, and much more. So a small introduction about the ASLR, SCH, depth, and all. So what is ASLR basically? It is address space layout randomization. So we know that my application is a standalone application. So as I said earlier in my first sec or two presentation, that my application will gonna use the system's resources. So if it is using system resources, then my CPU and RAM will definitely gonna come into the picture. So at this point of time, if my application is utilizing memory, which at the end of the day it will gonna utilize it. So over there are in memories we have multiple memory addresses. So ASLR, what ASLR does? ASLR, so basically this ASLR randomizes the memory layout. ASLR randomizes the memory's location, which prevents the attacker from attacking into the memory, which prevents an attacker to identify the base pointer of an application, stack pointer of an application, and much more things, which is one of the, what you say, secure point for an application. Because by implementing ASLR, attacker will not be able to perform attacks such as return to libc and all, right? Which will be the challenge for an attacker. After that, we have SCH, DEP. So okay, so I haven't written it properly. It should be safe SCH. Okay, so what is safe SEH basically? So a safe SEH is nothing but a list of safe execution handler which is stored within a binary. This basically prevents an attacker from forcing the application to execute code during the runtime, and because of this, attacker won't be able to execute malicious procedure call or malicious queries in my memory. Then we have DEP, data execution prevention. So over here, what happens? Some areas of memories can be marked as non-executable, right? Because we have a raw memory, my application is using a raw memory, right? So if there is no safe SCH, there is no ASLR, then what attacker will gonna do? Attacker have a bunch of memory, a chunk of memory, and if vulnerable found, attacker can load his or her executable vulnerable, not vulnerable, but malicious code into the memory at any location, at any breakpoint at all. So in order to mitigate such sort of things, there is an introduction for DEA, data execution prevention, which basically prevents an attacker to store their code into the memory, into the some sort of memory. Why? Because while implementing the depth, what we do, we mark major areas of the memories as non-executable. So if attacker is able to put his or her code into that non-executable location, he or she will not be able to execute it, which again uh, minimizes a lot of system level attacks, right? Then we have strong naming. Strong namings are nothing but these are basically, how should I say? Have you ever uh, right clicked on any of the XA application, clicked on the property, and over there, have you ever identified that we get a small option or small tab which says digital certificates, right? So what exactly is that digital certificate? That digital certificate is a signing certificate which states that it is properly signed with an XYZ authority, and manipulation in that application will not be tolerated, or manipulation in this application will not be possible. So over here, assemblies, those types of assemblies or those types of binaries can be protected by a signing certificate. If it is not signed properly, or if it is left unsigned, an attacker will be able to modify and replace them with again malicious content, which shouldn't be the scenario. And last but not least, for assembly testing, we have to check for buffer overflows. Again, as I said, attacker must not be able to identify the stack address, instruction pointer, base pointers of an application. If he's able to, then there is a scenario that buffer overflow, integer overflow attacks will gonna happen. So these all are the things which a tester must perform in order to safeguard, in order to ensure that application is secure. Now we have the memory testing test case over here. What we do, what a pen tester should do, pen tester must check for the sensitive data which are stored in the memory. So my application is using systems memory, right? And whatever function or whatever activity I perform in my application, it will gonna directly replicate in my memory. It will be a reflection in my memory. So in Windows or in other Linux-based operating systems, Mac-based operating systems, we have the privilege to extract the memory content just by in Windows, just by navigating to the task manager, right clicking on the running services and click on the dump, we get the lot of chunk values, which are nothing but the information which are stored in the application's memory. So we have to check whether any sort of sensitive information is stored in the memory location or not. If it is stored, then it is again a risk because it can be obtained by anyone. Then we have to check for the process replacement. We have a well-known attack which is known as process injection. We also have an attack known as DLL injection. So we have to check whether the application, whether the instruction pointer of an application is returned properly, and application is validating its each and every DLL files, each and every things properly. Then we have to check to identify the dangerous functions. Now, this is one of the interesting thing because when we talk about the web applications, my web applications are written in multiple languages. We have PHP, we have Java, then we have Python, we have JavaScript, we have Node.js, and blah blah blah, many more languages. So all those languages, at the end of the day, have one or other functions which helps an attacker to perform, or which helps an attacker to basically execute the malicious code. So in PHP, we have multiple dangerous functions, right? In Java, we also have multiple vulnerable dangerous functions. In Python, we also have dangerous functions. Same goes for the thick client. So thick clients are written in not electrons, and .NET, C Sharp, C++, C. So these languages are of no exceptions. These languages also have some vulnerable functions. For example, in C language, we have fprintf function which is vulnerable to format string, right? So there are multiple dangerous functions which we have to check. Again, how we can check? We have to open the application into its respective disassembler, and we have to manually go ahead and we have to grep, we have to find out whether that function is available in my code or not. Next up, we have the traffic analysis. Now, the traffic analysis and the network testings are somewhat similar, I would say, but again, I have written it into the two category over here. So in traffic analysis, what we have to do, we have to identify whether all my data which is transmitting from client to server, are they secured or not? In network analysis, in network testing, what we used to do, what we're gonna do basically over there, we have to identify its communication channel. For traffic analysis, we have to check whether those things are secured properly or not. Is there manipulation possible or not? This should be our main priority. Then we have some common vulnerabilities testing. So now, as I said in my first slide, not first slide, but some of the recent slides, that thick lines are the combination of web app attacks, web application attacks, as well as system-based attacks, right? So if my application is communicating with a server, then definitely we have to check for web OWASP web attacks. We have to check for OWASP API attacks. We also have to check whether we are able to reverse engineer the application or not. Now, when I talk about reverse engineering the thick client application, over here, I mean, are we able to disassemble the code? Are we able to view its sensitive codes? Are we able to modify the code or not? Those things should be our priority. Are we able to manipulate its encryption string, encryption values? Are we able to manipulate its encryption mechanism or not? Those things must be checked properly. Then we have the DLL hijacking. We have to check for the DLL hijacking. Again, DLL hijacking is one of the severe vulnerability. The reason I marked is as severe is because DLL hijacking has the capability to compromise your system, right? So basically, by placing your malicious DLL into the applications folder and executing the application, that application will gonna pinpoint to the malicious DLL. After that, it will gonna execute that DLL, and once my DLL is got executed, I will be able to get the reversal of that system, right? That's how basically DLL hijacking works. Then we have to check for test for signature checks. As I said, we have to identify whether my application is signed properly by and signature authority or not. We have to check for that. Then we have this last but not least, which says that we have to test for automated scanning tools. So basically, as I said, that the client is also made up of several languages, right? So for those languages, we have automated scanning tools available. So let's say for .NET or for C# or for Electrons, we have multiple tools available. We have to utilize them, and we have to check whether those things are vulnerable or not, or whether we are able to see any sort of vulnerabilities in those automated scanners or not. That those should be one of our priorities, right? So over here, we have talked about different test cases, right? So these were the test cases. Let me open up here. So these were the different test cases. So now a question might arise in your mind, right? That from the past 40 minutes, from the past 35 plus minutes, 40 plus minutes, I've been talking about the approaches, like what are the things you have to check, what are the things you have to analyze, what should be the best practice for the thick client, right? But I haven't touched the topic which will gonna uh, tell about the tools which we have to utilize in order to do the same. I haven't touched that yet. So now let's talk about those tools. So again, for the web applications, we have multiple tools, right? For SQL map, Nmap, MRs, for subdirectories, we have multiple word lists, we have Burp Suite, we have much more things when we talk about web application. Same goes for the thick client, same goes for other security domains. So for thick client, we have some common tools. Yeah. So those tools involves Wireshark. Again, Wireshark is one of the best tool in order to uh, view the communication happening from my client to server. Then we have Burp Suite. Burp Suite is helpful to intercept the same amount of same traffic, and through which we can further manipulate the traffic. Now, the small difference between Wireshark and Burp Suite will be that in Wireshark, we will only be able to view the content of the sensitive information, but in Burp Suite, not only we are able to view the content, but also we can manipulate them. And we have this TCP view. Again, it works similar to the Wireshark, but it doesn't have much more capability. Like in Wireshark, we can see all sort of protocols, communication of all sort of protocols. But in TCP view application, we can only see the communication of TCPs. Then we have sys internal suites, which involves multiple exe applications. That exe application will be helpful in order to either extract the information from the memory, either extract the information from the runtime, which is again the memory. It is also helpful internal suite to perform much more things. It involves access enums, it involves strings.exe, which are very helpful in order to identify the sensitive informations, in order to identify what sort of permissions I have. So those things are available in sys internal suites. Then we have strings. Strings are used to extract the alphabetical characters which are present in my code or in my application. And with the help of these strings, we can see whether my sensitive details like username and password are hard coded in my application or not. This can be possible with strings. Then we have WinSpy. So WinSpy is nothing but a small software. So earlier I gave an example, right? When I enter my username, my username will gonna be displayed in the clear text, and my password will gonna be replaced with either circle, dot, or either with star. So WinSpy is one of the amazing tool which helps us to view the content of those sensitive information which are replaced with star mark. So with the help of this, I can view whether my credentials, what my credentials are basically. And WinSpy, Windows Detective, this software will only gonna work on things which are known as Windows forms. So if a client application is utilizing a Windows form in order to have the login functionality or in order to have the input functionality, then it is a big no. No matter how hard you are trying to encrypt your data. Then we have DNSpy. Again, most of the attackers are not attackers, sorry, slip of my tongue, not attackers. Most of the security professionals or the security enthusiasts who are well versed, who are keen to learn about the reverse engineering, they might have heard about this tool or they might have used this tool, which is DNSpy. So what DNSpy basically does, DNSpy has the capability to reverse engineer the .NET C# based native applications, and with the help of this, we can view their content, we can manipulate their content. I have forgot one name which is ILSpy. ILSpy, sorry, ILSPY. ILSpy. So we have multiple languages, right? So ILSpy also helps us to manipulate the information of the application. Again, in DNSpy, we will be able to see the content of an application in their respective language, which are C, C++, C Sharp, or .NET. But in ILSpy, we'll be able to view the content in IL language. So it is a little bit different concept. But again, with the help of this tool, we will be able to perform the reverse engineering. We will be able to perform the manipulation. Then we have Process Explorer, Procmon, Process Hacker. So what this three tool does basically, this three tool gives us the entire idea of all the sub processes which are executed at the same time when I executed my native client applications. So let's take an example basically. So I have an XYZ type of an application. Once I click that application, it has the functionality to open a notepad, or not notepad, but it has a functionality to open a web browser. So once I clicked on that button, which will help me to open a browser, and after opening a browser, if I go ahead and open these tools, which are Process Explorer, Procmon, and Process Hyper, over there I'll be able to see that my browser is a sub part of my native client application. So this gives me a clear idea of all the different sub processes which are currently going on, or else which are currently being executed by my application, by my client application, which again at the end of the day gives an idea to a tester that yes, this sort of processes are being executed, which are either intended or which are unintended. And again, we have more tools which are red shot. So red shot is one of the tools which helps you to enumerate, which helps you to identify the common issues in your registry. We have accessnm. Accessnm is one of the interesting tools which has the capability to inform, to tell whether the access to my particular directory or particular file is available for either one user or either for every user. Access Enum has this kind of capability. Then we have PE security. PE security is nothing but a PowerShell script which has the capability to enumerate, which has the capability to identify some system level attacks or the implementation of some security pointers which are ASLR, DEP, safe SEH, whether all those things are implemented in my client native application or not. So in order to identify them, we can go ahead and use this PowerShell script, which is PE security. Then we have HXT. HXT is nothing but utility which is commonly used to identify, to enumerate the runtime memory content of a particular application. We have Echo Mirage. Echo Mirage is nothing but an alternative for Burp Suite. And with the help of an Echo Mirage, we can again intercept the client's traffic, and the same can be done with the Burp Suites as well. Then we have electronegativity and ASAR. So if my client is built upon Electron language, then we can use this automated tool, which is an electronegativity. This will gonna give me a clear cut, not a clear cut, but so many information which has this content, which will gonna tell me that the specific syntax in my Electron is either vulnerable or either not written properly. And ASR, we have this ASR. So basically, long story short, all the Electron application has the app.asr file. So, and all the content of the Electron application is stored under that file. So as I said that with the help of DNSpy application, we can, what we can do, we can do the reverse engineer of an normal client application. When we talk about reverse engineering the Electron based application, we have to go for the ASAR. With the help of this, what we can do, we can extract the content of app.asar, and over there we will get the renderer function, we will get the main.js files, and all my content will gonna be written in those files. So we can open it, we can again go ahead, we can either use the automated tools for the same, or we can manually go ahead and do the code review, which will be the headache at the end, right? And actually, I have prepared some of the demonstrations as well. So for the demonstration, I have utilized the DBT application, which many of the personnel might be aware of. And along with this, I have also used a beta fast application which was introduced by NetSPI a couple of years ago. But as I see that I don't have that kind of time strain, uh, I will be having the conversation with the person who has what do you say, the boss of the Mystico group basically. And what we'll do ahead, we'll try to post all the walkthroughs of these attacks on the YouTube channel. So make sure to watch them. All right. So yeah, now I think I would stop myself. Mhm. Yeah. All right. So let's have some quick discussion round if anyone have any questions.
Well, thank you for the talk. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Yeah, yeah. If you want, you can still do the demo as we still have some time left. As the next speaker talk is not that very long, so if you want, you can do it. But yeah,
Uh,
that's up to you.
so so sorry, I was not able to hear you properly. Can you repeat one more time?
If you want, you can do the demo right now, as the next speaker has a shorter talk, so we have still some space to do the demo if you want.
All right then. So yeah, before going with the demonstration, let's have a small 5 minute of what you can say break, or either we can have some small discussion or the Q&A session. Will that be okay? Just for 5 to 10 minutes. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, guys, feel free to ask questions. I would also love to know what you guys think about the client domain. I mean, all right. Yeah. So let's go with our demo. So I have categorized them in few of the different part. Those are the GUI part, the network traffic analysis, file systems and registries checks, assemblies identification, the memory identification, and much more. So let's have a quick look of the GUI. So let me share my entire screen. For that, I have to stop it, and I'll be sharing my entire screen now. So yeah, I hope it is visible now. All right. So for that, as I said, I have used one of the, I mean, basically I have used two applications which are DVTA and BetaFast. So I'll be going with the BetaFast first. And over here, I have done all the setups. Let me go ahead. Yeah. I've done all the setups. So now let me quickly navigate to my Windows. Yeah. All right. So here is our application. So this is how my application looks like. And again, I don't have any of the credentials. I don't know anything. But luckily we have this create user account. And if there is a user creation and if there is the login mechanism or login window present in my application, then it is one of the clear indication that yes, my application is storing that information in a database and my application is having a conversation with either one of the server or either with internet, right? So for the current scenario, what I did, I have set up all the labs internally with and for that, let me quickly check my IP address so that I can try to intercept this request. Okay, so for now, quickly navigate. Let's navigate to the Wireshark and try to see whether I'm able to view any of the credentials in Wireshark or not. So for that, let me quickly add a filter ip.addr. What's my IP address again? Come on, I don't want to. 0.101 ip.addr is equals to 101. Yeah. So this is the traffic which is going on to my server. So now let's quickly go ahead and try to perform an in general admin login. It states invalid username or password. So yes, as you can see over here, my application did send one of the request, and this request again is in API, which is /API/account/login. And is my credentials getting transferred in clear text? Yes, it is. So as you can see, my username and my password both are transmitted in clear text, which again shouldn't be the scenario. So here is one of the funny fact. You know what? As this is not the web application, so the developers will not gonna look more thoroughly whether the information is transmitting securely or not, right? As it is the thick client application, it is a system-based application. No one will gonna look for this type of misconfigurations. But you know what? Let's say that there's an attacker sitting in your network, or there's an attacker who has the access of your system. What he will gonna do? He will simply gonna start the ARP poisoning attack or the sniffing attack, and with the help of those types of attacks, they will be able to intercept, not intercept basically, they will be able to sniff all the informations, and yes, by doing so, they will be able to see what username and password you guys are using for your application, which is one of the common misconfigurations which people usually tend to neglect. I don't know why. So this was one scenario, and this was our login request. And again, but I don't know the credentials, right? And in my presentation, I stated that we have to go for much more attacks. We have to check for API based attacks. We have to check for OS based web application based attacks, right? And in my Wireshark, I was able to identify that there's an HTTP request which is getting generated for login. And yes, there is a possibility to perform XSS attack. There's a possibility to perform command injection, SQL injection attacks, and all, which is up to the tester whether he is comfortable to do so or not. So again, we will gonna have a small look of the same. But before proceeding with the attacks, let's create an account first. So over here, let me create myself as test user one. My first name, my last name should also be test user one. Sorry, my first name should be test, last name should be user one. And let's say my password is again, sorry, test test. My password should be test test slash user one. Okay. Now I have mentioned about a tool known as WinSpy and Windows Detective, right? So basically, what those tool does, it has the capability to uh, decode these strings which are available in star, right? So, but before going with the tools, let's quickly go ahead and try to copy paste it. Are we able to copy? No, we are not able to copy it, but we have the functionality to paste in the sign up option, which is wow, which is strange. Now, okay, so I'm not able to paste it. So instead of copy pasting and all other stuff, let's create an account. User must only contain alphanumerical characters. Okay, so test user one. I don't want one. Then test user. Let's create an account now. Again, no. All right. So test user one and test user one. Are we able? Yes. Now we are able to create an account. But let's go ahead and try to register with the same username and with the same password. Will we be able to do it or not? Let's see. Test user one. My first name was test, last name was user one, and my password is again test user one. So let's see. So yes, it says that test user one already exists, which means I won't be able to uh, re-register as the earlier user. But I forgot to check how it is validating my username, right? Because it stated that user one already registered. So is it making a request to a HTTP server, or is it directly going ahead and identifying the same information from the database? Let's try to identify that. So yeah, let me quickly, it is my Wireshark. Let's perform the attack. Let's perform the register sign up option again. Test user one, test user one, test user one, create account, test user one already exists. And over here, we are able to see that it is generating an HTTP request with a registered user as an endpoint. And this all are the information which are transmitted as clear text, which is last name, first name, username, and password. And what's the response? So this is our response, right? Do we have any media type? Okay, media type is text HTML. I am interested in this username test one already exists. Yeah, so here it is. Can't get where it is. Okay, so over here I am able to see that my response is username test user one already exists. So yes, now I'm able to clear the picture. I have a clear picture in my mind, like how the application currently validates the user, right? And in my presentation, I also talked about Bug Suite Echo Mirrors in order to intercept the request. So yes, let's go ahead and do that as well. So first of all, let's go ahead with our login page. But before that, let me quickly check over here. Yeah, nothing as much. So let's go ahead and try to intercept uh, the usernames and password credentials. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'll quickly fire up the Echo Mirage tool. Echo Mirage tool is nothing but one of Echo Mirage tool is a tool which has the capability to intercept the application's request, intercept the request generating from a specific application. So for that, what I have to do, first of all, I have to create a new rule which states that I have to intercept what type of uh, communication I want to intercept, whether it is outbound, inbound, or any. So I want any. I want a specific. I want to intercept the communication happening with the specific IP address, and that IP address is 192.168.0.101. And for the port, yes, port number is also important, but as of now, I am stating marking it as star mark because I'm not quite sure whether 8080, 443, 80 or any other port is currently utilized by the application or not. So let's add it. Okay, I only have 5 minutes. Yeah, so can we do this thing? Can we create a playlist for the thick line security and post it on YouTube? Will that be okay? All right. So let me quickly inject my application, which is this. It is injected. Now go. Let's go ahead and try to enter my credential test user one, and no, my application stopped working. All right. So now I also have another alternative. So now what I'm gonna do? I'll quickly navigate to my settings. In settings, I have a proxy mode, and in proxy, I'm gonna enable my burps proxy. I'm gonna fire up my burp suite, and after this, I will be able to intercept my traffic, not in Echo Mirage, but in burp suite. And again, there is one more alternative. If a user is not comfortable or if one tester is not comfortable to enable their system's proxy, what they can utilize MITM relay, and they can create a relay which basically redirects the application traffic to Burp Suite, and Burp Suite will gonna send the traffic to the server. That also can be possible. So let me change all the settings. Interception is on. Let's start the application. All right. I don't want you. Yeah. So test user one and test user one login. And as you can see, the username and password is transmitted in clear text, which is again great. And this is the cookie. Again, I'm not gonna go ahead and decrypt the cookie value. For now, I'm gonna go ahead with the basic misconfigurations. That basic misconfigurations will be to first, I'm gonna go ahead and remove the cookie value just to check whether the same information is available. No. Over here, I'm able to see that I'm not authorized. So now we have an interesting factor. The endpoint is admin, and for that I'm getting a response stating false, which means this user is currently not admin. So now let's go ahead and try to do some sort of response manipulation kind of attack. Let's open it one more time. Test user one, enter the credential, test user one, and login. Yep. Now intercept the response. Okay, this is success. Is admin. I also want to intercept the response for this. Response to this request false. I don't want false. I want it to be true. And let's forward it. And as you can see, it is pointing to the logout. That means that by doing the response manipulation, I won't be able to become an admin user. But again, as I said, we are doing the client assessment. We also have one application which is known as Snoop, SNOOP. Just a sec. Let me try to open. 1 minute. Okay, so let me quickly show you how I can become an admin user. So test user one, let me quickly log in. I don't want this. Okay, test user one, let me log in quickly. And after that, yeah. So as of now, I am not admin user. So let me quickly become an admin user. Yeah. So basically what this application does is this application will gonna give me all the hidden functionality of a particular exe applications. So these all are the functionalities which are available, and it is in a tree format, which I have to expand it manually. And by doing so, I will be able to see much more things. So yeah, let me go to the data context, and over here, as we can see, we have the admin visibility marked as hidden. So let's quickly change it to visible and navigate to the application and see whether we are able to become the admin user now. And here we are. We are able to become the admin user. Still, we have logged in with the test user account and we are able to become the admin user. And we have much more functionality. User add, delete, and many more. We can also create a user. So this is one of the basic example of how to identify hidden functionality in an client applications, which can be achieved by a tool known as Snoop, SNOOP. So yeah, I would like to pause myself over here. Let's connect next time. All right. Yes, guys. So yeah, guys. One thing, as boss clearly said, so are you guys interested in having a complete thick client demonstration to be posted on Twitch or YouTube channel? Kindly comment.
Okay, so the rest, if there are any questions, you guys can ask it now. Let's give them some seconds to type the question if they have. And if there are no questions, then yeah, we will go to the next talk in 10 minutes. I also see that finally the number has been guessed after 70 attempts. Yeah, there are only 30 attempts left. Try harder. No, sorry, it's a joke. But okay, I don't see any questions popping up, so I think it was very clear. And yeah, as I said, the demo was really, was really good. It was also very long, so yeah, I have no questions about that. It was very clear to me. Very amazing job there. So yeah, I want to thank you, the speaker, for this amazing presentation, and for the people who are watching. Yeah, we will be back in 10 minutes, and yeah, we will go to the next talk.
And thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak in front of the great audience.
Hello there, welcome to my talk, Finding Blind XSS with Import, a short talk on finding blind XSS on bug bounty programs with me, Z Shauno. Now, I will be talking quite quietly, softly a little bit, just because I've just got my son to sleep, and yeah, I don't want to wake him up. So thank you very much for having me on your conference, Mystikcon 2022. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys enjoyed the talk. So, who am I? My name is Z Shauno, that's the handle I go by. My actual name is Sean. I'm a web application hacker as well as a developer. Now, I actually started off as a developer first, so I was learning how to code websites, PHP and things like that. And then I got introduced to bug bounties around 2015, 2016, and yeah, I've stuck at it ever since, really. And I believe that anyone can start bug bounties and anyone can make a name for themselves and make some considerable money from it as well. Now, I'm currently building bugbountyhunter.com, which is aimed at helping other people get started in bug bounties. Now, this isn't just about learning about vulnerability types, but it's also about learning the approach. So, for example, we have on our membership a web application called Barker. Now, you know there's bugs on there, but the idea is to kind of teach people the frustration of what to look for, where to look for it, what to test and things like that, because that's exactly what you're going to face on bug bounty programs. Now, it's still very much a work in progress, but we don't just want to teach people about vulnerability types. I also want to help people actually get started and get involved in bug bounties. So we actually have information on there based on popular bug bounty programs, wherever people are looking, what's being found, to give people basically a little starting point, a little lead. So a massive hat tip as well to Jonathan Booman for some tips in this that he's taught me, and our great collaboration over this year, really. But I've collaborated with him since 2018, really, and he's an awesome person. Hats off to him for everything that he's achieved over the years, and yeah, it's an honour to be able to hack with him and call him my friend. So if you want to check out my HackerOne and BugCrowd profile, my username is ZShauno, literally all over. So Twitter, HackerOne, BugCrowd, Yes We Hack, and yeah, they're the only platforms I'm active on. So with who I am out the way, using the right payload. So this is absolutely fine for reflective XSS and stored XSS, where you can verify the output. However, it can actually make you miss some blind XSS on the admin panel, for example. So imagine Twitter, you give yourself a HTML payload as your name. It doesn't reflect to you, and you on your profile, you see it's not vulnerable, but it might actually reflect on the admin panel and be vulnerable. So again, this is what this talk's going to be about, with helping you find some blind XSS with the right payloads and not missing things. Now, I understand when you're testing, not every application is the same, character limitations and things like that, limits and certain things filtered and coded. But generally, the payloads that I'm going to be talking about here, the ones that I primarily try and go for, just so I'm able to confirm exactly the blast radius of this XSS payload as such. So here's literally a basic XML HTTP request to an AJAX request, basically, to send a GET request to test payload, and it's going to get the response and literally just document.write it. So imagine on test payload, there is literally just SVG onload. Now this is what you have saved. This is your input, and this is the admin panel making this request to load your profile. Now, does it execute? Let's find out. No, it doesn't. So you can see the request was successful and it's added our payload here. So SVG onload alert, but nothing has happened because SVG onload won't execute when it's added via an AJAX request, like added to the DOM via JavaScript. Effectively, it becomes DOM XSS, sort of, just based on how it's added to the page. So it's not going to execute. So what is the right payload that we should use? So actually, going back to basics of XSS, image source equal X on error, that will execute if added via AJAX. However, you can go a little bit further with it, and some admin panels, for example, if you've done pen test, you'll see this information, but it's not unheard of to have admin panels to have CSPs and some protection in place. But what a lot of them do is they simply use CloudFront. So something to use in your payload when testing is literally an invalid CloudFront URL that's not going to execute, and in turn your JavaScript will execute. But it's actually going to try and load this image. It's not going to try and just load X, and it might fail and things like that. So I always try to use that. And again, there it is. So an AJAX request is made, our image source is added to it, and it executes. So SVG onload did not execute, but the image source X did execute. So that's one thing to note. However, you'll also see that we've just got alert 0 there. Now, if you've seen and you follow Live Overflow, he's also done a great talk and video on not using just alert 0. But what's the alternative? Now, for me, import. And this is again a hat tip to Jonathan for giving me some pointers and tips, and you know what I mean, that's why collaboration is great, because not you as one person, you can't know absolutely everything, you can't remember everything and all this and that. So this is why it's good to have friends and people that you're able to talk to, discuss ideas with, and get a different point of view from it, really. So import. So it's literally going to be on error equals import and then our domain. Now I've actually missed the trailing quote mark there, that should be there. But basically what import will do is it will literally create on the DOM script source to your domain. Now this enables you to build all of your proof of concepts, because it's literally referencing your JavaScript file, so you can add whatever JavaScript code you would like in there. And the most important thing of that is we're able to capture the blind XSS. So SVG onload wouldn't have executed, so we use the image source, but instead of just literally using alert 0, which again again, most people always use and it's recommended, but simply just put in import. I mean, you're going to need a domain for this and some hosting and somewhere to put it. But again, DigitalOcean, $5 a month for one, and domains these days you can buy one dirt cheap. Like, you don't even have to have a .com, you can have whatever else these days, .info, they're dirt cheap, I believe. So for import to work, first of all, the response type must be application/JavaScript, because what import does is literally going to send a GET request as such to your domain, and you don't want it to error back with not being valid JavaScript. But as well as that, you need to be able to allow all websites to have access to it. Now, you can just use the wildcard there, which works, or you can also clean it up and add whatever origin is sending a request to your domain. Now, they are the headers that you're going to need, but not only that, but you're also going to need the JavaScript code here, and fill in your domain with a link to your JavaScript file. So what's going to happen is it's going to import your domain, send a GET request to it, everything's okay, and then it's going to essentially execute this JavaScript. And then what that will do, as you can see there, we've got document.createElement source, so it's literally going to create source to your domain. So for not using alert, we were able to go and, we've now got a link to our JavaScript file, we can make full proof of concept, and we can capture exactly where that blind XSS may have executed. Some alternative payloads. So obviously I understand not all web applications are the same, certain things won't work and things like that. But actually when an iframe onload is added via the DOM, an AJAX request, then it will actually execute as well as input. Not too sure if there's any more, because there's probably others that are added, but you want something that's going to execute automatically. So like onload always executes, on focus with the autofocus. On mouse over and things like that would work, but that's going to require some user interaction. Ideally, you want your payload to execute automatically with no user interaction. So with that said, let's look at some blind XSS finds. So for me, I prefer manual hacking, because I like to be able to see the feature that's in front of me, understand the request, see what's reflected, how things work, and get my head around it and trying to think, how has a developer built this as such. So you can find blind XSS again from smuggling them in user agents, referrers, and things like that. If you're automating things and you have scripts, then by all means go ahead, do this. But when it comes to features, so I'll give you some examples. One, again, if you can control the input. So again, imagine, I believe one bug bounty hunter got banned from program, I believe, because he was able to set his name as an XS payload. He went and spoke to support and asked them, he had a problem with his account, can they look into it? And the XSS executed. I believe they classed it as social engineering. Now, for me personally, in current times, with people finding bugs and being responsible, I don't really view that as social engineering, that you're being responsible about this and you're going to send the bug into them if it executes. You're not being malicious about this. You could be a genuine user with a problem with your account and messaging them. So wherever you're able to control the input, then, for example, again, imagine you've got a Twitter profile, you can make a Twitter post and you can go report that. Now, again, somebody's got to review that. So it could be worth reaching out to the security team and saying, hey, Ken, what's the testing around this, any rules and things like that around making some content and then reporting it and things like that. They may say, yeah, go ahead. They may even be able to assist you and say, well, pass me some IDs, we can look into things. Not only that, but when it comes to purchasing things, now obviously if it costs a lot of money, then don't do it as such. But if it's quite cheap, below £10, whatever currency you're in, then you're making an order, right? And order information, billing information, all that's always stored, isn't it, and reflected back somewhere. So you could make an order with XSS in certain places, and then if you then want to refund it and things like that, who knows where it may execute. Not only that, but features that kind of require approval. So if you're testing on bug bounty programs that have big scope, sometimes you'll find a certain service that requires approval to sign up to. Basically, you can sign up and enter all your information, but to actually get access to it, somebody's got to approve it. So, or whatever else is available on the website. So this feature, somebody is going to be looking at this information. Again, test all the parameters and things like that, because you don't know what is going to be reflected back to them. Now, I've seen on a lot of cases, user agent, browse, like a bunch of browser information sometimes is reflected on the page to potentially detect dupe accounts, fraud, and things like that. It's just like analytics, isn't it, for them? So that's for me personally. Now, there's lots of bug bounty programs out there which are wide scopes, lots to play with. So maybe a Christmas challenge for some people over the Christmas period when you've got some time is literally sit here and think about a company that's got a bug bounty program, or even a responsible disclosure if you just want to have a bit of fun, and think about some stuff that may require approval or something you can buy, and see what payload you can get in there. Because using the image source payload along with importing your domain, who knows where it will execute. You will be surprised actually at how simple sometimes some findings can be. I'm not even joking. I've had some in the past where literally I just put my first name as an XS payload and executed. There's not a lot of skill, in my opinion, required for that. And that's also where I believe a lot of companies should probably find some of these issues themselves, but it is how it is. So just to give you some examples where other people, again, have just used the features that are literally in front of them. This one right here is the contact form on Top Coder program, and he literally just submitted blind XSS payload in his first name, his last name, company and description field. So I'm not quite sure which one was vulnerable here. It doesn't mention, but I'm guessing potentially all of them or just a few. And if you actually scroll down, they mention they completely redone the back end for it, but again, that was literally from using the contact form and just entering some XSS payloads. If you're literally entering just on error alert, then it's going to execute for the admins, but you're not going to know it's executed, are you? So another example is this one is demonstrating the user agent, which was found by HarrySec. It was 5 years ago, but again, you can still find these things out there. This was a blind XSS in MobPub Marketplace admin production. So he literally just set the user agent to his XSS payload, and he had it execute on sentrytest.mopub Now, actually, when I was scrolling on this report, I noticed that it was closed. This goes back to what I mentioned earlier about social engineering. Bug triage Michael. After internal discussion, we do not feel this report is eligible for this program, as the attacker must get Twitter staff to view malicious content. Social engineer Twitter staff is out of scope per program rules. But what is stopping an attacker from setting this payload and then one day someone at Twitter accessing this for whatever reason? Like, why? Do you know what I mean? It's not social engineering. You're not forcing somebody to view this. It goes back to what I was saying, where if you believe you were able to get blind access somewhere, the company would appreciate you probably if you reached out and said, hey, could you verify this potentially? Like, it depends what the companies are like, whether they have like Slack channels and things like that for you to interact with them. But in this case, I don't know, maybe potentially somebody viewed it. Naturally, I don't know. So I'm not quite sure of that reply, but you can see it did get reopened with quite a small bounty. I'm not quite sure why. So what did that say? Oh no, it's just talking about disclosure. So the last one is the blind access in admin panel on Rockstar Games. So I don't understand. I've not tested them much on Rockstar. I have a little bit with Nahamsec, so I'm not quite sure what this feature does. But it seems that there's some sort of JSON request here. Well, submits it to a JSON file endpoint, and you're able to put an XSS payload in your name, which is here. And then it says here that it executed on internal Rockstar Games domains. So let's actually read what this is. The way this worked was that an attacker would submit a malicious XSS payload in an input field, but cannot really see it being exploited anywhere unless the malicious payload gets triggered internally within Rockstar after an admin views the comments to approve or disapprove. Yeah, so that goes back to what I was saying with stuff that might need approval and things like that. There was no social engineering involved. It seems like, I mean, Rockstar Games is a good program. Quite a small bounty for, again, blind access. A lot of blind access is usually rated critical depending on where it's executing, but usually executing XSS on internal domains and on internal networks and things like that is usually considered critical. But yeah, there's 3 simple examples again where using the right payload in the right place can yield you great results. So yeah. So I hope you've enjoyed my talk. You can tweet at me right now if you want, at ZShauno, with your questions, and I'll be around to answer them. I am also going to do a little giveaway of some Bug Bounty Hunter memberships. So one of your questions randomly, I'll pick 5 of your questions, and at random, I'll reply to all the questions, but 5 people that ask questions, I'll gift you with some membership if you'd like it. You don't have to join it if it's something you're not interested in. You just want to ask me a question, you're free to say, pass it on to somebody else. Just let me know. But yeah, again, like I say, I hope you've enjoyed my talk. It's just a little bit about some blind XSS stuff, because I've actually been hacking over the last 7-8 months non-stop, and I've missed a few bugs where I've gone back because simply I've been using SVG onload. Now I believe this can be from me getting a bit complacent with my testing. You get a bit used to, I'm just going to test this payload, see what happens. You look for it reflected. But I want to be able to get complacent with a payload that I know is always going to execute no matter what conditions, like AJAX requests are happening, things like that, and I'm not going to miss anything. So that's kind of why I made this talk, to give people also a little nudge and be like, are you making sure you're using the right payloads? So actually, before I end this, I also just want to say, I know people probably sat there saying, well, you could use a polyglot payload and things like that, but a lot of polyglot payloads, which I mean it includes all conditions to try and definitely make sure it executes, they're quite long. They include a lot of characters, and for me, I feel like WAFs and filters and things like that are going to pick that up. You might get lucky and yeah, it might work, but for me, I like trying to pinpoint what I'm more than likely going to execute and what's going to work, and try and work around that. Because not only that, but when you're looking in like the HTML file and the DOM at what's been reflected for you right on the page, so let's say for example they printed your name and all that in JavaScript variables, chances are the admin panel is built the same, because the people that built the main website also built the admin panels. People code very similar all the time, so chances are the way things are reflected for you, like the conditions where they are, it might just be in an input, might be in a JavaScript variable, might be in like a text area, things like that. Chances are it's relatively the same for them. So again, I hope you've enjoyed this talk. Any questions, feel free to answer me. And yeah, take care everyone, and happy hacking.
Well, thank you, Sino, for your amazing talk. It was very clear. I really enjoyed it, and I hope the people who are watching also enjoyed it. Yeah, as you can see on the slide, if you have any questions regarding blind cross-site scripting or something else you want to ask him, you can reach out to him on Twitter and he will ask you. And of course, the first 5 people who asked him a question, they will win a lifetime membership to his bug bounty training platform. And of course, we also give away 4 times lifetime bug bounty training platform access. So with that said, we are going to the next speaker, but first we have a short break, about 5-10 minutes, and then we will go to the following speaker. And keep an eye on the chat, because the next giveaway will start soon. So thank you for watching, and thank you, Sino, for this amazing presentation. everyone, welcome back. We have the next speaker waiting to start. As you can see on the screen, the topic will be securing sensitive information in microservice. And this time we do not have one speaker, but we have two speakers. And they will, of course, speak together. So, yeah, enjoy the talk, sit back, relax, open your mind, and open the learning curve. So, have fun.
Hello everyone. This session we will share knowledge about how to securing sensitive information in microservices. So before that, we will introduce ourselves. Okay, next. Who we are? My name is Ahmad. So I have some experience in security. So I'm pen tester at pentesting.id. I'm also red teamer. Also join in DevSecOps team, co-founder Angkasa.io, and you can contact me at blacksalt@proton.com. And my companion is Romanza. He is senior DevOps at pentesting.id, also co-founder at Angkasa.io, and you can contact him at oprek@proton.me. So, what we will learn about this session. So we can learn about what is sensitive information, and then we can learn about quick introduction about microservices, and also common problem in microservices, and then introduction about Kubernetes. After it, we can learn about sensitive information handling strategy. We have 6 strategies to handle it. And what is Kubernetes secrets, and what kind of tools third party to encryption the sensitive information in microservices. Okay, so a valuable asset, the sensitive information. So the first session, we will learn about the sensitive information. Okay, most of the breach data in history usually they mismanagement to handle sensitive information. Usually they not proper because they sharing sensitive information, or maybe plain text in their desktop to save sensitive information. Something like Yahoo for 3 billion accounts, and Alibaba, the newest 1.1 billion user data. It's because data breaches because mismanagement about manage sensitive information. Okay. Next. So why sensitive information it's so important? Because when the sensitive data fall into the wrong data, in the wrong hand, it can lead the fraud, identity thief, and similar harm. So given the cost of a security breach, losing your customer trust, and perhaps even defending yourself against a lawsuit safeguarding personal information, something like GDPR, because it's take 2% for the revenue, because we data breaching. So why the sensitive information it's important? Because if we cannot manage it properly, we can lose revenue and impact on finance, and also brand value and reputation for the company it's can be decreased. Operational downtime, because if sensitive information breach, it can be powerful weapon to attacker, and The last is risk of legal action and litigation. It's relation with GDPR. That's why sensitive information it's must handle properly, because if not handled properly, it can be dangerous weapon to attacker. So what is the sensitive information? Sensitive information is data that must be protected from unauthorized access to safeguard the privacy or security of an individual organ or organization. There are three main types of sensitive information. The first is personal information. The second is business information. And the last is classified information. So this is three main types of sensitive information. Okay. So the sensitive information usually contain the first is DB credential. Usually the developer mount the DB credential in coding. So it's the bad one. And also API key. API key usually most of programmer mounting the API key without the encryption in coding. And then user data like name, birthday, address, credit card, account number, etc. And the last is encryption key, because sensitive information contain most powerful information like the DB credential, API key, user data, and encryption key. If we cannot manage properly, it make attacker can enter anywhere in microservices. Next. Okay, meet the swarm, the microservices. Okay, microservices overview. So microservices is an architectural style that structure an application as a collection of services that are highly maintainable and testable, loosely coupled, independently deployable, organizes around business capabilities, and usually microservices owned by a small team. So usually microservices it's from monolith, and then from monolith it's slicing to be a microservice. So the first one API monolith, it can be microservices. We slice per the smallest service to be microservice. Okay. Next, the most question is, are microservices more secure than monolith? Usually, well, the size and complexity of an application determine its risk profile. Oftentimes, microservices architecture is more secure than a monolith application, because since the microservices are decoupled, vulnerability are often limited to a particular component rather than impacting the overall application. So if attacker can enter the monolith system, they can take over all the system. But in microservices, if attacker can enter one service, to jump to other service, it's little difficult. So that's why microservices is independent each other. So to jump force one service to other service, it's a little difficult. So that's why microservices oftentimes more secure than monolith application. Okay, so this is the key about what different about monolith and microservice. The first one, for the design, monolith is simple. It's so simple to design because all the service in one API, and microservices is more complex because we must define the smallest service to be independent service. And for availability, monolith is low availability because if crash, its service is down. But microservices have high availability because if one service down, they are independent and not defect to other service. And team size to deploy for monolith is need a big team, but for microservices need a small team. For data flow, monolith consistent and microservices has a dynamic data flow. And for effort starting, monolith it's little because it's simple, but microservices is a little high effort because we must define each service. And for development effort, monolith more difficult and microservices is easy because in starting effort we was define the service. So for the develop next it's easier. And for the technology, monolith it's static, it's long term, and microservices is dynamic technology. And for the scaling, monoliths it's uniform scaling and microservices it's independent. And for the service integration, monolith based on function call, microservices based on API call by remote procedure call. And for deployment, monolith it's single deployment, microservices can be partial deployment depend on the service. So because the microservices is independent, so the deployment is also independent and can be partial to into DevSecOps. So that's a big difference about monolith and microservices. And then next we will learn about container orchestration. So usually microservices based in Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a container orchestration system that's perfect for automating the management, scaling, and also deployment of microservice application. Kubernetes, a very popular framework that allow to manage hundreds or maybe thousands of container at production scale because it's little easier use Kubernetes. And Kubernetes originally created by Google to manage all their company container and cloud service. And then Kubernetes released as open source by the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So if we talk about microservices, it's a lot talk about Kubernetes because usually microservices deploy on Kubernetes. Okay. Okay. So we will learn about strategy about securing sensitive information in microservices. Okay.
Okay. For the next, we will talk about the strategy of securing sensitive information in microservice. There are five scenarios that we can talk today about
sensitive information handling strategy. The first one is hard coding sensitive information. The first one is the bad one. The second is traditional ENV file, and the third and fourth we will learn about how to apply the secret information in Kubernetes properly. And the next, we will learn about data encryption with Ansible fault. Okay, for this scenario, you can get the source code at our repository. Okay, and next we will go to the first one, the hard-coded sensitive information. The hard-coded sensitive information may be the bad practice, but it's the most frequently vulnerability that we can found in the real world, especially for the big company that hire the new developer. The hard coding sensitive information such as password, API key, servers, IP address, or encryption key that the most frequently found in the code. Anyone have this information, yeah, can be modified or discover the sensitive information. Okay, we will demo this one. Okay, this one is here we have a simple Python application that return the API, the secret information we declare inside. So first one we will okay, we will running as Docker for sure. Okay. Okay. The Python is already running at port 880. If we curl to the port, okay, we will get the return of this secret information. The secret information already had coded like this. This really that this like dumb way to die, but it's most frequently we found at the real world. Okay, okay, the next one. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, next one is a traditional.env file. This is really traditional method to secure our secret information or sensitive information that at least we use we write at code we use the TNV that to store the sensitive data as password, API key, or etc. That told not to return directly at code like the previous one. So this is really simple. We will demo it. So okay. The second one is the second one we have the env like here that contain API user or an API password. This is simple. So and we have the simple Python application like values But in this time, we use the decouple to read our .env file. So we load the env like this API config API user that will load the API user from this env file. Okay. Will run as Docker like previous one. Okay, and if we call the localhost activity, we will get the return sm as the .env file. If we okay, like this. Okay, the first and the second is very traditional, so this is a very standard method. Okay, and the next we'll learn about how to apply this secret information or sensitive information in microservice, especially in Kubernetes application. So we will talk about Kubernetes secret first. So Kubernetes secret is object, the Kubernetes object that contains small amount of sensitive data such as a password, token, or key, and uh, that when using a secret mean you don't need to include confidential data in your application code or application container. So we don't need to include our main .env to our container or our application code directly when we build the Docker, because the Kubernetes secret will inject the secret when we running that container in our Kubernetes cluster. There is three way to use the Kubernetes secret. The first one is file, like the TNC or like the config. We we will mount this file of that content in Kubernetes secret to our container. Usually this method we use when we store the config or the confidential file in our Kubernetes secret, and we want to inject to our container. So we need use Kubernetes secret as a file. The second one is container environment variable that we inject the Kubernetes secret to our container as an system environment variable. And the last is a specific file by other service like Kubernetes or API gateway. Usually we use the third method for like SSL certificate or Docker registry credential to pull the image from the private registry. So, but there is a warning or concern that in Kubernetes secret that Kubernetes secret are by default stored unencrypted in our API server. So if the attacker can access our Kubernetes cluster, that means the attacker can retrieve or modify a secret. So in this section, we will talk about how to deliver the Kubernetes secret, but not how to protect the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, the first one is .env file mounting. In this method, we will mount our .env file in Kubernetes secret to our app in container. So this method will mount the env file in Kubernetes secret to our pod container. Kubernetes secret can be referenced by multiple pods. So you don't need to create many Kubernetes secrets for many pod or many service because Kubernetes secret can be mounted or be read by any pod or any container. Okay, so let's go to the code. So here I use okay, let me clean my cluster first. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, let me delete this thing first. Okay, the console is clean. Okay, in this the in this method we have the env file. So the first we need to convert the env this env file to be our secret deployment file like this. I have a little script, I'm sorry, little script to do this automatically. In the script, we will convert the env file to basic-before data, and then we will inject to our secret. Okay. First, we will change this first. My pass. Okay, like this. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, our secret already updated with a new .env file. So we need to deploy this script to our cluster. We will apply to our Kubernetes cluster. So here you go. We already create the env file secret. The name of secret is env file secret. Name set is mytc. And this secret is already in our cluster. So we can as we talked before that Kubernetes secret is by default stored unencrypted in our API server. So if you can access the cluster like this, you can decrypt or decode the secret like this. This is the secret we have. Okay. Now how to mount this env file in our secret to our deployment or our container. So we need to create our deployment file like this, and we need to mount the secret to our container. in our container stack. So we create the new volume one like this. Give the name. Its name is randomized. It's not. There is no any rule to the name, so you can give the name the DMP or etc. We need to fill the mount path. In our image, the code is on the directory code like this. So we will mount the env in our secret before and our secret in to the code slash .env like this. And as default, the column one is to mounting the directory. So we must specify subset subset, because without this subset, the TNT will create as a folder, not as a file. Okay, and this is our volume definition. This is our volume amount, and this is our volume definition. Volume definition that env it must be same, and the secret reference is env file secret that we create before, and the item, the key is the env, and the path env like this. It must be same. Okay, we will deploy the container. First we must put, okay, the pod is empty, and we will deploy this first. Okay. We successfully to deploy our deployment. So here we have our deployment with a random name, and for test this deployment, we need to port forward our port to our localhost for testing. So we will to port 8080. Okay. Okay, I will test to curl to our localhost, and we get the secret that we inject before. Will be same. Okay. Okay, we back to our presentation. So this is the explanation. The first, we convert the API, the ENV to this 64 and inject to our secret like this, and we define the volume and volume one in our deployment. And how to update the secret? Kubernetes secret as a file mounting is update automatically, so we don't need to redeploy or restart our container or our pods or our deployment. So we will try. I will try to change this password, maybe my random name. Okay, and I will redeploy this secret. Okay, convert first, This is converted and they deploy the secret. So okay, the secret is already deployed. Okay, already updated. Right. So we'll call again. Okay. So I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's try to get this thing. Okay, why it's not changed? This password is still the same. Maybe maybe we can try to go out first. Okay, go. Oh, I see. First we need to okay. I did. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. We have a new password. I think we need to roll out this deployment first. But yeah, we need to roll out the deployment first to get the new password because this port is just one replica. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we will do next. Okay, the next one is Kubernetes secret as a key value env that we will to inject to the system env in our container. So in this method we don't want the env file to our application, but we map the Kubernetes secret key, Kubernetes secret to our env system env. In this method, multiple pod can reference the same secret too. Okay, we'll try to do this. Okay, let me delete this first. Okay, yeah, let me delete this first for clean the cluster. Okay. So we will do the env file, env injection for the for our deployment. So first, in our when we first we will create the secret, and you can specify the data in the secret as a string data or plain text, or in basic before encrypted format, like this. The two methods, the two is will be same. Okay. We'll try to. Here we have two examples. That one is encrypted one. So this will be a data, and the second one is a string data that not encrypted or plain text. Okay, we will apply the plain one. Okay, so we need to see our secret. Okay, that's the env. This is the env that I will create before. The name is env secret, and the content is we can decode this one. The content is will be sent like this. Okay. So like before, we need to create our deployment to consume our secret. And in this deployment, we don't need to mount the env file or env in the secret, but we just need to mapping the env or to our secret key reference. For example, we map the API user for reference the secret of env secret, and the key is API user. So this secret will be mapped to this thing. Oh, sorry, to this thing, to this one. Okay. We'll try to deploy this. I'm sorry. Okay. Our deployment is already running, so we will do port forward and testing out our deployment. Okay, cool. And this is the code. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this code is already same with our secret deployed before. If you need to update the secret, we need to redeploy the secret first and restart the deployment after the deployment to secret. For example, I will change this API user new one, and I will redeploy the secret, and I will draw out the deployment to to get the new secret. To get the new secret. Okay, the pod is restart, and we need to report forwarding. Okay, and retest turn up, and this container already made to our new secret. Okay, okay, the next okay, next. Okay, the vulnerability of the three or the of number 3 or number 4 is we have the unencrypted script like this. So this will be a vulnerability for to the data breach. So we need to encrypt this thing for more secure. So we will use the Ansible fault. So Ansible fault is a set of software tools that enable infrastructure as code and provide a simple but powerful automation. And in Ansible code, there are Ansible faults that encrypt variable and files. You can protect sensitive content as password or key that leaving it visible as plain text or in playbook or source or our deployment file like before. So this is a step of our when we use Ansible fault. We will create the template variable and fault, and these three things will be running as in our Ansible playbook to deploy our secret and our deployment directly. Okay. Time over. Okay. Like this. We will create the new Ansible fault like this. Ansible fault create fault.yaml. You can find the code in our repository, like I informed before. The content is like this in YAML API user blah blah blah, and this will be encrypted like this. So if you don't have the encryption key or encryption password, you can decrypt this, or you can running the playbook, because the playbook defend the fault and the fault defend the our password. Okay, this is our playbook or template. I'm sorry, our deployment and our template that refer to the fault we create before. Okay, we can deploy the playbook like this. As the playbook secret and we pass the fault password to running this playbook. Okay. Because the time is up, maybe we will learn about ethical fault in next time. This is extra security for Kubernetes to secure the Kubernetes secret, and maybe we will talk about ethical fault next time. But we will talk quick the quick introduction of Hashicorp Vault can be used as our third-party service or extend service that we install in our Kubernetes cluster to store the sensitive data like the password or like API key. It can be the extension of our Kubernetes secret. So the Kubernetes secret will be automatically get the new secret from the Hashicorp file. So we don't need to redeploy like step or like method 3, 4, and 5. So this will be our automation in our sensitive data handler. There's two methods to use Hashicorp in our Kubernetes secret, in our Kubernetes cluster. The first one is sidecar secret that will be mount the volume to our application pod with directly. So we don't need the pod don't need to call the Kubernetes secret anymore, because the application pod will call the vault server directly or vault server service in our Kubernetes cluster directly. And the second one is CSI provider. This is a little bit complex, but little bit secure than the first one. In the CSI, the secret is not mount to the application pod as a volume, but as a system environment like we tried before. But this is from the vault server, not from the Kubernetes secret. Okay. Any question?
Well, thank you for the amazing presentation. Thank you for the
Okay,
amazing
if any
presentation. And yeah, it was really interesting. And if there are people who are watching at this moment and perhaps have any question, now is the time to ask the question. You can put your question on Discord or Twitch or YouTube, whatever you prefer. And yeah, you can ask everything to one of those two guys. So let's give them a minute to type their question if they have any question. Let's see. I see they are still trying to guess the number, but I don't see any questions. Let me check. YouTube also, nothing. Discord, no. Last call for questions. If there are any questions, then now is the time to ask your question. You don't need to be scared. You can ask anything. I see they are all busy trying to guess the number, but no, I don't see any question.
okay. If
Well,
any question, you can contact me every time. We will try to share knowledge about what we know to the securing sensitive information in microservice.
well, thank you. For those who are watching, you heard him. If you still have a question, perhaps popping up today, later, tomorrow, then you can always reach out to one of those two guys. Yeah, I want to thank you both for the talk. For the people who are watching, we are back in 10 minutes with the next talk. So for now, yeah, take care and see you in 10 minutes. So let me guys, welcome back. We have the next talk. If everything works. Yes, we have the next speaker ready. It will be our John S. Ture, if I announce it correctly. And he will talk about hacking IDOR, or Insecure Direct Object Reference, if I announce it correctly. So I will no longer hold you. I wish you amazing time with the next talk. Hope you enjoy it. Sit back, relax, open your mind, and learn new things. So enjoy and have fun.
Viewers, and welcome to the Mystikcon Annual Conference 2022. And I know you guys are having a great time and you're learning a lot since the starting of this conference. And Mystikcon is a great community for cybersecurity beginners, so people who want to get into cybersecurity. And it's a great, let me say, it's a great mentor team, because they will take you through step by step. If you have difficulties, you ask, they will assist you. And if you have like you have questions, and they will give you resources, materials. And it's a great community, and it has been helping a lot lately since the start of Mystikcon. Okay, so I want to welcome you to my talk, which is hunting insecure direct object references, we normally call IDOR, and which is a popular known vulnerability in the cybersecurity domain. And it's rated as a critical vulnerability, which can lead to So before I go further, I want to tell you a bit about myself, so that you know my background. I'm Jonas Ture. I'm from Sierra Leone. I studied computer science at the University of Makeni, and I started a career as a Angular and Spring Boot senior developer, and I have contributed to a lot of projects, both local and international. And I've been working with a lot of clients lately, and I've been successful in that position. But in the past years, I had an interest in cybersecurity because I was curious to learn. So I decided to go in, and on my way, finding resources, finding communities to learn, and I came across Mystikcon, which helps me with the right decisions for me, the position, the career, the path that I should follow. They guide me, and it's really really good to me. And so they help me to build my foundation. After I've been with them now for 3 years, I think. Yes, 3 years. And they're great, as I can say. So I started a career in the cybersecurity as a pen tester. I've worked with a lot of clients, and both home and abroad too, and I've been successful in that position. So I, with curiosity, and let me say, because I don't want to leave my web developer skills, so and I want to also continue with the cybersecurity because it has been interesting to me, and so I decided to switch to a position which is application security engineer. So making use of my software engineering skills and cybersecurity pen testing skills. So I decided to go into application security. So now I'm a application security engineer. So I also take bug bounty and CTF as my part-time job, the only thing I do, because it's really helping me and to develop my skills and to learn new things. Anytime I play CTF, anytime I do bug bounty, I discover new things, I come across new things, and I learn new things. So that's why I take it as my part-time job to do. I do bug bounting on bug crowd and integrity. They have really great bounty programs, and they have I like them, so I decide to do bounting there. And I also play CTF, capture the flag games on offensive security practice labs, offensive security proof ground labs. Yeah, and I also do play CTF or CTFs on CTFs from Mystikcon. Mystikcon. We have a CTF platform, and I also play CTFs from Hack the Box, which is a popular CTF platform, and they have great content resources. I think that's the basic thing I can say about myself. And I go online by the name Jerick Montana. You can find me online, and you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. This is this URL, this link, and or you can go to LinkedIn and search Journalist Touré. Then you can send me a connection request. Okay. So the expression for this talk. So what inspired this talk? The expression for this talk is for beginners to have understanding of IDR, insecure direct object reference, and to be able to hunt and exploit them. Also, when they come across them, whenever they come across them. And the objective here is for beginners to be able to identify and to be able to have a basic knowledge on how to prevent these vulnerabilities from happening in the wild. What is insecure direct object reference? We normally call it IDOR. We said this means you get access to something which is not intended to be accessible to you, or you perform a certain action on a web application which you're not supposed to do. For example, you log in with a user account in the application, all of a sudden you're able to get admin privileges on a web application, and that is what we call IDOR. If you found a vulnerability on a web application like that, it's an IDOR. And technically, it's an access control issue that occurs when an application uses supplied input to access directly to access our object directly without any validation checks to see if the request is made from its intended users or not. So these vulnerabilities is in two folds, which it's related to horizontal and vertical privilege escalation. So this vulnerability is becoming popular in the cybersecurity community. So you can go in for bug bounty programs. You can find them there too. Here is how IDOR vulnerability works. Let's take a look at this endpoint. Let's say this is a real world scenario. We are visiting a bank site which uses this endpoint to reveal sensitive information to access our account. So how we are able to manipulate these to able to get IDOR vulnerability is now Whenever you see an endpoint like this, what comes to your mind, what things you should test for is an idle. Try to enumerate these values, changing these values to see if you can get access to another user account by changing the value in the API. So now, as you see here, the attacker sends a request using this the endpoint, then the database will respond back to our information. So now how we can able to test, now we are going to test for the idle by making another request again, but changing those values from 1 2 3 4 to 1 2 3 5. Then we are enumerating, and we can see we want to see if we want to know if we change this value one step, or you can increase it or you can decrease it. You can just change one value at a time to see if you can get access to information that's to another user's account. So whenever you send a payload like this, you change 1 2 3 4, and we now using 1 2 3 5. And if we're able to see another user account, that means this is a broken access and it's an idle vulnerability. So I'm encouraging you to go out there, look for resources, and there are great resources and there are great CTF platforms which has this vulnerability, so you can play around with them and you will be grounded there. Now we are talking about, let's look at the 4 common types of IDOR in a while. Since IDOR can be encountered more frequently in headers or API than in the address bar of a user browser, so these are the places where you can find IDOR more frequently. And we cannot say people are not using it, developers are not using this IDOR, because since most websites are now more dynamic, so developers may continue to utilize this IDOR in some capacity. So we are looking at the 4 common types of IDOR here. We have database key, and we have query parameters, and we have a user or session ID, and we have a file name. So these are the 4 common types of IDOR that you may encounter. Now, how we identify this IDOR? Developers, they have trouble. People may have trouble locating and resolving these IDOR vulnerabilities, because these vulnerabilities are harder to find. They are harder to detect. They are not easily found like some other vulnerabilities that we know in the cybersecurity world, the pen testing world, which can easily be detected by using tools and techniques like code analysis and automated scanning. Here is different. For IDOR, you need to manually find this application. You need to manually test this application to see if you can find this IDOR. That's why it's really difficult to find lately. So but there are many ways which you can find this IDOR vulnerabilities. One, you can perform basic testing using the built-in developer tools to search JavaScript. If you can see, you're able to manipulate any action or event that is occurring in the web application. You can also use tools, proxy tools like Burp Suite, or you can also use Zap Proxy to see if able to read request and response, to change and to manipulate data to see if anything stands out while searching for these vulnerabilities. Or you can participate in a vulnerability report program or a bounty program, which it also helps you to know, to understand, read different reports, so how other researchers are going to find these vulnerabilities, so you will learn from there. Or you can hire an external pen testing team firm to do review on critical web applications. We're going to look at the 4 types of IDOR attacks in the cybersecurity community or in the web application pen testing. Most of this IDOR operates similarly, but they only have small differences in how they are exposed or how hackers can use these vulnerabilities. Number one, these vulnerabilities, just earlier, the example I gave you, the scenario, we discover an IDOR in a web application by using URL tampering, and this is the simplest way to find these vulnerabilities and the simplest way to exploit these vulnerabilities. And it often requires you don't need to have skills like technical knowledge. You don't need to, even if you are a beginner in the pen testing world, you can discover these vulnerabilities by just testing every application that you see, like this URL and the endpoint that you see like this. So this type of attack is simple because you can just change values and change values and see if you can able to get other resources. So the second method here, the second way here is by body manipulation, and this is very similar to URL tampering, except that the attacker here in this case is modifying one or more values in the body of a document, and like instead of you do it in the URL. So this means you, like, for example, if you have a ready button or you have a checkbox functionality on your website, so you will be able to intercept the request and see what this buttons are doing. Then you change the parameters, then to see if you're able to get anything sensitive, any sensitive information. So this is how you go attack this vulnerability. We call it body manipulation. And the other one here, we have the cookie or JSON ID manipulation. So this this also, you can, in this place is also you can find IDOR there, vulnerabilities in the JavaScript and JSON objects, because are both widely used behind the scenes to store and exchange data between clients and server. So these APIs deal with this JSON objects. You also send payloads and other things there. So it's really, and this JSON objects here really helps helping to make web application more dynamic. So whenever we log into a website, for example, the server may store a user or session ID instead of cookie or JSON object. So if the application contains an IDOR vulnerability, then an attacker could change these values. And we talk about the path traversal, which is also called directory traversal. It's a unique technique of IDOR vulnerability that an attacker can leverage to access or manipulate files or folder directly on the web server. So this is a level deeper than other type of IDOR attacks because it allows direct access to file systems resources instead of database record. So it is very bad because it can gives you access to configuration files and credentials that are stored in the on the server, or you can also get a reverse shell on the server by just uploading a script and execute it, then boom. So this is why this path traversal is very, very dangerous attack. So now we look at the impact of how this the impact of this IDOR vulnerability. The impact of IDO here. So although IDO vulnerabilities can be easily exploited, and the result of this kind of attack could severe if application is vulnerable to an IDO. But here we just gonna give you a few. I'm just gonna give you a few ways an IDO may affect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data in a company. If a web application is vulnerable to this kind of attack, number one, we're looking at the confidentiality, how an IDO can impact confidentiality of something. So we say if there is a successful IDO attack, it gives an attacker access to something they shouldn't be able to view. Yes, and that is why it causes impact on the confidentiality of a file. And this could be anything from a discount code or credit card details, PII, medical records, or it could be a trade secret. So that is why IDO vulnerability is very, very critical. Whenever you come across them, they have high pay bounty on bounty platforms. So you can practice this vulnerability, and you get good on it. So you're able to prevent websites from such attacks like this. So we talk about the integrity, how it impacts integrity of a file. In some cases, an attacker might be able to use an IDOR to modify data. Yeah, usually this type of attack manipulates parameters in an HTTP post request. So by changing, whenever you tamper with a data on transit, that means and you're able to get privileges, or you're able to access let's say you will never tamper data on the integrity of a data through an IDO. IDO vulnerability gives you the ability to tamper data, to modify data in any HTTP HTTP request. So in 2022, a security researcher discovered an IDO vulnerability that would have allowed an attacker to change the password of user account on U.S. Department of Defense web server. Just imagine what damage it could have caused. Attackers can use similar vulnerabilities to add unauthorized data in a database in a server, such as falsified financial information or incriminating document onto unsuspecting users. So it could be anything. So this is vulnerability is really bad. It causes so much damage. Let's talk about the availability of how it impacts on the availability of a file or of a data. IDO can also be abused to impact the availability of resources. Yeah, imagine a function in a PHP application that deletes file name without proper authorizations checks. An attacker may be able to change the file name and delete documents they don't even have access to. So now that you have the knowledge, the basic understanding of IDO and how this IDO works and how the impact it causes on a web application. So now let's look at the 4 ways, the tips. I'm going to give you 4 tips that you use to prevent this IDO vulnerabilities. IDO vulnerabilities can be prevented by avoiding direct object reference, implementing a user input validation in a web application. Number 2, you can implement UIDs, globally unique identifiers, or a random identifiers on your web application. So at least you'll be on the safer side. So we're gonna look at this steps that's involved in preventing these IDOs. So number one, here we implement you make sure that you implement proper access control and session management on the web application. You can go to the OWASP page, project page, which you can find those vulnerabilities. They coined the term insecure direct object reference, so they talk about it more. You can also find their tips also on that on their site on how you can prevent these vulnerabilities. So OWASP consider IDO to be an access control issue, and proper access control checks can be done on a web application before throwing it into production. So if those features should prevent a malicious user from being able to access or manipulate data, even when you see identifiers that are easy to enumerate. So go to the OWASP and check their websites. You can see this IDO. Check under access control. You can see IDO. Then you read about it. Then you have a deeper knowledge on how you can prevent them. And you have a lot of information there too. So the second way method how we can prevent this IDO is by avoid using direct object references. Aside from access control issues, using direct object references in your application is often considered as a sloppy coding practice. Yeah. This is especially true when it comes to sensitive data like students, employees' IDs, account numbers, and etc. It could be anything. So indirect object references often in the form of either reference maps or hashing. So this will address the IDO vulnerabilities by hiding or obfuscating the true identifier. So this identifier will remain hidden on the server side, and if the hash is used, then be sure to include a strong or unique salt as a basic hashing algorithm like MD5, or you can, or because MD5 are just easy to decode, to reverse. We talk about using GUIDs or random identifiers. So in application that use iterative or sequential identifiers or parameter values, enumerating an insecure direct object reference vulnerability is a piece of cake. It's just easy. It's a win. So if you noticed, the user ID looked something like this when you like the endpoint that I showed you earlier. Then for example, you can just go ahead and guess, then you just enumerate the values by changing the values to see if you were able to get anything that stands out. So how you do to prevent this, you just need to use a strong hash value, like here as far as like this. Whenever you're writing a codes using identifier like this, so it can make it more difficult for somebody to decipher it. Then we talk about validate. By we can avoid we can prevent idle attacks by validating user inputs. Whenever we are using user inputs in our websites, we should always check for this for what they are submitting. We should always do checks, regular checks, validations, so we will know if they are sending the correct data that we are expecting, which this server is expecting. So user input validation can help to mitigate a wide number of security issues too. So apart from IDOR, so it can also help to fix, always do user input validation in your application that you're building. So far so good. As we're approaching the end of the talk, and I know you having a great time with this talk, and I hope you have got prior knowledge, basic concepts of how you can go through these vulnerabilities. So you can check out another resources that will help you too, and to learn, and also you stay updated. So thank you once again for your time, and as you continue to listen to other speakers, because we have a lot of speakers that are coming for the talk. So you just need to stay tuned and have a great day.
Well, thank you for the amazing talk, John S.T. Ture. Yeah, if you have any questions regarding his talk, oh, that's my neighbor who is making some noise. But if you have any questions, then you can also reach out to him. He is in the Discord server for Mystikcon, so you can always reach out to him. He is in the Telegram group, so you can also reach out to him there. He shared his LinkedIn profile, so yeah, if you have any questions, please forward it to him. Yeah, we have a 10 minutes or a little bit longer than 10 minutes because we are a little bit too early break. So I hope to see you in about 10-15 minutes. I will start the next prize giveaway. Give me a second, I will start the prize giveaway. This time it will be lifetime access to the bug bounty platform from Sino. So if you always wanted to learn about bug bounty or want to dive deeper into bug bounty, then this is your opportunity. And I hope to see you all in about 10-15 minutes. So thank you for your patience and hope to see you then. Hey guys, welcome back. It's the next section. The speaker is already waiting. The next section will, it will start. And the topic will be what is Can Analyze 2.0, the new car hacking tool. So, hope you all will enjoy it. Sit back, relax, open your mind, and start learning. So, wish you all very much fun. And yeah, I will stop talking, so just enjoy it.
I would like to welcome you to Mystikcon 2022 and my talk, obviously. And yeah, let's get dive into my talk. So the tool name is Canalize 2.0, and the tagline is the vehicle network analysis and attack tool. And obviously, I would love to share with you guys how you can use it with hacking in the new age. How will help you, and we will go through the tool a brief way so that you will use it in your car hacking journey. So I would love to give a little quick acknowledgement. Many of the images used here are not created by me, and obviously the credit goes to the owners of the images. And these are my views or opinions from my learnings of car hacking. So if I miscommunicate any information wrongly and all, I am very sorry for that. I would love you to correct to me. And using this tool, you might be able to control certain functions, not the vehicle, depending upon how those functions are implemented and what is the architecture and all, but not the entire vehicle. Is it? No, I'm not going to give you some kind of exploit where you just run it in your systems and you can connect to any freaking car. No, no, that's not going to happen. So it is definitely going to help you, but I just want to give you a disclaimer in beforehand. So a little bit about me, so a little bit of shameless self promotion. So I'm Karthik. I'm the same guy you're looking on the screen right now, and I work as an associate IoT security researcher at Paya2, and I do look into automotive and IoT security stuff, VAPT and stuff. I've been a speaker at DEF CON, Black Hat, Cocoon, Seasides, Besides, and lot of community villages also. And mostly I'm a community volunteer. I would love to open source all the works and learnings I'm doing through blogs or through talks like these ones. So this is mostly about me in a very nutshell. So the main thing is like the tool name itself is Canalize, and we are going to focus on this protocol named Canvas. So first, let's go from the scratch, some from the basics. Why do we need a protocol like this? So if you can direct your attention to the right side of the screens, there are two pictures with two same vehicle up and down. One is wired like a hell lot of wires, and third one is a very simple wiring, which is enlarged here in the right side, obviously. So the main concept of why bringing a protocol such as Canvas, when we already have a lot of protocols which will help you in transmission, wireless, wired, and everything, is reliability and faster rates. So let's say if your car has certain features like if you just click on a button, it'll open a door for you. If you click on a button, it'll pull out songs for you from your connection, Bluetooth connected phone, and all this kind of stuff. The more and more the cars are going in the future, the more and more luxuries we are adding. So definitely we are bringing data consumptions and data, basically computations into the vehicle. And for those, we do need a lot of data being transferred from one point to other point. And the part when 1980s, basically back in 1980s, 1990s, the cars became suddenly much more efficient than what it used to be. And this is all from one protocol called Canvas. And also very little physics. If you want transfer something, we are currently using copper wires, and the more copper wires you use in your car, the more weight it is going to create, the dead weight. And the more weight is your vehicle, the less efficiency, fuel efficiency it's going to give you. So yeah. The reason why people came up with Canvas is like back engineers back at Robert Bosch, they came up with this protocol. So it will basically help you
Recording in
reduce the wiring.
progress.
This
For,
meeting is being recorded.
for example, if you want to connect 10 sensors, 10 actuators, and 2 3 control units, let's just call the blue boxes as control units. So if you want to connect all these things, and you want to make sure every sensor, every actuator, and every control unit are synchronized with other, basically you will get a wiring something like, right side top, aware of wiring. Obviously copper will increase, obviously dead weight will increase, obviously efficiency will decrease. And I'm very sure like you don't want to buy a car which is very less efficient for fuel. So once you bring CAN bus, it is going to solve all of your problems. You can control, locally you can connect all the sensors and actuators to the control units, and you can connect all the control units of a CAN bus for data communication. You might ask, why CAN bus? There are a lot of other serial protocols, SPI, I2C. Why do we only need CAN bus? So another important part when we look into vehicles is, whenever you slam your brake, even though it is being controlled by some electronic chips in the background, you want that to happen immediately. You don't want some unit to calculate a hash key or encrypt that information, send it to some server and get that from back some server. This is not a web browser or something we are looking at. We can't put like certificate based things. You do cryptographic functions before you execute slamming the brakes and all. It's a split second decision, right? So when you are about to hit an obstacle, you would literally slam the brake or turn your steering. So those things you need to get it done in split second. So basically the reasons why CAN bus is like, it is reliable, and it is not having any security, and third thing is like it is very fast. So the middle point, it is not having any security. That is what it makes more terrible, even though being used in modern day cars such as Teslas and stuff. So in automotive industry, like CAN, there are many other protocols, but we are focusing on CAN because it is most widely used, and the tool is obviously based upon CAN protocol. And one of the main reasons what happens in CAN is like non-destructive data handling. So when 2 3 control units are trying to send data at the same time, it is not going to destroy all the frames and send only one frame. It is going to keep them on hold and send it the other data accordingly on priority. We'll talk about priority in a bit. And basically it's like a twisted pair of wire. You don't need to have all those heavy wiring. You just need to connect a twisted pair to all the control units, and they can talk synchronously in a centralized fashion, not the decentralized way. It's a centralized way. So basically each other control unit trust other messages which are coming up on the bus. And can transmit up to 1 mbit per second, and low speed CAN bus are from 125 kbits per second. So in general in the industry they use 500 kbits. So you basically the theory can support till 1 mbits. So if you pick up one CAN packet, this is how it is going to look. There's a very sample basic packet. So the first field you would see is arbitration. So you can call it something like a ranked ID. So the higher the arbitration, the lower the priority you get. Very simply saying, the brake wires or the brake control units or the brake ECUs in your vehicle will be having IDs less than 50, 100 and all. But the steering, hood lamp, and trunk and bonnet and all this kind of control systems, the IDs would be somewhere varying in like 200s, 300s. I'm just using these numbers for example. It's not like the same way hard coded in any vehicle and all. I'm just trying to give you the topology, how it look, the IDs and stuff. So basically whenever you have a lower ID, your priority is more. So it is not going to distract other messages. Something like, if you slam brakes and at the same time you wanted to open your door, the brakes will happen first and immediately the doors will happen in seconds. It's not like going to take a long time and all. So how does the control units make the decision that will be reliable on CAN? So they will rely on CAN to give them the message which the user wants to execute first. How will the CAN understand which message it has to send first? That is not depending upon the arbitration ID. So I guess we are clear here by now. So then we will move into the tool layout. So if you see, direct your attention a little more, please, that the white parts are already fixed, and the black parts like the vehicle and the settings button, you kind of see settings icon and all, that is up to you. So whenever you're using this tool, or whenever I am making more codes for this tool, one of the main things I remember is like, this is the same layout which I have in my mind when I'm developing new functions or additioning, debugging or something stuff. So basically I'm assuming that while you're using your tool, you install this tool in your Raspberry Pi, and you have a wired connection between the CAN bus of your vehicle, whatever the car you are doing. A lot of cars have CAN bus, and this particular Raspberry Pi is having an internet connection, and that is being binded over the Telegram. So how to bind that and everything, I'll explain you very clearly. Don't need to worry. We'll have a POC. And then basically the vehicle and this all the dotted lines inside the white dotted lines, that's your hacker tool. The hacker gadget or hacker tool which you're having is having a wired connection with your vehicle, but it's on a wireless connection or over the internet with your Telegram backend. So this is the optimum way which I created this tool along with my friend Rahul. He helped me in a lot of stuff, and mostly more of the functions are co-developed with both of us. So, but you can also use it in a Linux way. We'll see that too. But this is the ideal way for this tool, which will you can benefit all the features out of this. And for example, if you are doing it the same way after this talk, so I'm going to assume four things, so which will be delivering the same results which I'm promising you right now. One thing is like you have the required hardware and you can log the canvas data. So sometimes what happens is like canvas requires special chips, special microcontrollers to converters or microcontrollers to get the data debug and get it into your system. So getting that hardware is really important. So you need to have the same hardware which is capable of tapping into the bus which you're looking into, and you should be in the same network for intended action. For example, your intended action is to switch on headlights, so you should be in the same network CAN bus in the thing. So modern cars, what happens is like sometimes they will break critical functions into a different bus and the normal functions into a different bus. For example, the brakes, the steering, transmission control will be in another CAN bus. The headlamps and all the comfort features will be in another bus. So in a two you can say something like air gapped between them, they are not going to talk to each other. So that is one safety slash security feature nowadays they're having. It's good too. So basically, if you want to talk to the headlamp systems or hack into the headlamp system, so I would really suggest you to check whether in the same network or not. Or if you want to talk to the steering and transmission control, that is second thing. And third thing is like this is one such nitpitty thing which has given me a lot of trouble. Power supply. Please make sure you have a really good power supply which is stable for your Raspberry Pi, and your Raspberry Pi has immediate internet connectivity. So if you are this still here with me, you're good to go. You're good to do all the tools. So what exactly is Canalize? Let's come into the tool now. First of all, Canalize is based on Python Can library, a beautifully written library for analyzing Canvas stuff. And most of the code is open source, not most, unless the new features which I'm planning to release. All the code is on open source, and it is already hosted on GitHub, so you are ready to use whenever you want. And also it is very malleable, so every function, everything which we gave, every option in the tool is made up as a function. So if you want, you can change, and you can make hybrid versions of the tool according to your use. So basically the current 2.0 Canalys 2.0 contains three modes. One is smart scan, one is IDE, and third one is the Telegram mode, remote things. And also one other thing with this tool is we don't not only thought about hackery stuff, we also thought about if you're working in a project, how do you convert these files, extract, and share with your fellow researchers and all this kind of stuff. So there is seamless data transfer, which I'll be showing you in the POC. And also it's a command line based tool. For example, if you really love, even though there is all this sketchy stuff, nice sugar stuff of controlling it over internet, you really love some kind of command line tools, no GUI, no clean command line things. Yeah, we have that. I am the same guy. So we have that too. So now let's look into the process flow. Basically, whenever you're using Canalize, you would be creating two files. One is called source file, another called is action file. So I would like to call them as source and action. So basically, your source contains all the general traffic which you want to do and all, and it does not contain the internet packets. And your action file also contains general traffic, but also contains some kind of internet packets. So what is this internet packets? What is this gibberish you are doing, Karthik? So let me explain. So first few slides, you saw those there are something called as CAN packets which are flowing in the CAN bus network and all. So let's say you want to slam the brakes by hacking into the vehicle. Obviously, you have the hardware connection and everything, the tool layout and everything is set up. So basically, you don't need to know the packets. You can actually do some kind of runtime analysis and get these packets while the vehicle is running. Let's say there is this victim which is running at 60 kilometers per hour on the highway, and you want to really identify or inject packets on this. And also a very important note, so I don't intend you to go hack and people and damage their lives or cause any damage. This is purely for educational purpose. I forgot to say this in the acknowledgement. And this is educational purpose. We are all ethical hackers and security researchers, so I assume you will be also following the same ethics. So all these things which I'm going to transfer the knowledge. So please be ethical, please be a security researcher, don't become a black hat. So yeah, now getting back to the tool. So the thing is, that guy is going on like the passenger is going on 60 kilometers per hour on a highway, and there'll be a lot of data, enormous amount of data, around like thousands and thousands of packets are being transferred at any second, at any given point of time. So you would ideally collect all those packets using canalize into the file named source, and then you would collect another set of packets, basically another log, action log, when he exactly presses the brake. So you can do all kind of social engineering stuff to make him slam the brake, or you can do this on the similar model of the vehicle, so that you can also get those exact packets. So basically your action file contains the same canned packets which are responsible for slamming the brakes, and or like instructing that actual actuator of the brakes to slam the brakes. And your source file does not contain this thing. But if you go the traditional method of like halving the log and then trying to check with every id, it's going to take a lot of time. And another thing is like, since one of them only contains this, so you can basically have an intersection between them, and it will give you something called as payload. So what you would do is like, you will collect the source, you will intersect with this action file, and you will get the payload. You would be like, okay, Karthik, that's good, but what if I want to find out the packets of different functions? For example, I want to find out about the steering, I want to find out about the transmission, I want to find out about the brakes, I don't want to find out about some different user comfort like headlamps, bonnets, trunks, and all these kind of things. And how would I do? So if you have one source file, you can actually create multiple action files inside Canalize, using Canalize, both using the Telegram through internet and both command line. And you can actually intersect them with the same source, and then you can create a payload. So what if you want to basically generate multiple sources so that you will get a much refined way? You can do that too. You can do the multiple sources files. It's all going to be very easy. It's all command line using Python. While I'll be showing the demo, you'll be seeing those two, and then you can create a payload. Now the biggest question is, what if I want multiple action files and multiple source files, and I want to create multiple payload files, because I don't know which one is going to work in the real time? And let me burst it out. It does happen. So in my experience, I did do this many times. It's not going to be one source, it's not going to be one action, it's not going to be one payload. There will be some kind of packets you might be missing for exactly triggering the same event. So all this, even creating multiple source, action, and payloads, can be done in Canalize. So you don't need to go to anywhere else, you don't need to do anything. And yeah, so if you collected all this action source and all, so basically if you put it into a Venn diagram kind of point of view, so you can see something like this: source and all these action files which you are generating, it would be containing of two things: action and noise. Noise is something which you really doesn't want, and action is something which you really want. And this might file, this gray file which you're creating, that would, let's call it as action file, this might also contain extra packets apart from source, which only appeared in your canvas at the time of action you are intending to do. So it's never the one thing like the payload which you're doing. It's not something like it's like a one shot silver bullet, it will always work. You have to do your iterations around it. But the thing is like, Canalize will help you in that too. So basically, after you generate your payloads, you don't need to go anywhere else to have this executed in your vehicles. So you can basically, from there, you can check what kind of packets you want to send, and even by packet wise, even by playing the whole files, log files seamlessly, you can do all this kind of stuff. So everything is covered. So let's go to a little code flow. And don't worry, I'm not going to go off each line and pick it up and do some source code analysis and stuff. This is a very important function of collect signal, and for collecting all the source files. And there is collect noise for the action files and things. These are the exact functions which are going in the background. And let's do the demo. Obviously, I'm not going to do it on a vehicle. If you are expecting something like that, I'm so sorry to burst your dreams. But yeah, we are not going to do it on a vehicle. We are doing it on something really amazing called IC simulator, which will mimic all your CAN bus data. And also, if you want to try it on your vehicle, do try it. I tried it on few vehicles. It did work seamlessly. I was able to find out the packets, but I cannot officially share any material or POCs of that, because of all these things. I'm from India, and we have a lot of stupid rules for sharing any of these things stuff. And yeah, and also I'm an ethical hacker. That is there too. But I would really prefer the word security researcher. Okay, coming back to the talk, make sure you have necessary permissions. That is really important. And please don't brick your car. Most of these autonomous, or sorry, automotive vehicles, or even vehicles which are like 5, 6, 7 years ago, if you fuzz it at a very high rate because of all the payload generation and payload playing and all, it might even brick your entire vehicle. You might have to take it to a workshop and try it out once again. Few of the friends whom I know have tried the same stuff, not using canalize, but different, sending abruptly, sending all the CAN messages. It did brick their vehicle. I wouldn't really suggest you. If you want to practice in a bit, I would also really suggest you to take IC simulator and then practice on canalize on this tool, so it will help you a lot. So yeah, let's check out the demo. I'll also get a pointer so that I can also tell you what's going to happen. So this is the same repository, Canalize repository under the Canalize ID name. So here you get all the stuff. You don't need to worry about anything. All the requirements and everything is done. You just need to simply copy the link. And yeah, I have IC simulator. Don't worry, how if you just type IC simulator on YouTube or Google, you will get n number of blogs and videos on that will tell you exactly how to use this. For the time constraints, I'm not going to explain right now how to install that and all. So if you see on here, we also have a vcan0, that is virtual CAN network, and I'm actually right now installing all the requirements. I have installed, obviously, and I'm starting the interface. It would require sudo privileges to generate a lot of files and store some stuff. Don't worry, there is no hidden reverse shell or something like that in this tool. You can always audit the tool before installing. And yeah, this is the smart scan thing which is currently happening right now. So what happens is like you okay, let me go back a little. It might be a little more fast. Yes. Okay. So this is the settings. So basically you can give communication channel, communication interface, and API token. Obviously API token is for the Telegram HTTP API bot. And what do you mean by channel and interface? So Python can basically it supports a bunch of interface channels and interfaces and channels. So using Canalize, you can use all of them. And end goal is like, they are going to use the same CAN protocol, but the standardization way of those interface and channels are different. So here I'm currently using an interface called vcan0 and the sorry, interface called socket can, since I'm in Linux. Sorry, very sorry about my accent. It is very bad nowadays. It is using I'm in Linux, so we are using socket can, which will help you in debugging all the can packets. So now we are into smart scan. So what happens is like you just need to give press spacebar and give your signals whatever you want to control. So it will automatically collect all the signals. And in fact, the moment you hit smart scan, there is a function in background which is collecting all the packets which are flowing on CAN bus. So now I'm giving you some indicators. Now we are exactly recording the action file. Previous to spacebar, it is recording all the source files, and immediately it is doing a comparison between those two files, and it is giving the exact packets which are responsible for those headlight indication lights. Sorry. So here we can see the ID 188 and #02 is for right side, and ID 188 #01 is for the left side. So you can actually save these things. You can do an iterative analysis also. You can keep the press the space bar once again and run the action file, or like run your internal action once again, like I'm doing right now, to exactly identify what packets it is. So if you are having a lot of noise, first thing is like it will delete all the noise. Here we don't have much of a noise, so it is not going to delete anything. And like I was saying, we are also having a seamless data transfer. You can actually pause this thing and save it as a log, so it will be saved into your file. Since you already gave sudo permissions, you don't need to worry. So basically I'll show you that too. If you go to the canalize file, you will basically see the same log file which you are seeing here. And in fact, these log files are made in such a way that there is another popular can toolkit called can utils. You can send these log files to whomever you want, and then they can use the same log file and do dissect and analysis through can utils too. Now we are into canalize IDE, the terminal thing. So here comes the tricky part. In IDE, basically we have something called as pandas database and SQL and Python mixed together for better purpose of reliability and computation. And we are currently recording noise. You can actually type the noise command, and then it give a scan instruction for this particular interface or channel, obviously channel. And then you can give a certain time. It will collect all the noise, all the background traffic which is happening in this IC simulator for this 10 seconds. So once it is done, it will tell you it is done. So in the down right side down, you can also see all the traffic which is going. That can dump is part of can noodles function. So once it is done, it will give you the shell back. You can basically use not the shell, window back. You can basically use to collect another function. Right now I'm doing an action function, and I'm really want to, let's, instead of indicators, let's try something different. I really want to control some parts, so I will what I'll do is like I'll give a 10-second timeout for this to record into a new file. At the same time, I'll control some stuff. So let me do that first. Basically, like I was saying, whenever we do this action, the packets will be different. And if you're using can utils or something like that, you can see how good it will be looking. It is not that easy to pick it up live. So what I'm doing is like I'm opening few doors of IC simulator, and then I'm at the same time I'm collecting the noise and action. So now we have both our noise and action. So let's just check how many rows, basically how many packets it collected in 10 seconds. If you just type action, basically it will give you, print you all the rows and all. Okay, so it has around 19,626 packets. Basically the row is one packet is further divided into a row, like you saw in a log file. It has around 19,600 packets in each file. If you are going on your in-hand analysis, human analysis is going to be take a lot of time. And if you even go dissect the packets into half and doing all these things, it is also going to be going another time. Definitely you can do a script around it, but why do you want a script which we already have for you? So you just need to run a small SQL filter. I just gave the variable as filter since it is very synonymous to our action. What I'm doing is like I'm running an SQL query on the, I'm literally treating these two tables as SQL tables. I'm running a query that, you know, you particularly pick up ID and data which is unique in action, not, and basically it is not there in noise, and extract them and keep it into this variable called filter. So here you see SQL, here you see Python, and whatever computation is happening, it immediately done all the checking of this 40,000 packets roughly, and it is giving you all these IDs and data which are extremely different in the action file, and it is not present in any part of the source file. So I'll just maximize, yeah. And you can also see here there are two different IDs, and we don't know which one of them is one. So basically you can also do that in Canalize that stuff. You can get the same run another query on top of it to extract a particular ID out of it, the variables table you already having, or you can basically remove one particular ID and data, associated data with this, from the tables you're having. It's up to you. It's all options are available to you, because the reason why I didn't preset these options, I wouldn't be knowing what kind of analysis you will be running inside the system. So I don't want to literally freeze your options. So that is where we do these things. So and one more thing is like, this is not the full packet. So what is happening right now is like we only have the ID and data. And if you see the log file, if you remember the log file, I wouldn't really assume, maybe post talk you will be having this recording, you can check this back. There is timestamp, there is channel, there is like what ID and what is the data and all that. The format is different here, the format is different. So the thing which you're seeing right now is only for your purpose, for faster analysis. I don't want to compute all the stuff and bring all these things, but whenever you want to export this thing, you can always do something like, yeah, I think the bar is holding up. No worries, you'll see the command scrolling up. Basically here there are some commands which I'm doing. So what I'm doing here is like 244 excluding 244. I just want to create another table which is excluding 244 and whatever ID and data associated with it. So the thing which I'm saying, whenever you're exporting this thing, you can always export with the same back things. So since it's SQL, it is very easy for them to check with the same rows and bind it up back. So we'll do that too, don't worry. Okay, there's some error. Yeah, while I was recording this POC, I ran into few errors of SQL, and it's okay. In a second, it will be gone. So if you see, I'm exactly saying where ID is not equal to 244. So I'm literally saying any packets apart from the ID 244, just give me into a new variable, basically a new table called filtered. So now my filtered has 4 exact packets to the 4 doors in the same order. So what we can do is like we can bind it back and we can run it once to check whether our payload is correct or not. We'll do that too. So what I want to do is like I want to load this thing including the timestamps and channels and all. Here we don't have channels, we only have the timestamps. So, and one other thing is like you can have multiple channels too. So let's say you hooked up to 2 3 buses of the vehicle, and you made channels according to that. You can run it on your own channels. You just need to change it in the settings. Now go to can 0, now go to can 1, or whatever the name you have given it for the same channel. You can do that. So what I'm really doing right now is like from the source, sorry, from the action file, I'm trying to collect the timestamp, channel ID and data for these particular sets of ID and data in the same set. It should match, both the ID and data should match. It's not like only ID and data, only ID or only data. So in SQL query, it is makes us life little more simpler. So you will get it in one click. Since it is pandas, it is still faster for data sorry, data computations and stuff. The moment you hit enter, it will pack you back. So let's just wait for a second until I type the command. So I'm just exactly matching the IDs. A dot ID is equal to B dot ID, and A dot data is equal to B dot data. So here A is the filtered table we are having, and B is the action table we are passing it there. Yeah. So this is the exact comment. I just highlighted it once while recording POS. I think I remember that it's not going to be easy for people to see. See here, sorry, one mistake. We are having A dot channel, A dot ID, and dot data from action A. The action file is A, and inner join with this B filtered. And if you see now, you got the exact timestamps, channel ID, and data in the same format which the most famous can utils tool do. And since it is open source, a lot of companies do use it. A lot of my fellow security researchers use it. So what I'm directly doing right now is like, instead of exporting it and doing and trying another ways, I'm using the same window which I'm using for the IDE, and I'm trying to play this payload named load and in the canvas. At the same time, what I'll do is like I'll do a can dump, and I'll close the controls so that it will not create more packets faster rate. So only the simulator is up, and I'll do a can dump, which will tell you exact packets in the same order or not. And at the same time, you should be able to see the doors opening in the same order. So I just enter. So you can see the doors are being opened up, the right, left, and right and left door is being closed too. And at the same packet, same order, you can see this thing too. And since based upon the timing and priority, can packets might reflect that behavior, the order first in first out is also very important. So you cannot queue the messages and then decide the ID and all. That is going to be a really bad attack called can priority inversion. There's a great researcher called Ken Tyndall. He has a blog on it also. I would really suggest you to look at it if you are interested in can priority inversion attacks. So basically, back to the tool, we now have this file. We validated it is going to work for opening the doors. And now the thing is like we want to save it. So let's basically export the payload so that we can save it in our local. Till now, whatever we are doing, it is being saved, but it is on your let's just say like temporary memory. And also another good thing of this feature is like, even you forgot to export data, the moment you hit the play button in background, it will basically create that log file and save it for you. So also there's another feature, like I was saying, seamless data transfer. This is a very simple thing. I have did very few things of this thing, but in real life, while I'm pen testing, I would be creating hundreds of files. Yes, I'm not exaggerating it. Sometimes hundreds of files over days, and sometimes thousands and in fact millions of packets being constructed. So if I want to trace out the same ways, I want to do what is one of the function here we have in Canalize is export. So what it happens is like it will export literally every command you have ever hit and every packet you have ever received into this IDE, and it will keep a file. And you can copy that file and give it to your fellow researchers, and they can copy the file back into the Canalize of their laptops or their workstations. And you can open any terminal or any window at any point of time and reference that exact file name, the project name, and the file name, log file name. It will immediately collect all the data into this. It doesn't matter how many thousands of packets are in it, it will be getting it very, very fast. So if you see here, we have exported it the CHV demo, car hacking demo. So you have the action log load is the basically the payload which we just used, and we have that, we have a noise log and all. So in the same format which we wanted, so that the candidates can also can understand, it's not depending upon only one tool, that is Canalize. So you can do that too. And these are all the CSV files, filtered, which we never extracted it out, but we still have them. So these you can see here, you have both 119B and 244. 244 is for the speedometer reading, 19B is for the dose. You can use the CSV if you're using any cloud applications or something, you want to extract data and send it there, that also you can do. And this is the exact commands which we ran in the same order, which till now for the whole demo. And if you want to get this, you just need to copy this line. For example, you want to get the noise file, you just need to copy this file and enter into the IDE in a new session. It will get the entire things. So we'll check that too, how does it exactly work. So what I'll be doing is, like, I'll be closing this session now. Yeah. Yeah, there's simulator, but controls, I think I'll exit the session and I'll get the controls back. No, I think I did it on load. So this is a new file, new window, and we don't have any variable called load. So what I'll be doing is, like, but it is there in our CHV demo folder. So I'll just copy this thing. I'll just put Control C and Control Shift V. And yeah, if I just put enter and I type the variable load, it has the exact packets which we got in the same order. So this is what the seamless data transfer I'm talking between your fellow researchers. So if you see the same ID, we transmitted the same 0F, 0E, 0C, 0D, F, E, C, D, same thing, same order. And you can actually run it and see whether it is reflecting or not too. So what I'll do is, like, I'll run this controls once again, so that is not going to create more problems. Basically, simulator will close if it is not going to receive packets for such a long time. So yeah, and let's just play this load function once again. This is a completely new session. We are not in touch with any CHV demo. It is not having any relation. We literally loaded that from CHV demo logs file. So yeah, let's just check what happens now. So you see back in the vehicle, the doors are opening and closing in the same order, left, right, and left door closed. And yeah, I mean, like, I think the packet is broken when I was creating the action file. I didn't get the exact packet for closing the right door. So it is always good to have some buffer. I would say 10% of buffer before you start recording and 10% after you end recording. So that is really good thing to have, so that you'll avoid these kind of petty issues like me. And that is all about the IDE. Now we'll look into the Telegram thing, but before that, using the Telegram thing, you need to have a Telegram bot ready. You can always create as many bots as you want using Telegram. So I have, you can go to the bot father and create, and it will give you HTTP API token. Just head over to the settings of Canalize, and then there'll be an option called API token. Just give your token there. I think I already have the token in mind. And yeah, if you're thinking, like, I exposed my token, yes, I did expose my token. It is not really good, but that bot is no more. So no worries. I have revoked the token many times after that. So that is good to go. And let me just go to the bot. And the moment I start, so it's going to give an error. It says, like, invalid and all. That is a little bit of debugging I have to do for errors and all. But basically, once you start there, it will give you hi message. So if it sends you hi on terminal, it is good. Or else in this Telegram, you can say, like, okay, Karthik, if we are using through this, how would I know what's exactly is happening in Telegram? So it will give you a thumbs up every time you got the error, I think, correct, but it will give you a thumbs down if your command is wrong. And to prove the same things we can do through IDE, I'm going to copy paste literally the commands from there and give it here. You can also see in the terminal also, it is putting some debug messages. You can switch it off whenever you want. In the code, you can go and switch it off. So once your recording is done, it will give you a thumbs up, and then we'll record the action file. Obviously, we have to do some stuff. And these are new packets, okay? These are new packets. These are not stored in any way. We are not replicating them. These are happening over the internet. So yeah, we'll do some stuff. This time, let's do indicators also, so that we can go in confidence that, Telegram will create a new packets and stuff. Okay, once the time is done, the 30 seconds is done, it will give you a thumbs up. Here you can see like instead of 10 before we gave 30, and it should give us a thumbs up like this. Let's just wait for a bit. And you can see all the packets which are going in the background and all. Yeah, you can see output, you can here get it here, and you'll get a thumbs up. So that means now your action and noise are good to go. You just need to do a bunch of computation stuff which you can do through this too. And yeah, some functions will be differ from here, and some more functions are there in IDE. For example, you can type the file or the variable name or the table name in much clear communication. It will tell you what to how many packets and all, yeah, in the form of rows and stuff. But yeah, those kind of stuff you cannot do it in Telegram, but Telegram has some more amazing basically options. I will show it to you after this demo. And yeah, I'm just going to take the same stuff, and I'm going to create a new variable called load. I just filtered out 244. I'm just assuming because continuously the speedometer is flickering, so it will give you good data. And it's done. It's going to be very fast. And then what I'll be doing is like I'll be playing this play double quotes we can zero the interface name, and yeah, and then in the name payload. Previously it is load, but now it is payload. And also you might ask like for this I would need physical connection. Yes, you would need physical connection. Ideally you will be leaving it as like a sleeper hardware backdoor, and whenever you want you will be controlling it. So that's the concept. So basically, CAN bus messages are vulnerable, yes, whenever you have a physical connection. So through this tool and through this way, you can basically mitigate that from physical to a network point of view. So that if you once have the physical connection, you can do it from anywhere. And if you're going to ask me how will I get the physical connection, and if you really own a car, or if your parents or your brothers and sisters and friends own a car, think how many times they leave it for car wash and servicing and all this valet parking and all this hotels kind of stuff. So that should give you a clear idea of how you get this tool inside your vehicle. So that's there. And some other options in Telegram are like you can download the files. Basically, I don't know whether I covered it in here or not. I don't think I covered it. I did that part or something. Sorry for that. But basically, whatever the payload files you created, you can just put download and open double quotes, and you can do that. So once you use the tool, it will be very easy for you. So that is about Canalize. I really hope you like the IDE way and the terminal way. So the reason why keeping both of them in one tool is I have no intention of doing three tools. I want a multi-purpose tool, so I had it in one tool. And yeah, this is about the IDE Telegram way and all. You can use whichever way you're comfortable for your research and other purposes. So that is about Canalize, how you use through Telegram and stuff. And yeah, like I was saying, there are some few other options like download. Basically, you can download any files which are being stored in the Raspberry Pi. So through Telegram bot also. And the main thing, I'm very much open to collaborations. So if you think there is some amazing feature in your mind which is missing in the Canalize tool, I'm happy to collaborate with you. We can sit on a few sessions, discuss the options, and then you can push your code officially on the GitHub repository. Anybody can push a code. We'll just verify the pull request, and then we'll see your versions how it's going to make this better. And we are very welcome. In fact, we welcome you very much. Currently, me and my friend Rahul are developing this tool, and we welcome you a lot for your own contribution to the open source and this tool. And finally, let me just close this. And finally, thank you, Mystikcon. Thank you, everyone running the show behind the Mystikcon. I know I'm also having some access to the backstage, so I know how hard it is to run this thing kind of conference and all. And thank you, everyone, for the audience. You have been an amazing audience. And if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them here. I would be happy to solve it up to you. Yeah, that would be the end of the presentation.
Well, thank you for your amazing presentation. It was really something that I was interested in car hacking, something that I do
Thank you.
research to lately too. But yeah, thank you for your talk. Yeah, if there are any questions, then you can place them in the chat on Discord, YouTube, or Twitch, whatever you want. Yeah, you are free to ask anything you want.
Yeah, you can always find me on Twitter also. You can DM me with your questions if you are not comfortable in sharing before others. You can always get me on thing.
Yeah, if you are perhaps scared, then you can reach out to him in private if you prefer that way. Let's give them 1 minute or two to perhaps type their question if they have any. It's now your chance, guys.
We can clear out the questions right here if you have any.
You shouldn't be afraid to ask questions. We are all here to learn. Let me see, is there anything on Discord? Nope. I don't see any questions on YouTube either. Discord is also no questions so far. Let's give them one more minute.
Yeah, sure.
They are all guessing the number again. They're all focusing on the number instead of asking questions. No, I think there are really no questions. I think you were very clear to everyone.
Yeah,
Your
that's
demo was
very
also
nice.
very nice.
Thank you.
So, yeah, someone in the chat said very good. So, yeah, I think it's very clear to everyone. I think there are no questions. So, yeah, thank you for your
Guys.
talk, your time. And
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
you're welcome. For the people who are watching, yeah, we are coming back in 10 minutes with the next talk. So, for now, thank you for your patience. And, yeah, good luck guessing the right number for the prize. And, yeah, one last applause for our speaker. Hey everyone, welcome back. The next speaker is already waiting for his turn. And the next speaker will talk about MS SQL Attacker, a tool about hacking MS SQL, as the name says. The talk will be called An Offensive MS SQL Attack Tool for Red Teamers. Uh, yeah, I will not longer talk anymore. And of course, congratulations to Chicas for guessing the right number. Yeah, well, enjoy the talk, have fun, relax, sit back, open your mind, and learn new things. So, enjoy, everyone.
Hello, all. I welcome all of you to this annual Mystico conference, Mystikcon. So, we do this conference all the time, all the years. So, if you wish to be a part of it, of course, you can reach out to the admin, which is Mr. Melvin. So the topic that I have chosen for this talk is MS SQL Attacker, which is a tool that helps you do the red team engagement, or it just does the MS SQL attack during a red team engagement or assessment. So before moving ahead, I would really like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer of this virtual conference, of course, Mr. Melvin. It was a well planned and smoothly executed event that allowed us to connect and learn from each other. Thank you really very much for this hard work and dedicated in setting up this entire virtual platform and ensure that everything ran smoothly. Your efforts are really appreciated, and thank you once again for your valuable contribution for this mystical community and this knowledge sharing session. So that's being said, let's move ahead with our talk. So, a quick profile introduction. Who am I? So, Rikun Sindlar is my name. I'm a full-time red teamer at work. So, I do all the red team engagement, working for those critical vulnerabilities with the Maitre framework and so on and so forth. I do instructions. Basically, I do train people for the corporate, as well as I do have a dedicated site, or I can say I do even share those knowledge over YouTube and other platform with the name Robensive. So if you get anything that says Robensive, yeah, it's me. Independent researcher. So I do a little bit of research, and I have a couple of articles on Pentest magazine. Tool scripts, malware, and those things I do develop. OSEP, OSWE, and CPS are the certificates basically that I have earned so far, and couple of CVs that I already have related to, of course, my cybersecurity career. So if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me over LinkedIn with the link specified here, or Twitter, of course, and the GitHub for all my tools, scripts, and malware things if you really wish to go and check out. So that's being said, let's move ahead with the next slide. So the agenda for this talk would be 100% MS SQL Server attacks. Of course, the dedicated for or dedicated to MS SQL. So we're gonna learn exploitation of MS SQL Server within an Active Directory environment, which you will get usually in a particular organization when you do the red team assessment or engagements. Well-known attacks on MS SQL Server like UNC hijacking, also known as UNC path injection, privilege escalation, SA impersonate, system admin basically, database owner or DBO impersonation, link server misconfiguration, and gaining code execution or command execution over the MS SQL server or over the MS SQL link server. Everything will be with the practical approach using my own tool, which is MS SQL Attack. So you can say a video guide for that entire tool and their functionality. So that's being said, let's ahead with the next slide. Before moving ahead, there are some essential topic that I would like to add here, and the first and foremost is MS SQL Server. This is important to move ahead with the further topic, and if you are not really aware against the same, I would recommend to go and check out more information against the same, of course. And that's being said, let's move ahead. So Microsoft SQL Server or MS SQL Server is a relational database management system developed by Microsoft. Basically, it will have the table structure and objects and all so on thing. And it is a software product with the primary function of storing and retrieving data as requested by other software applications. So when required, your web application can communicate to your database server in order to retrieve or store a particular data. Can run either on a same computer or another computer across the network. So if you don't really want your MS SQL server to be uh, to allow a remote connection, you can just run locally. However, we'll be focusing on the network part. So this is something like how you access HTTP server or any other server, right? So it is also something that can be served over the network using the TCP ports, of course. That being said, let's move ahead with the next slide. Another essential topic is Active Directory. Active Directory is important to know a bit for this talk, but it is not something that is 100% required. So you should be aware with the concept of Active Directory, and that should be sufficient. So Active Directory is a database again or a directory and set of services that connects user with the network resources that they need to get their work done. So it can be user, it can be machine, and if that particular user need to have access to any of the service or network resources, Active Directory will help them to authorize and authenticate. And also it offers few of the services that helps doing the same. Contains critical information about your environment, including users, computers, that they are allowed to do what. So example, a standard user will not gonna have permission of doing administrative rights and so on and so forth. This is something used dedicated, I would say, for authentication and authorization purpose with some additional functionality that helps for multiple stages. So you can still learn more about Active Directory, but this information would be sufficient. So just go dig in about the same and should be fine and fair enough. That being said, let's move ahead with another slide. The third essential here is the connection between MS SQL and Active Directory. So not a straight connection, of course, but MS SQL Server often used and found uh, by large organization and their server are under Active Directory environment. So if you do consider any large organization, they must be using this Active Directory environment and features, of course. And MS SQL is something you will find there for storing their data and so on. There are other servers as well, but we are just talking dedicated to the MS SQL. Active Directory allows user to authenticate to the service, and MS SQL is one of them. So user, it will gonna have an object of a particular user, and that user will gonna have different rights, and one of the right would be to have access or delegation right to particular MS SQL service or MS SQL server, right? So when AD allows a specific account to access to the my MS SQL service instance and that account is compromised, the further exploit would be possible. So when the AD, of course, uh, allows to access a particular user to have access to this MS SQL service instance, then and let's say that account is compromised, then all the attacks which we will be looking and practically approaching later on, that will be of course that will be something possible, right? The usually MS SQL service authenticated accounts are Kerberos stable and the password often crackable. So based on my experience, MS SQL service they just allow a misconfigured to have a Kerberos table, and when it is Kerberos table, they can of course find their hashes, and those hashes could be crackable, right? So that being said, well, it's under Active Directory. It's quite easy to link UAT and production server. When in organization there are two different type of server, UAT which is under development of course, and the production which is live. So often those UAT database server and production server are linked to each other, and with help of this Active Directory, it's easy. I'm not saying that without Active Directory it's not possible at all, but when we are using Active Directory, it makes it quite easier than the other one. So let's move ahead with the next slide. The next thing that is essential for the stock is Windows share, and there is a demo, of course, a practical approach. So Windows uses SMB protocol for file sharing, and if you have shared or access anytime the remote folders or files over the Windows, then just do consider that they uses the SMB protocol, and it authenticates a particular user by sending an NTLM hash. The NTLM hash will gonna later validated within their destination server, of course, and if authenticated, the server shared files or folder will be revealed. So let's see with the practical approach. So for this, I'll be using one of my lab that I have created in past. So let me just quickly navigate to the same, and here we go. What I'm gonna do, I'll first start by creating my a demo server or SMB server within my Linux machine. Of course, the Kali Linux, probably you will be able to see it. And here we go. I'll just create one temporary location. Let's say mkdir talk cd into the stock folder, and I'll be using mpacket smb server. So this is a Python based SMB server that works very well. I'm gonna add SMB to support because my destination client from which I'm gonna connect will require minimum SMB version 2. So that's the reason. Share name will be just a share, and let's say um, the location. I'll just add a dot that means current location. So let me quick hit enter here. And let's try to connect to this remote share. The IP for my SMB server would be 10.0.0.17 that will going to connect. And here we go. There are multiple ways to connect network share. You can just use this URL bar, I would say, from your Explorer and add a machine IP address 10.0.0.17, right? The share name was share, and let's hit enter. It did work. I can see this empty folder. That's fair. That's fair enough. And now let's see how the authentication worked. And luckily, we get our logs logged. So if I go back to my VM, as you see here, someone did connected. Who connected? It says SQL user did connected to this particular SMB server, and this machine host name, and the next is this domain name, and the last is your NTLM-v2 hash. Now this will going to validate it within the database or within this particular machine. However, I have set it up anonymous access, hence it was allowed. So if I specify a particular user, then they will require that to be added here. So that being said, let's just give it a try with few more accounts to get more understanding. Moving back to my RDP or the machine. Instead, this way I'll gonna just right click to this PC and let's say add network location, or probably add a network drive, map a network drive. Yes, this is the one. And I'm gonna say let's backslash 10.0.0.17 connect using different credential. I'm just hitting here. The share name was share, and let's finish it out. The username I'd like to use is admin with the password admin. It's fair. Domain if you wish to enter. Elsewhere it is also fair. I'll hit enter. It did work well. Now, if I navigate to my VM, the Linux machine, it will going to display the admin here. So the moral of the story here is how this network share works is they just use their NTLM v2 hash or v1 hash in the past, and they just share it with the destination server, and server will going to validate within their authentication database, and if found to be authorized or authorized or authenticated, then yeah, all set, and it will gonna display the particular share or folder. Other thing that I would like to add here is username and password. So you can probably supply, let me just quick check help menu for that. After SMB2 support, I'll gonna add username. Let's say admin is what they or the client should specify, and password would be Rebenso. Be good, and let's hit enter. Now server is running again, but the authentication entity are predefined here, which is admin and Rebenso. Someone tried with a different username and password, they might fail. So let's give it a try with our Windows server. It's already disconnected. Let's try from current user 10.0.0.17 it was, and the share name was here. It asks for credential instead of showing that particular thing. However, if I navigate to my VM, it will display that what user trying to access that particular server. Of course, it failed because they haven't provided any credential, and initial stage with the username itself or username validation, it failed. So that's the reason it asked for a password. So let's write a password admin, and let's go with the Robban Sue, hitting enter. Oh, sorry, here. Backslash Robban Sue. 10.0.0.17. Share. It was admin with the password Urbansil, but it's not configured with the domain, so probably it will going to fail. But let's just give it a try. I'm sure that it will gonna fail because of this domain thing. And yeah, here we go. You don't have permission to access this resource. So we can just understand that whenever this authentication works within this uh, SMB server, it share NTLMv2 hash. The reason behind this to put it is essential is to understand exploitation, which we're going to look through in the later on. So that being said, let's move back to our PPT. So Windows uses this SMB protocol for file sharing, where client sends the NTLMv2 hash to the server, and server will going to validate it within their authentication database, and if found authorized and authenticated, then it will going to reveal the share folders or files. That being said, let's move ahead with the next slide. So finally, we are with our first vulnerability, UNC hijacking or path injection, UNC path injection. The UNC is a universal naming convention, or which is naming system used in Windows environment for accessing shared network folders and printers. The same what we used earlier, like // one IP address, whatever it is, with specified with the share name. Instead of that IP address, we can supply machine name, and this is what it uses, right? MS SQL is running as a service, and MS SQL has the functionality to list folders or read write files to the disk. Now, if any program has the feature to read write or list down the files and folders in Windows environment, they can even list, view, or write network or remote folders. When it tries to lift down the remote or SMB share, it will going to use the same account which is being used to execute that particular service. So if that service is running through anti-authority system, then probably you will get the machine IP, machine NTLM hash. If it is using a standard user, then you will get hash for that particular user itself. Using function like xp_dirty, which will be the backend, we can try listing network share, which can result shared NTLM hash for the process user. Process user is the user through which that MS SQL service is running. It is a system, then you'll get a that particular machine NTLM hash. If it is something different, then different user, then you'll get hash for the same. That NTLM v2 hash can either be relayed, or what you can do, of course, is to just try to crack that if it is possible. Let's take it with the practical approach, and for the practical, I have already designed a lab which you can, of course, impersonate. So this lab DC01 or database server is something that I have already built and created a series for everyone to just go through the same. So by just following this Rubensive MS SQL attacks for red teamers, there are 3 videos which are uploaded. First one will gonna give you Active Directory environment setup. Second one, MS SQL instance setup, and the third one, the misconfigurations within the MS SQL to exploit. So this will going to help you building all the basic or concept that is required. And for exploitation, what I'm gonna use is my own tool, MS SQL Attacker. You can get the latest release from the releases tab, and I have already uploaded to my environment, Active Directory environment. So if I navigate to this folder, C and Rubensive, I'll get it here. So the first vulnerability that we'll be exploiting is, of course, this UNC injection, path injection. And let's execute my tool first. MS SQL Attacker is a tool that I have developed with help of course, this OSEP learning modules. And I have designed it such a way to attack all the possible, not all, but most possible attack scenario for the MS SQL service. And the scenario that we will be focusing on is, of course, our UNC path injection. And in order to list all the different attack that could be possible here, we're gonna just have to add either CLI version, which you can use, or use all these starting uh, parameters. And for the GUI, it's quite easy. So I'll go with the CLI for now. So CLI hyphen T, which is required for a target, and my machine name, of course, which is dbsrv01, and hyphen A. If I don't specify any attack name, it will going to list all the different possible attacks that are part of this particular tool. And one of it is UNC path inject. Hope you can see it here. So let's give it a try. Hyphen A. I'll just copy and paste a particular one. paste it. So it requires some additional arguments, and for that, let's just hit enter. It should ask us, or it should return saying that something is missing. And here we go. It says missing -l, L host or attacker IP address. So let me just clear my screen as I get some visual errors. -l probably it was. And IP would be 10.0.0.17. Before moving ahead, let me quick check whether my VM is running. It seems to be. Let's just clear everything and start from the beginning. Should be good. RDP here. Hitting enter. Something is wrong. Of course, the CLS has been appended. Enter. What it says, it first authenticated, authentication success, request sent to particular machine with the standard 0.0.0.7, which we can check by just navigating to our VM. And here we go. So what I found is the particular user, of course, this DBSRV01, and the second one was admin. Probably this admin is the one which we have used in past, so it is the same sending again and again, and this is the one which we got. So this is the particular machine NTLM-v2 hash which we can relay in order to exploit it further. We're not gonna move ahead with those type of exploitation as we are dedicated to MS SQL. So what happens here, we specify or we use XP directory or similar commands or similar functions within the MS SQL server, and we try to list or we try to write a file in a shared folder. And when the shared folder is being accessed using SMB, it will gonna, of course, share the NTLM-v2 hash. If it is an older system, then NTLM-v1. And NTLM-v1 can be straight away used for pass the hash attack. So that being said, let's move ahead with the slide part. So let's move with the next slide, as we are already aware with this UNC path injection or UNC hijacking, both what we can call as. The second vulnerability here is privilege escalation with the impersonation. So MS SQL service itself has authentication and authorization feature, which can be used to have multiple users and roles. Same how your web application has admin and user roles, MS SQL has those type of roles. And access to low privileged user over an MS SQL instance won't be that critical as how the privileged user could have. We know that in our web application testing, we do get a privilege escalation vulnerabilities where we from the standard user we do the functionality, execute the functionality of administrator. Similarly, in MS SQL service, MS SQL server, such vulnerabilities could be there. Not the vulnerabilities, but misconfiguration. So impersonate is an attribute which can be assigned to a user within MS SQL service. What happens usually is a developer may hire another developer, or in an organization there could be multiple developers, multiple multiple this MS SQL server managers, right? So they might not share their password to each other. However, they just allow or enable impersonation for that particular user. So without sharing their credential, other user can impersonate themselves in order to perform various activities. So there could be a number of use cases. It is just exploitation and we'll just stick to it. So impersonate is an attribute within the MS SQL, and that can be assigned to a particular user within MS SQL, of course. And when it is assigned, what could be possible is, of course, a user can impersonate B user, and B user may impersonate C user, and C user can be system admin. And when the user is system admin, they can perform various attempts, including remote command execution. So privilege is often given to low privilege dev for doing high privilege tasks without giving high privilege user credential. This is quite common in most cases, but yeah, there could be other possible reasons. So the first here is impersonating system admin, and that is considered as a privilege escalation. When impersonation is assigned to a sysadmin account, an attacker can impact critically and result a remote command execution. Using a XPCMD shell, XPCMD shell is a function which can help us to execute command. Same how XP Dirty was able to list shares folder or the local folders within the MS SQL instance, right? So that's being said, let's just go with the demo part. Moving back to my tool here, instead of going with this UNC path inject, of course, what I'm gonna do, I'll check for impersonation. So mark, this is what I want to mark. Oops, and paste it here. Check impersonation. What it's gonna do, it will gonna check for possible impersonation. And here we go. Perfect. What it tells, there are impersonatable user, and the first is SA. Second one is, of course, the domain account, which is robensive-labs/SQL admin, right? So we can impersonate those user with our MS SQL attacker tool. There are graphical issues what I'm facing here, but I hope now it's visible. So what you can use is, you can use this impersonate and impersonate essay in order to perform those impersonation things. So first we're gonna try impersonating this essay account, and second we're gonna try this SQL admin. So that's being said, let's just give it a try. So again, MS SQL attacker, CLI target database server. Attack would be just to get info. I don't want to do any attack. I want just impersonation. So impersonate SA, impersonate SA should be good. So what I'm gonna do, it will gonna impersonate SA first before execution of any attack. Ignore this issue with this description. Okay, so what it says, impersonation failed. I'm still SQL user when I try impersonating SA account. Let's try with the second account that we have seen. So impersonate -I user, the user that you want to be impersonated, and I want second one. I'll just going to mark here. Ignore this visual issues. It's not in my hand, of course. Robensive-labs and SQL admin. This is the user that I want to be impersonated. So let's hit enter. It says impersonation success. That's great. But this user is still not sysadmin. However, we see that based on the name, the current user was SQL user, the next user was SQL admin, and we can successfully impersonate SQL admin. So probably SQL admin will gonna have access to impersonate this SA account. Let's validate that. So after this impersonate with iUser SQL admin, we can impersonate SA. So let's give it a try. First, it says impersonation success with SQL admin. Second, it says SA. And now the user is member of sysadmin role. Now we got the privileged access. So the moral of the story here is when a user have impersonation attribute, the low privilege user may impersonate that user in order to perform attack behalf of that particular user, or information gathering behalf of that particular user, or executing any query behalf of that particular user. That being said, let's move ahead with the PPT part. So the vulnerability first we have seen is UNC path injection. Second is privilege escalation through impersonate and impersonate assay. So how this works, how my tool can simplify that particular task of impersonating multiple user. The third vulnerability here is impersonating database owner. So what is this the database owner? So there might be multiple databases where where you want a particular developer to have full access. So what you can do is you can just assign this attribute to DBO, which is a default user for all the database. And if you assign to particular database owner, what they can do is they can execute any queries for on that particular database owner privilege. So let's say SA or let's say MSDB is a database for which this SA account is the owner, and this MSDB DBO has impersonate attribute. Then attacker can impersonate that DBO in order to privilege escalate to SA. Let's be said, let's just go with the practical approach and it will make more sense for sure. So moving back to my RDP screen, here we go. Just a clear screen and should be good. So instead this impersonate, it will be impersonate DBO. So let me just add help probably. MSSQL attacker. It is impersonate DBO, right? And it does not require any additional argument probably, so should be good because the DBO is optional. So impersonate DBO, if you know the particular database you can just specify, elsewhere default it should work. Hitting enter, it found trustworthy database, impersonation as DBO succeed, and now the user is SA and member of sysadmin row. So it found a particular database that has this impersonation enabled for the DBO, and it impersonated that DBO and became SA. So this is another privilege escalation, possible privilege escalation within MS SQL instance. Moving back to PPT. When impersonation is assigned to a database owner that we have seen, sysadmin owned database attacker can perform command execution. So it is something when it is for sysadmin, attacker can do the command execution, of course. So how this command execution is still pending with our case. So let's just give it a check with the practical approach. So moving back to my RDP screen, clearing my screen here. First of all, I'll just try with the standard account and I'll try to toggle the CMD shell. By default, the CMD shell is disabled. So we have to enable that, of course. So pasting it here, everything seems to be fine. And let's give it a try. Okay. So it failed with the standard user because we are not sysadmin at all. This visual issues. Okay. What I can do is I can give it a try with impersonate DBO probably hyphen impersonate DBO, because post to this DBO impersonation we were able to be the SA account, right? So let's give it a try. It found a trustworthy database, it impersonated as a DBO, the current value in use for the CMD shell is 0, and now it changed it to 1, and XP CMD shell is enabled. Perfect. It worked, it's just a visual issues. Now, instead of this toggle CMD shell, we can use exec CMD, and that should be fine. -C, and the command you want to be executed. You want to verify what is the value in use. Of course, this command execution requires sysadmin too. So impersonate DBO, and here we go. First, we're gonna impersonate that DBO, which is SA, and validate this CMD shell, and here we go. It did executed this particular command. If you want to execute any other command, it should work. Let's say ipconfig. Perfect. Here we get this output in our visual, right? So should be fine. Similarly, instead of this DBO, what I can do is impersonate. First, we impersonate this Rubensu hyphen labs slash SQL admin. I user is what I'm missing here. And impersonate SA. The same attack that we did in vulnerability 2. It first impersonated SQL admin, then impersonated SA, checked the value for this CMD shell, and executed our command. So with the sysadmin account, we can execute OS command, and my tool does it very well. Let's give it a try with the GUI ones. So MSSQL, GUI, DBSR v01, and here we go. With the help of this first, I'll get information about current user. It says SQL user, and we are not sysadmin at all. Second, we can go and check impersonation, of course. So impersonation check. It validates and lists down what are the user allowed to impersonate. I can impersonate with the fourth value, of course. Let's just go directly with the fifth, impersonate DBO. It found trustworthy database, impersonation succeed. And now if I check information, my current user became SA. Now I can do any activity with this SA. If I want this command shell, then I can just say seventh number and it should work. Let's wait. Who am I? IPG config, host name, and that's it. This is how this GUI version works. If I just hit exit, it is gonna exit and moving back to the main menu, right? So that being said, let's move back to our PPT. The next vulnerability I would like to add here is link server and RCT. The tool also offers link server command execution. Often we found this production and UAT databases are linked to each other with the linked functionality, of course. When link server is configured to connect with sysadmin credential, an attacker can log into the main server with the low privilege user and execute commands over link server using XP CMD shell, not the dirty. There is typo, just ignore that. So that being said, let's just go with the practical and we'll move back to our PPT part. Let me quick fix this dirty thing parallelly. P shell and should be good. Moving back to my RDP and should be good. Visual errors again here. Perfect. Instead of this exec CMD, I'll first check what are the link server. So in order to validate the link server, there is another tag which will going to check for link server. So where's that check link server here? Selecting paste, and should be good. So it says that there is another server which is linked, and that is DC1. The one which you see first, it's our own. It is not something we are really interested into. But the second one, DC01, is the one which is linked. Again, visual errors. Good now. Now, as we know that which is the link server, we can give it a try to toggle CMD shell for the link server, and in order to validate whether we are sysadmin or not. So that being said, let's just copy the particular attack, paste it, toggle link CMD shell, and ls for specifying a linked server. The linked server is DC01, and let's hit enter. It says linked server DC01 value in use. Earlier it was 0, then it changed to 1. And linked server XPCMD shell toggle successful. When this XPCMD shell is enabled, we can execute commands. Right? So for executing command, there is another attack, which is exec link CMD. Oops. Pasting -c for specifying your command. And let's go with the command like mkdir c:/Robensio. It will be totally blind output, as we're not gonna get the response at all from the link server. So we need to validate manually. So I'm moving back to my DC. Let me quick log in. And let's verify whether there is any Robensio folder or not. Currently, no, there is not. So let's give it a try. Hitting enter. I'm missing link server name. Oh, I forgot. Here -link server will be DC01. Should be good. It's gonna verify what type of or what is the value of this XPCMD shell and executed the command. Now let's verify DC01, and here we go. The Robensio folder has been successfully created. As it's a blind execution, we cannot get, but yeah, it ensures that your command is successfully executed. So that being said, let's move back to our PPT part and closure, of course. So often, again, link server are the server that are interconnected, MS SQL server and different MS SQL server. And to interact with each other, sometimes they might have to set up a credential. And when those credentials are for the admin role or sysadmin accounts, then we can just execute commands over the link server using my tool, of course. So that being said, let's just finish it with our ending ceremony. So again, this is the end of this talk, and you can watch more educational videos from my YouTube channel. I do little posts, and just to keep you updated with my Instagram, you can reach out to me. And of course, you'll get all the links when you reach out to my YouTube or Instagram towards me. And again, thankful to Mystico owner, and everyone who's member of the Mystico, and of course the most important, you guys who are watching till this time. So last but not the least, I'm moving back to my RDP screen, and you can go download this release of this MS SQL attack. If you stuck somewhere, there is a wiki for the same. You can click on this wiki, attacker guide, and you'll get this entire possible like use cases for the same. So that's the last. That is all. See you next time. So good day, all.
Yeah. It was a really amazing talk. So thank you, Robenziv, for your talk. I know he is here watching us, so really thank you for your presentation and your work, and of course for making the tool that you showed in your presentation. Yeah, if there are any questions about anything you saw in this presentation, then you can put your question in the chat, Discord, YouTube, or Twitch, whatever you like. I give you guys 1 or 2 minutes to place your question before we will finish this up and go to the next talk. That will be hunting like a rat. But yeah, for now, if you have any questions, feel free to place them. And please do not be afraid, because there is no stupid question. All questions are good. You know what they say, it's more stupid to not ask a question than to ask a question. So if you have a question, then just ask it. Let me check. I don't see any questions there. Don't see any questions here. Okay, I don't see any questions popping up at this moment. Well, if you have any questions, then you can always reach out to him. As you see in the slide, you see his Instagram and YouTube, so you can always reach out to him there. Ah, wait, there is a question. Is it was an assumed breach scenario where an attacker has already have low access to an MS SQL server? Do you mean that what you need to do if you have low privilege access to an MS SQL server? Well, if you have low privilege access to an MS SQL server in an assumed breach scenario, so you already assume that you are inside the network, yeah, then the next step is probably to look if you can elevate your privilege to SA, system of SA privilege, because with SA privilege you can perhaps enable XP CMD shell, and with the XP CMD shell you can of course make a PowerShell reverse shell, let the XP CMD shell run a command, invoke web request, and then let it call the script from your server, execute the PowerShell, get the reverse shell, and then you have a connection to the machine where MS SQL is installed, and from there you can perhaps jump to a different system. That will be my idea. I hope that answers your question. If not, then please reach out to Robenziv, if you or text me if you want a better explanation. Okay, I assume that with okay you mean that you got it. And thank you of course for asking the question, really thank you. So we are going to into a break for 10 minutes, and within 10 minutes we will okay. Yeah, you can reach out to him for more clarification. Yeah, well, thank you for asking the question again, and yeah, we will go away for 10 minutes for a short break, and within 10 minutes we are back with the next speaker. So thank you for your patience, and hope to see you in 10 minutes.
het OBS wil opzetten. Super. Ik
Okay.
ben klaar. Dank je.
Okay, everyone, we are back with the next speaker. It is a wild rat. He's going wild on the internet. The talk will be Hunt Like a Rat, the mindset of our ancestors, if I announce it correctly. So, yeah, I will no longer talk. Enjoy the talk, relax, sit back, open your mind, and I hope for you to learn something new. So, I give the word to our speaker.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you having me here. Thanks everybody for having me as well on this wonderful evening. I hope you're doing well from home. So this is a hack along session, meaning that you can hack along now and after the session, of course, as well. This lab is gonna stay online for God knows how long until I'm sick of paying the bill, I guess. But that's not for a little bit. Believe me, I have at least 10 euros left, so we can go for another year. If you would like, feel free to hack that website and any of the labs that come on it later on as well, of course. Now, you might be wondering, why exactly did you call your talk Hunt Like a Rat? Well, of course, I'm a rat, the XSS rat, of course. Come on, guys, think a little bit harder. But yeah, besides that, of course, I really like rats themselves. Rats are super smart. Why are they considered to be smart? Because they're considered to be adaptable. These guys, they throw away for example, they throw away their weak of the herd. They go and let them hunt for the poison because they know they're the weak of the herd anyway. They were going to die potentially of other diseases or whatever they had. Now, I don't want you guys to send your fellow hunter off to a cliff. Let's not start with that kind of practice here. But what I would like is for you to adapt some of that adaptiveness. So adaptiveness, sneaky, rats are sneaky. Whenever they see a new situation, they at least try to, first of all, analyze it. They try to not enter new situations without thoroughly putting up some recon first, like a rat will never come out and walk into a big space either. Have you ever seen a rat run into a big open space? I haven't either. And otherwise, that must have been my retarded cousin. So yeah, it's super important that you're really diligent about being, first of all, that adaptability. That means that you can't just hunt the way other people hunt, because that would totally defeat the point of hunting. Believe me, there isn't like five programs for each of us out there. It would be a good way if we could each have 5 private programs to ourselves, but the pickings are slim. And if we would, I can teach you now how to hunt. The problem though is that this is how I have hunted for a long time, how I'm teaching other people to hunt as well. And by the time you're watching this, maybe a year, maybe 2 years from now, who knows, this might have been outdated information already, because a ton of new hackers will have learned at least this stuff. And you might be wondering then, what's so special about your way of hacking? Well, it's all about just stop being technical. I started being a dork, and don't get me wrong, I like the technical stuff as well, but I cannot tell you how much satisfaction it brings me to read a manual for 5 minutes, see that there's a security vulnerability or a security requirement that speaks against maybe some other security requirements that might cause a vulnerability, and then report it, and then actually get my bounty for it. That makes me really happy. Makes me a happy rat. Now, first of all, what is bug bounties? If you don't know already, I guess you've been living under a rock, but here goes anyways. Hacking, that's the way we like to hack. This is not bound by any laws, bound by any, well, of course, you still have the laws of your governing country, etc. But what do I mean by that? Good luck hacking any other target that is out there, even if it's a target from your own country. It's going to be super difficult to get all of the permissions in order. You would have to set up a pen testing company first, or join one that has them as a customer. Then you would have to either go get them as a customer, or Jesus, can you imagine? In bug bounties, you just pick a target off the wall like it's your next date, and for some reason we're all okay with that. No, just kidding, of course, but I think it's really, really important that this is a distinction between other types of hacking that I would like to make. And I might be over exaggerating the point here a little bit, but I still think it should be driven home that pen testing is hacking to a degree, but it's a lot about coverage. You have your practice hackers, people who like to practice a lot, who don't really want to use this for their career skills. Believe me, there are people out there that don't want to make this magnificent career path their real careers. I know, horrible, isn't it? But yeah, can you imagine being stuck in a dampy basement for like 100 hours at a time because you might have a hint of a bug and you smell like Doritos all of the time? And oh, it's freaking gross. But yeah, I'm guessing some of you guys might be able to imagine. I can smell you up to here, my friends. Really important to get the positives of bug bounties up first. So no contract. There is no contract between the company and you, meaning you get to come in, stroll right along, tread your dirty feet on their carpets, and you don't even have to report it if you don't want to. How fun is that? Like I hate reporting, my friends, and I really do hate it because if you want to do bug bounties and you want to be able to make a consistent income out of it, it pays off much more to go for medium vulnerabilities at scale. I found that out with either broken access control, etc. as well. It was just much more consistent because I might be getting smaller chunks in at a time, but I would know, I would at least be able to find those on a more consistent basis than criticals. So yeah, that's how I just usually, and of course that gets boring, that gets repetitive. Believe me, pen testing, it's fun, it's super fun. But as the owner of my own pen testing company, there's a reason I outsource this to other people and hire them to do it for me now. It's repetitive as can be, and especially after a few years, can you imagine? Right now, it seems fun to explore Nmap with all of its potentials, but in like, let's say that you have to use it daily for 5 years. That would be insanely boring, of course. So yeah, that's why I'm glad that I'm, at least for my end, I know what bug bounties is like. I know how it's going to pay me. Probably not a lot compared to the hours put in. Or I also know the perspective of a pen tester, being on the other side, being paid per hour. But then if you find a critical, you get paid just as much as when you do find a medium low vulnerability or nothing at all. Yeah, because guess what? You did the work anyway because you're gonna have to get paid for it. So yeah, it's a totally different worlds. And even within those, there's a broad range and variation of different people, of course. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, so that's my summary about bug bounties. I'm not going to go too much into detail about it here because I only have an hour, I've been told. And I don't like to get booed off stage for speaking 2 hours when I only have one. So I guess I'll rush. No, just kidding, of course, by the way. Points to note, pick the targets you like, pick the platforms you like. You are the one hacking. You're the one determining your direction and bug bounties. Nobody's going to tell you to test for SQL injection. So if you don't like to test for SQL injection, don't test for SQL injection. You don't like to test for XXC, then don't test for it. Maybe you only like one type of vulnerability. Maybe you're an armchair hacker who really likes IDORs. Oh, changing a number gives me somebody else's data. That's fucking awesome. I'm going to look for the rest of my life. I'm going to look for only this for the rest of my life. Yeah, well, that's a good way of looking at it because then you can get specialized. I don't fear the man who practices one kick. I don't fear the man who practices 10,000 kicks once. I fear the man who practices one kick 10,000 times. So here we are going to be able to practice your way. You're going to hack the way you want. So don't ever feel obligated by anything or anyone to do something you don't want to do. What do I mean by that? Okay, let's say that you get a private invite right now. It's time driven. Oof, it's time sensitive. You only have a day to respond. Okay, yeah. So what? Let that expire. Maybe you will answer positively, and you will get like a program that is something that you really like. But there might also be the opposite of that coin as well, of course. Here in bug bounties, all we have to remember is that we get to do what we want to do. If we prefer to do things our way, we're going to do them our way. In our day jobs, our bosses can yell at us for not testing thoroughly enough or not giving enough coverage, but that in not in bug bounties, my friends. That's the beautiful part of it. If you are doing bug bounties, forget about methodologies. They don't work in our sense, in our areas. The thing that with methodologies is that it's great. It's super, super awesome to give you more coverage, to give you a certain checklist of things to do. But in a sense that you might think of a methodology, I'm thinking of a different type of methodology. I'm thinking of a way of following my intuition. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't know all of these freaking vulnerability types that are out there. And to be honest, if I'm doing bug bounties, I'm just doing something. That's the feeling I get at least. So when I am just doing something, I at least want to feel useful. And I tell myself that I'm following my intuition. Spending 5 hours down that rabbit hole, no problem, bro. You were following your intuition. Didn't turn out that moment, but I'm sure that one of the next 100 rabbit holes will be yours. Believe me. Uh, so really, in this case, follow your intuition. I make light of the situation a little bit. I joke with it a little bit, but of course, this is not really like this is not too far-fetched. As a hacker, after a little bit, you start to develop a little bit of a spidey sense for those vulnerabilities. You start to smell the cheese, if it were. So make sure that you follow a methodology up to like a level, a standard that is acceptable for methodologies in bug bounties. Because again, if you follow the same methodology as me, like everybody's going to find the exact same vulnerabilities, right? If in essence, if we follow the exact same methodology, should we not come to the exact same results? Well, yeah, it just doesn't work that way. Not in bug bounties, not in real life, I know, but it does to a degree. Just look at all these vulnerability scanners and all of these people coming into bug bounties thinking they're vulnerability scanners will actually do something. So don't follow a methodology, make sure you follow your intuition. And when it comes to it, like if you find something interesting, go and have a look. Hey, what's this? This seems like SQL, but it doesn't respond to my SQL injection attempts. Well, it doesn't really seem like SQL now that I look at it better anyway. Oh, guess what? That was no SQL. What's the difference? What is that? Really, really take your time and get to walk your application slowly. Take your time to get your target, to get some, take your time to get acquainted with your target. Take some time to take it on a nice date. Go see a movie. You know, why not? A lot of people will ask me, how long do you spend on a target on average? That's an often asked question. I'm sure you guys have seen that before as well. How long before you actually find something? I don't know. Could be like a year, could be like longer. I don't know. Do I get to calculate on all of the time that it took me to get up to this point? Or was it literally just only the moments spent hacking on that specific thing for that, you know? So yeah, really, really make sure that you get to know your target very, very well. It's no use in rushing through it. You're not under any sort of time constraint here. Let that be clear. You can do two things in bug bounties, and I haven't really prepared this part, so just a little bit improv. You can go two ways in bug bounties. Basically, you can either be fastest or you can be the most creative. If you can't be the fastest because you're a lazy rat like me, at least try to be a little bit creative. So make sure that you take those points into consideration and that you actually take everything around bug bounties into consideration as well. Have you wondered why do companies go into bug bounties? Of course, we know that they have had their pen testers rummage through it, nothing was found, and now they need the mighty, mighty bug bounty hunter to come in and save the day. Of course, we all know how that really happened, but of course, you need to take some time to listen to these client side, you know, really, really important. All my jokes aside, bug bounties should be something you need to have fun with. So don't be hacking alone. Of course, I'm going to say this 1,000 times. Lonely, lonely. I feel so fucking lonely. And it's not because nobody wants to hack with me. It's because I'm a freaking asshole. Uh, hacking alone is lonely. Well, duh, but it's even worse than that because the more you hack alone, the more you get accustomed to quickly messaging people. Not a big problem there, but you both have zero expectation to be online at a certain moment. Maybe you might have some group dynamic into play, but you will never have said, hey, I'll see you tomorrow at 5, right? Or I'll see you tomorrow at 6 after work. Maybe we should go and grab a beer and then just go and hack some shit. That's not how this works. Like, at least how I found it to work was more like, yeah, you get to know these people. You say that you want to collaborate. They say that they also want to collaborate. You're 6 hours apart. They are actually looking to learn from you, or you're one of those idiots trying to learn from somebody who's much further along in their journey than you are. Well, that's not how. Like, you really need to make sure that whenever you're hacking, that it's not alone, that it's with a group of like-minded hackers. And of course, I'm not saying don't have your own personal pet peeve projects. Like, you know, you can have some on the side. But that being said, it's important to share your moments of pain, your moments of sorrow, your moments of happiness with each other. Even just a group where you can say among 4 friends, hey, look, motherfuckers, I got that bug before you. That's a huge motivational boost because you don't want to be the asshole on the other side who has that slow rat tell him that he beat you to it. So yeah, just make sure that you really rely on others, give back to the group as you shall receive from the group. They are going to spend a lot of time on you. So make sure you just spend that much time on the group. I'm not saying if they do, like, let's take this into a literal sense for now. Let's say that we have 4 vulnerability scans that they do for every single 1 vulnerability scan that you do. Does that make your contributions any worse? Nope, not at all, not at all. Maybe they are just very shallow scanners and you're a deep scanner. Maybe there were some circumstances going on that day that prevented you from doing more scans. I don't know, your computer might be super slow. You might not have been able to run multiple scans at the same time. It's just that as long as we spend about equal parts effort, about equal parts time, that is something that we should all just be there for each other and try to help each other out, of course. Now, as anybody who's been doing bug bounties, they can all tell you this one thing. I haven't found a group of more, like, how should I put this, close-minded people. No, not close-minded. The word I'm looking for is hecht in het Nederlands. I don't know, freaking Jesus. You guys are asking me too many questions. But they're very close together. Yeah, that's one. Thanks a lot, imaginary genie rat. They're very close together. So Jesus, now I forgot my original point. You guys should be ashamed. Make sure that you put in the right amount of effort. That's it, about as much effort as the others. If others are handing like 6 hours a night and you're just there in the morning to pop up and say you'll be able to run a scan that evening, and then 3 days later they ask for your scan results and you don't have them, don't be that guy. That's just, it doesn't help that way. And there are going to be group moments where there's going to be somebody who's far superior than you in that specific topic. And there might even be things that you're really good at because you've seen them a lot at work, or because you're just somebody who likes to tinker with a Raspberry Pi in his backyard. Like, we all have our specialties. You should never be ashamed of being somebody who's able to produce less results than somebody else. You should be ashamed for somebody who really wants to get the same results while putting in less effort than the others for their efforts. So meaning the other ones get to have a roughly 25% cut in the amount of energy that they produce, and you get to sit there on your chariot whipping them along. That's not how things work, of course. So we're all in this for fun, but make sure that you have good arrangements with your groups set up though. So let's say that you agree with a hunting of party of 5, that you're going to hunt with them, and you hunt with them for like 3 or 4 days. And then in the end, you might decide, I don't want to hunt with these people. I'm going to go join another group. Perfectly fine. But a day later, they find a vulnerability. Is that because of the work you did while you still were in the group? Is that because of the, why did they find that vulnerability after you left? Did they leave it from you? Did they not tell you anything about it? You guys can see where this goes, right? It goes pretty hairy pretty quickly. And you might be thinking, hey, Wes, you're just hanging around with a bunch of asshole hackers. No, it's just that when 100,000 euros comes into play, mistakes are fast to be made. Like, and nobody wants to have that. Just make sure that everybody is very, very, very clear on the arrangements beforehand. No, I think that's all I have to say about the whole bug bounty stuff itself, everything around it. Let's go and look at some programs, shall we? Now you decide to register, okay? Where are you going to register? That's the first one. And there is, yeah, so where are you going to register? That is the very first one, because you guys know this, Integrity, you have HackerOne, you have Bugcrowd, you have bugbounty.jp. Yeah, if you guys like Japanese, I would, if you guys like manga and anime, that's definitely something else, because that will be great for you. A lot of these bug bounty programs are in Japanese. Jesus, who would have thought, right? So if you've been watching animes for the past 20 years, good on you. This is finally something that's useful for. If you're not a weep like the, no, just kidding. I watch anime. Jesus. Later after this presentation, everybody's going to hate me. So I'll make sure that I insult at least each and every single one of you at least once tonight. How's that? That way you don't feel like I'm discriminating. So at the very, very start, you have all of these different platforms that you're going to be faced with. Don't be fooled by it. Ask, read, go through all of them. Don't stick with the first one that has $1 million marketing budget to throw at Google AdWords. Make sure that you do your research and find the program and even the, how shall I put this, the bug bounty platform that fits you, that's right for you. So once you have that, once you've registered to your platform of choice, is that the right platform for you to stick with forever? No, just go explore more while you hack. Jesus Christ, what the heck? Since when have people stopped exploring? Like, for real, this is part of the hacker mystique as well, is that the feeling of exploration. So yeah, just go out there, find as much as you can and look at as much different things as you can. Life experiences almost travel for any of you non-tech out there. So yeah, one thing that you do have to keep in mind when you have your platform picked is that they might have some programs on there that suck. They might have some programs on there that are freaking awesome, but I can tell you that none of these programs are what they first appear to be. For example, let's take IBM. IBM has a bug bounty program. Believe me, it's really hard to find one of the vulnerabilities in one of their processors, like Jesus. And even on their websites, their security is airtight. So it may seem like a sweet program to get invited into. There are in actuality quite a lot of hackers. It's an old program. It's been around for a little bit already. So yeah, these are all just things that you have to take into account. Now, at the very, very start, when you're going to pick your very first target, here's a few general tips that I wanted to tell you guys, and then I'll promise I'll stop boring you and get to the hack along part. Geez, finally. So At the very start of your journey, you're going to be faced with 10,000 euro bug bounties. You're going to be faced with the prospect of hacking banks, hacking all these big names. Maybe spend some more time looking into and looking at what they really are. Believe me, you won't know what a bug bounty program really consists of until you've read at least a couple. Like, Jesus, there's so many different types out there. And that's just going to still be a very small sample size and all of the different possibilities that can be in a bug bounty program. Literally, it can be infinite because to a degree, these programs are infinitely programmable and tunable as well. So yeah, you're going to be faced with any of these enticing offers at the start. Don't go for them. Don't go for the easy private invites either. They're usually not worth it. Now, what do I mean by that? There are some really easy way to get private invites. I think it's much better to spend your time on actually hacking, actually doing bug bounties and get invited and noticed that way. I know that it might not be for all, but believe me, for the people who cannot really find anything on the programs that are currently out there, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're just gonna have that much more luck on a private program. That's what I'm trying to say. A private program isn't what everybody makes it out to be. It's just another target, another bug bounty target to hack. After a little bit, I used to freak for like 8 hours a day on bug bounties beside my normal job and my kid and whatever. And like, it really always, I found it super, super surprising that for those 8 hours, the more I went for those bigger platforms that were really cool, the less of an accomplished person I felt, because I was banging my head against all of these big firewalls that were already in place, these big budgets for cybersecurity. And that's just sometimes not the right way to start out with. I'd prefer to have you start with a little bit less of a payout, preferably even vulnerability disclosure program, and just get 10 vulnerabilities or in 10 different programs. Then I would like to have you go for the big payouts and hit your wall, hit your head against the wall and move away from bug bounties forever. I may be known to criticize bug bounties from now and then, every now and again, but I do that because I love you. I love you, so I just tell the truth. But that being said, I really want to know, I really would like you to know that there isn't really a bad choice here. What I'm going to say might be really applicable to 80% of you, might be really applicable to maybe 10% of you, which in that case, I've done a pretty bad job. But in general, here's what I think I've picked up from my years of experience is that bigger payouts are generally also, of course, a lot more secure. Even the ones that just offer anything for a low vulnerability, these are really hard to find. And if they do, they're not going to be as popular as the bigger ones. You want to know why? Because they're probably more secure, either have less scope or just a combination of both of them. So make sure that you have reasonable expectations. I was a dumb moron and I would just go into bug bounties thinking I could take on the world. Don't be me. Try to go with vulnerability disclosure programs. I can't really give you this advice of don't be me, because I am me and I think it's freaking awesome. But besides that, try to be a little bit more sensible here and there with your choices. I mean, for freak's sake, I've been a junk for 8 years and look at me now. I'm presenting on Mystikcon. Woo, my mom is so proud of me. She's in the audience right there. Hey, what's up, mom? Sorry. So yeah, no more bullshit, I promise. Oh, wait, that was a lie. So for the newspapers, why do I have that put on here? You might be wondering, what's so bad about a newspaper, Uncle Red, that we should be avoiding it at the start? Low attack surface, as with any sales types web surface. Basically, anything that is business to consumer needs to be either a specialized program or you're going to have generalized business to consumer applications, which are a lot harder to find proper attack surface for. And then besides that, even though you might have that attack surface, there's still no reasonable expectation of there being a lot of functionality within that attack surface. So you might have, like, for example, I might find 10,000 endpoints. They may consist of one function only. So yeah, a little bit of a balance you have to make there. Anything salesy, anything that tries to sell you anything, don't bug bounty test them in the beginning, because you can be sure that if you want to test the entire website, you're going to need to buy stuff, return stuff, test out the orders, test out the returning of orders, testing out the partial condition of orders, because you guys know as well as I that if I send in, so like say for example, that I have a new pair of shoes, something really goes bad, there might be certain websites that say, look, your shoe, it got here really badly damaged, that could in no way have happened to transport. Will only reimburse you 40% of what you originally owned. That's a perfect opportunity for you to see if you actually get that 40% as well, of course. Yeah, make sure that you avoid those programs. Don't go with any stagnant program. Stagnant programs, you might be wondering, okay, how do you judge how stagnant the program has been, right? Because I cannot possibly judge how much a program has had valid vulnerabilities reported within the last 30 days. Their triage team might only be online once a blue moon or anything like that. And there might be a lot of reports compiling in, but they just don't triage them. Or of course they will triage them if it's triaged by the system, of course, by the bug bounty platform, but they might just not have the time to process them properly. So yeah, stagnant programs aren't those types of programs. Stagnant programs are programs where you can see the program has opened for a long time with low amount of reporting, and that has no real expectation of one of the tickets that has been opened right now, if there were any, to be closed anywhere in the next 5 years. Like, you guys know what type of program I'm talking about, the one that's been on HackerOne for 10 plus years, that's been on Bugcrowd for half a century, and that is older than my grandmother when it comes to their their time on the integrity. Jeez, I am doing very well. So for broad scope programs, I would really avoid those. And I know that I'm kicking a lot of people in the shins here by telling you to avoid your broad scope program, but I have a reason. Believe me, broad scope, in my opinion, you have your vulnerability scans, which are freaking awesome. But if you don't know what you're looking for, I am opposed to any type of blind testing, meaning that you just blindly run your vulnerabilities and see what happens. I am very strictly against blind testing. And why? Because we test a lot of production applications as well. And especially in bug bounties, you can never really be sure. Because who says that your acceptance environment and your production environment are as well segregated as they claim to be? Yeah, it might be funny. Yeah, might be funny, but we've had some client situations in the past where that wasn't the case. And we would run test automation on their acceptance environment after having had the audacity of them to tell us, no, it's super separated. There is an air gap between the two. Yeah, well, guess what there was. Guess which environment we pumped full of bogus data. Yep, you guessed correctly. So what I would recommend is that you go for beginner business to consumer websites. So this includes things like HRM applications, invoicing applications, anything that is related to having a business sell to a, why am I saying this? I'm so sorry, my friends. This is something you should avoid, of course, your business to consumer. What do I mean by that is your business to business websites. Those are often going to be one of your best friends. You might be somebody who hates business to business applications. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but a lot more applications are being written for businesses by businesses than by businesses for the public. Because of course, if I have an application and I can sell that to 5 different customers and I can sell their entire freaking thing on it, you get what I'm saying. So really important to have that business to business mindset in there, because you're going to have a lot more functionality. You're going to have a lot more things to test for even. you're going to have a lot more time to focus on a parameter to really drill down on that thing. Jesus Christ, I'm getting a little bit emotional from this talk. Let's not waste any more time, shall we? I think it's time to dance. Now, what I would like you guys to do, of course, if you can keep up with me, if you can't keep up with me, no problem. I know I'm the fastest hacker alive anyway, and that is true. You can ask my mom. She's in the audience right there. Hey, mom. Oh, wait. It's no longer funny if you make it a second time. Shit. So yeah, there goes my whole routine. Let's do something wild, shall we? So I have this website called Red Site, and you guys can all go there, https://hexpert.com/redsite. In here, you can register for an account, or you can just start to hack immediately as soon as possible. So what do I do first when I get to a new target? Like, there's this smell of undiscovered fields of grass in the distance. What do I do? Where should I put my cheese first? Well, I start to get to know my application, register for the application. Oh, okay. What is this? What is that? I'm going through all the application because guess what? Right now, there's 1,000,001 functional things you should be testing for, but 1,000,001 non-functional things that you aren't even thinking about. So that means, of course, as well, in this case, there's rules in here. For example, there might be a rule that checks if username equals admin that do something silly. You can bypass that rule by doing certain things like admin and then a 0 byte and then some other things behind that, and then you have your real username, quote unquote, but the system only checks up until the null byte. So yeah, there's ways around that. You need to know about those restrictions in place first. So that's going to be your first assignment. You're going to map out your restrictions. Might be a little bit silly. You might be thinking, okay, Uncle Red, how am I going to map out my restrictions on an application of this size? Well, first you walk your application, you get to know all the functionalities that are in there. And then I'm going to, for every single parameter out there, I'm going to try to see, okay, this is the visible parameters by browsing, for example, or by having parameters that I can, this is a cool trick that I always do, by the way, for that, is that when you go in your Burp Suite, and I'll show you guys this as well, under your response modifications, you can actually draw a big red square around any hidden field. So bam, that's easy to notice that's a hidden field. Why is this hidden? Is the developer drawing my attention away from this field? Is he purposefully hiding something that he's still developing? Who knows, right? So in this, I have all of my functionalities mapped out for myself in the backend. I'm not gonna surprise too much yet because oof, there's nothing more sexy than an invoicing application, right? So yeah, we shouldn't give away all the secrets immediately. Let's try to map out what those limitations are that I was talking about. So first things first, when I explore one of these applications, what I try to do is have at least the man-in-the-middle proxy open. That will really help me later on. So let's start that as well, because I would like to get Burp Suite in this case. You don't need Burp Suite Professional for your bug bounties. What it really helps with is saving your project. Yeah, and maybe a little bit faster Intruder, but I don't need Burp Suite Pro for Intruder. I'm not going to pay $400 for a full speed Intruder. Are you insane? Jesus. Yeah, saving is much more useful. That's what I use that for. Jesus. Look how quick that is. If I want to just start up my new application, I'm just going to set up my scope. There we go. Back to scope, use advanced scope control. That's the first thing you should always do, by the way. Never start hacking without setting your scope properly and without having read all of the required scope things. I'm not going to go through it. Just go to your bug bounty program that you want to hack. Go to their bug bounty platform, specifically that they're on, and read the rules of engagement. Read every single thing about that scoping page. Because guess what? Those are your contracts. So yeah, first things first, in my case, I'm going to get there we go. Let's get that bar out of the way, shall we? And I promise I'm not just seeing things. There is actually a Zoom presenter bar in the way. So I'm just gonna put hexpert.com as my host right now. That's what I want to filter at. I'm not gonna be too specific. I could be very specific and say, since this is only about red site, I could do some really funky stuff there and like really only literally focus on that red side stuff, but let's not go too fancy right now, shall we? I mean, we still have to make sure that we hack a little bit as well, not just dazzle you guys with my amazement. So first of all, we need to intercept. I'm going to use my browser for that is built into Burp Suite. You don't have to. You can use whatever the hell you want. So if you prefer using your Firefox, if you prefer using your mom's potato, I don't care, as long as you can connect it to the network, it's good, because you need that man in the middle proxy. So yeah, and of course your potato is going to need to accept the Burp Suite certificate as well, because what Burp Suite is going to do, or any man in the middle proxy for that matter, is it's going to try to weasel in its own certificate, have the application sign the traffic with that, and then it is able to decode that. Blah, blah, blah. Not like nothing too exciting for bug bounties. Just everything you need to know is that, of course, you're going to test HTTPS. So we do need to be able to read that traffic. We do need to be able to put our certificate in there. Does that mean that if you can do that with your mom's smart fridge, that you can hack it? Well, I don't know. I'm not the manufacturer of your mom's fridge, but if I were, you sure as hell could. I'm please don't go hack your mom's fridge, all of you. I'm gonna have so many angry letters. I'm not buying any of your mother's new fridges. Let that be clear. So very quickly off the bat, off the outset, going to go open my website. And there's a few things that I am going to test for by default, if I can. Oh, Jesus, that's not a file, my friend, of course. There we go. So first, a few things that I'm always going to watch out by default is I'm going to register with a very specific tag factor. Single quote, double quote, greater than sign, and then the image source equals X. And let's put something special in there right now. So let's just put test in there, and then a dollar sign, and then a squirrely bracket, and then 7 times 7. I do that wherever I can. Now, will the application always allow you to do this? No, of course not. As you can see now as well, when I try to log in, my user didn't register properly. Why is that? Some of you guys, some of the astute among you might have already seen. Oh, I see single quote, double quote. I guess the red side is very happy for me today that it's still allowing me to log in. No, just kidding. The thing is, I have a admin backend where I can enable and disable certain functionalities and exploits. I think I must have forgotten to disable this one. And I promise I'll show you afterwards to guarantee you I'm not lying. It would be a shame if the power would cut out during that. But no, those of you guys who have worked with me on Red Side know that this is a vulnerable thing, but there are also some vulnerabilities in there which can just be triggered by a backend server. So yeah, I've registered my account right now. Perfect, because now I can already automatically test for 3 different types of attacks, even maybe a little bit more if you want to count the different contexts as well of this website. I'm testing for my SQL injection with the single quote, double quote backtick. I forgot to put a backtick in there. But you also have your greater than sign, of course. So that makes it for both that you can test with your SQL injection attack strings, also your JavaScript injection, but also if you add the greater than bracket straight afterwards, you're immediately testing for HTML tag attribute injections along with that. Let's put the cherry on the cake, shall we? Put some template injections in there. And we have a very lazy attack factor that you might think, oof, I don't know if I want to be that lazy. I at least want to look for all of these vulnerabilities myself. Feel free to be my guest. Feel free to just specifically zoom into certain things if you would like to. But believe me, you can't go through them all. There's going to be certain things that you've missed because there's so many things you can check per endpoint and per parameter as well. It just really always helps for me to enter that at the start of my application, where I can say my name is blah, 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 blah. That's great. So that way my attack vector is carried along with me through the application, that ancestral blood, get that going, or like Liver King would say, the steroids, so it's super, super important to have that lazy attack vector and then to go zoom in. So once you've tested every single parameter with at least this, you know that you'll have tested every single parameter with at least this. And how do you know you'll have tested every single parameter with at least this? Make a list. It's not that difficult. I was exploring a little bit in the backend right now, so I can see, yep, there we go. I can make an export out of this specific site tree as well. And then I already know a few of these parameters. Now, a few of these URLs are going to be in there a few times because one request is going to be with one parameter, one other request might be with two new parameters, etc. So yeah, just you'll have to sort through all of this a little bit yourself. I know, harsh, right? We still have to do a little bit of the work ourselves. But that being said, we still get to be lazy for a majority of the application. And if the cheese processor would use my username in this case, which it's not, but if it were, let's just say it were, then in that case, of course, I'm already testing that my username, I don't have to make a new account to test for that username field specifically. Do I have to do that from the out-go? No, of course not. But like I said, you will. I am not one to take chances. So if I can have it in there from the get-go and just never worry about that anymore, then perfect. Does that mean that I'm giving perfect coverage across those parameters that I might be able to see a little bit more difficult or that are very hard to reach? No, I'm not giving perfect coverage among those, but I am guaranteeing the base level of coverage on every single parameter that uses that value. So the more values you can see that specific attack vector into, the better. Your front end might sometimes be stopping certain things. Your backend might sometimes be stopping certain things. It's important to make that distinction. A front end is there to protect users from their own stupidity. Your APIs are where the real protection should be. Meaning that even if I have a home field, a home right here, let's just say, let's do something strange on contacts. We guys know that we can only enter is, oh, right. Before I forget, contacts is not going to work today, I think. But that being said, let's just try our user settings then. Oh, look, a broken image. Remember, image source equals X, so your HTML injection also directly. This prompts me to make a new account and test more for cross-site scripting, but I at least know where to look. I at least have an idea, a resemblance of where to look for, and I'm not just going to start digging into the dirt blind. Now, this is just one of the attack types that I can do on here. The reason I was hammering so heavily on business-to-business applications is because in our case, we can test usually for IDOR with them. Not every single application or not every single website is going to give you admin accounts. Not every single program out there is going to even give you an account. You might have to register one yourself. Perfectly fine. But then you at least have certain things that you can test for, like IDORs, which are really easy to test for. And broken access control, well, you'll first have to do some exploration there because you don't know what the endpoints might be for the admin. That's why I always try to go for programs that at least give me an admin account as well. It just really helps speed things along. And I don't have to, the beauty is you can spend hours on end hacking. And believe me, there's always something you can do and something you can try, and there's never an end to it. It's just much better to take a step back, take a bit of a breather, and just relax a little bit. I see some of you guys just go in there with that ferociousness of a rat, but not that adaptiveness, because you go in there, you really want to smell blood, but you don't even know what the difference between a cross-site scripting and a CSRF token is. Well, of course, those are some very, very important base understandings that you need to have. Once you get those base understandings, you'll see that in a lot of these business-to-business applications, they will throw up a lot more parameters than you think, and even a lot more functionalities than you might think, because this is something that I haven't told anybody here yet. So if you can, go have a look for it. I'm going to challenge everybody in the audience today, but how to make yourself an administrator. I'm going to be very, very annoying, and I'm not going to show you. And I'm just going to have you come to my Twitter and beg for it. But if you don't want to do that, there's also the admin account. I'm not going to be one of those assholes who don't give you their account. So this is my admin account. I hope you guys will treat it as well, as I'm sure that I have faith in you. You guys are angels, I know that. But don't worry, by the way, if you really do mess something up, this site resets every 30 minutes. So don't worry about trying to break it. Please try to break it. Do your best. Do your freaking worst. Watch me get 50 DDoSers on my neck now. But here you can see that we do have more functionality, which was initially not visible. Always, always, always assume this is the situation when you start to enter a new program. Because as you go along, you might see, oh, there are some things in here that I can't really correlate with any of the existing functionality. Well, that might hint at a certain admin functionality being available to me. It might hint at a certain, like if I just go through this website right now and I go to my user settings and I submit and I go and have a little bit of a look at what's really happening, I'm already starting to see where that might occur. Now, it will still take some of you quite a long time. Don't be discouraged. Like, just go back to the basics. Don't think it's too hard in this case. Go back to the basics. And then you should easily be able to make yourself another admin account. But you will have to test the entire application. That's sort of what I've been trying to establish with RedSite. And I cannot thank anybody but the whole Red Pack enough for this, because while I may have made some of the code for HackerRats, for RedSite in this case, yeah, HackerRats is also one of my sites, but while I may have made the code for some of these sites, the ideas came from the vulnerabilities came from you guys. And it's not just on things that might seem obscure. This is things that happened in real life scenarios. These came from real life reports, and not even that far-fetched. Like, the thing is just, if you have an application in front of you that's this big, and I'm not trying to, like, okay, it's not even that big what we have here. Let's be real. Contacts. So you have contacts, apparently. You have your invoices and your orders. Yeah, what else? Page opener. Yeah, that's literally just open redirect testing. Good job, Wesley. Cheese processor. Of course, I think that's very obvious what you have to do here as well, if you know a little bit about the vulnerability types, but don't bash anybody who doesn't, because it's these things that might be obvious for you might not always be obvious to other people, no matter how advanced their technical skill set. That's why I still try to take the time to, like, at least explain myself, to appear, even though I often have that feeling, I think you guys know that as well, where you're explaining yourself to appear and you feel like, hey, this guy already knows exactly what I'm talking about. Why am I even saying these words? Or yeah. I I lost my train of thought. That only happens like once every 15 minutes. But I'm finishing up here anyway. One last thing that I would like to show you guys is yep, stay curious, because even though it says here that, and of course, yeah, of course I've been practicing that on my normal Google Chrome, so don't think I don't know what to do in here, because I've built these slabs. Damn it. I know what to do, please. Let's see. So there is a vulnerability in here, your template injections. And you might have already seen, okay, template injections. I might be able to pop up an alert with that, depending on the templating engine being used, of course. And if you're able to break a sandbox, that might or might not be a useful thing. But here we have the same thing. So we have our, not JWT, page opener, nope. There we go, contact customer support. This page is, of course, not vulnerable to cross-site scripting in a traditional sense of the word. but this page is more than capable of delivering off some heavy payloads if you want to find them as well. So if we go back to the previous example, there we go. Oh, please don't tell me I put that off before the start either. Well, just so you guys know, I'm not bullshitting. There is really an admin page here. I'm not going to, feel free to try your best at trying to brute force the password. There's never in a million years that I'm going to give up that the password is I am the best person ever. Not you, Uncle Red, that is. And yes, that is included in the password. But my friends, that's it for what I wanted to show you today. I don't know, you guys are probably stuck with like a million new questions right now because I've been going through stuff. I have autism, I have ADHD. So for me, being able to stick to one particular topic for like 5 minutes is an achievement. Thanks for having me, everybody. I wonder if there's more questions. I would love to hear them, of course. Yeah, of course. Take your time. I'm just going to drop the link to Red site in the chat with you. I don't know if you'd like to share it, but just another tip for you guys at home as well, or you gals or your Reds, I should say, whichever your preferred pronoun ends. We all know it's Reds anyway, but just so you know, a simple vulnerability can often be a lot more practical to pull off than a very, very advanced vulnerability. But the problem is finding a simple vulnerability on a million parameters is a lot more difficult than finding that really advanced one on 100 parameters. So yeah, what you need to realize with this is that as you scale with difficulty, as you learn more about IDORs aren't just going to throw themselves at your feet. So that's might sound silly, but yeah, you're getting better. You should be able to find these a lot more, and you will be able to find them a lot more consistently. But a good hacker is somebody who has a little bit of all of those qualities from the technical aspect, from the non-technical aspect, who's able to communicate with the business people as well, especially when it comes to client work, because I know I'm talking a lot about bug bounties, but my core essence here is still a pen tester. I just got started doing bug bounties. I just like to, I like to know everybody. I like to, never mind. I just like everybody to know that I was a junkie a few years ago. I really meant it when I said that, and I'm trying to climb myself up from a very deep hole. And if it helps you in any way, like you shouldn't be afraid to try things and to just throw yourself out there. One of the biggest mistakes I see all of these hackers making is that they want to spend a million times practicing where they want to do like a little bit of hacking because they don't know if they're performing the art really, really well or if they're doing it according to all of the rules. Fuck the rules. This is bug bounties. There's no rules here. Like that's the beauty of it. How about this? First one to get a critical gets a no, I'm not gonna promise it. Yeah, I do. Like the first 5 people to send me a critical at info@thexssred.com on red site. Scope is red site, not anything else. But first 5 people to mail me a critical will get CMWPP for free and all of my courses. So good luck.
You guys heard it. Go hacking. I have shared the link to his challenge in the chat, so if you want to try, go ahead. Again, I want to thank you for the talk. Yeah, for the people who are still watching, We will take a short break for 10 minutes and then the next speaker will come up. So thank you for your patience and see you all in 10 minutes.
Bye bye, everybody.
everyone, welcome back to another talk. This time it will be about Hack the Planet, building a home lab. I think you all have some time in the year that you think, I want to build some really cool hacking lab at home. But you probably don't know where to start. Well, this talk will dive deeper in, where do you start? How can you make your home lab? So I will no longer talk. You will just hear this next presentation. So I wish you all good luck. Have fun learning and enjoy the talk.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Good to be here. Thanks for having me. So yeah, doing the similar or same mistakes, but also some of the things that I've actually gained from this. And it's not as expensive as you think. If you do it correctly, it can become very expensive. But yeah, the whole point of this talk is try help you gain a better knowledge of things that can help reduce costs around this. So just a little bit about myself. I go by the name of Shronrat because I'm very good with names and I am totally boring. But yeah, that's the handle I go on via different social media platforms and videos. So Twitter. I also try to do some streaming on the likes of Twitch and YouTube. I am not zero cool. I wish I could spend more time doing hacky stuff, but as I get older and family and that, I spend less and less time. But I do like dabbling and dabbling with things. By no means consider myself a elite expert. There are far more intelligent and better experienced people out there. I just enjoy doing this stuff, and I thought I'd share my knowledge and what I've gained along the way. And then I also blog about some of the stuff. So some of this is on my blog, but you can read it there. That's my site. And yeah. So you might ask, well, why do you want to go through the hassle of setting up your own home lab versus just going out there and doing something? Well, one of the best things about a home lab is you have greater control. So you can control what systems they're on there, how they work, what systems you can spin up, spin down. And also, this is probably perhaps the biggest reason is you have the total freedom. Unlike someone else's network or computer, it's all yours. So because you have control over it, you should have a lot more flexibility of what you can and can't do. You can't just go off and attack boxes on the internet, whereas if it's on your own home network, well, that's likely going to be perfectly acceptable. You can throw whatever you want at it. So that to me is one of the biggest pros of setting up a home lab. You just have the freedom to do what you want to do. And then it can be cheaper. By this, I'll cover later. So things like cloud, you might think, well, cloud might be cheaper, but relatively speaking, it's probably going to end up more expensive. And then the other cool thing is you get to tinker with a lot of things. So when I've set up my own labs, it's setting up things from like DNS servers to virtualization servers to all those things. And along the way, you just tinker with them. Can be a pain when they don't work and your network goes down, but it is rewarding in terms of getting exposure to these different areas and gaining knowledge outside of your typical area of expertise. So I'm application security, and I would never like really delve into the realm of network DNS and that kind of thing in my day-to-day job. But because I'm doing this stuff on my home network, I can get some exposure to that. So it just broadens your horizons somewhat. So you've decided you're going to go off and do your home lab, create one. So what are the things that you need? Well, firstly and foremost, you need broadband. I think, thankfully, most of us have this. And by this, you don't need anything super duper. It's just something that you can go off out to the internet and download relevant things and do research and search things like Google and that. So nothing spectacular there, although broadband is getting better and better. So it is cool to have quite a beefy broadband, but it's not absolutely necessary. The next one is obvious. You need machines to act as your servers. So these can be machines where you spin up services or testing, and that could be just testing things out, testing configuration, or actual security testing / research. So you can spin up these instances and give it a go there. And then also training, like figuring these things out. So spinning up machines, figuring out how do I stand up a Nginx server, for example. Very basic example there, but you can start playing around with the different options and how do you set up a reverse proxy. I've even gone all the way down to I have my own PKR, even with Acme and all of that. So you can start figuring out these things and learning along the way. And then I would say absolutely necessary, but it is good. So I have a hacking laptop. You can have just a normal laptop that you use day to day, but this is the one that's going to be basically driving all the work that you're doing. You don't want to just sit on a server the whole time. You want something that maybe is portable, so you can move around the house in a more comfortable area. But at the end of the day, whatever works for you. But those are the things I could think of off the top of my head. So when you're starting off, I cannot stress how virtualization changes things. It just makes things so much more practical and so much more easier to do and run and spin up. So with this, as I said, you get more bang for your buck. So instead of having to buy like 10 servers, you can now put something like a virtualization OS on one of those servers, and now you have the ability to spin up 10 services rather than having to go buy 10 separate servers. I mean, you could kind of do it or on a single server, but it would become very messy. This way you have each service VM running as its own individual instance, own IP address, so on and so forth. So it makes it a lot easier to spin things up. And especially when you do testing, you have different servers speaking to servers. I mean, the service to service, you can virtualize all of that. It also makes them more flexible. So with these, you can spin something up. Once you finish with it, nuke it, and you get those resources back. Whereas a physical server, you'd probably have to reformat it or whatever, or at very least uninstall and still have stuff lingering around. It takes 5 minutes to spin up a new OS using virtualization. If you've got things like images, the OVF, I think, where it's kind of a template or a kind of, template, you can spin up even easier. And then you also got things like snapshots. So snapshots allow you to take a snap of that virtualization or that VM at a point in time, and that will contain everything about that VM, all the settings, whatever is installed, all of that. So if you ever find that you want to tinker with something and you worry that you may break it, you just take a snapshot before you do that. And if it breaks, you just revert to that snapshot, and it'll be as if that virtual machine was at that point in time when you took that snapshot. So it just makes it a lot more flexible. So you can go do a lot more damaging things without the risk of having to redo or reinstall things. And this has saved me so many times. Snapshots is an awesome feature of VMs, so I highly recommend. If you are using VMs and you're looking to more critical things, snapshots are really important. And they don't actually take up that much space. So how do you get the infrastructure? eBay. eBay's got a wealth of things. You can get so much on there. And basically what happens a lot is there are vendors or sellers on eBay that get supplies from companies, and these are old servers. So these are servers that companies no longer need. They're like old and they want to get rid of. So these people will get them and then they'll sell them on eBay. So here's an example of this is a server I actually bought probably 2019, 2018, I think. I can't remember, but it's still running today. It's still doing a lot of, it's basically what I use as my home server. yeah, it's getting a little bit old, but you'll see why now I'm not that worried. So yeah, that was the cost of it, £70. I don't know what that is in euros, but probably close enough to 70 euros. 20 bucks for postage, so all in all under £100, and I get a full-blown server. And these were the specs of it. So two Xeons, it came with 16 gigs of RAM, so not too bad, all for $100. And with that, I could actually spin up my virtualization. And yeah, this is where you don't have to spend a lot of money. But when you do buy these things, just make sure that you do your homework. So when I bought this machine, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of hard drives at it. And I didn't check the actual operating or the manual for the machine. And when I bought those hard drives, I didn't realize that the machine only allowed up to 2 terabytes per drive. So it has a whole bunch of drive bays, but the biggest that a drive could be was 2 terabytes. So I bought a 4 terabyte drive thinking, oh, shove that in, be great. And ends up that I had to then go and buy 2 terabyte drives instead. So read the specs, make sure that you understand what the limitations are. And if you are buying new equipment, what the specs are, what the limitations are on those specs. Also read the description of the eBay listing, because sometimes there might be some weird quirk or something, and they would typically maybe hide it away. So if you go to the description part of the listing, it should give you the full details of the system. Do that, because if there is anything hidden away, then you probably won't be protected from like eBay. eBay is generally pretty good at protecting users if it's not as described, and that's why you need to go read all of the description, because if there's any issue that you find and it's in the description, you probably won't get support from eBay. But if it's not listed there, then you probably get support from eBay. And then the other thing is like, do your homework. So while it may seem as a cheap option, in my case it was quite cheap, you might find that to upgrade the memory costs hundreds of pounds, or you want to upgrade the processor and you now need to replace the motherboard and that kind of stuff, at which point you get kind of value on return, where it might be better just to spend a little bit more and get the system that has all of those already, and you don't have to spend all that money upgrading as well as time. So again, it's going to be very relevant to your case. But yeah, as I mentioned, supported hardware that kind of comes in with the specs. And then be patient. So these listings are there. Set yourself some limits, and don't go over those limits. And something will come up. I mean, as I showed you there, I got a bargain, and bargains are definitely to be found. I've had multiple times where I've hit a bargain, but that was only because I wasn't hasty and just went off and go click higher bid. I had a limit. I don't want to go over that limit. If I missed that limit, I just waited for another one to come on. There's loads and loads and loads and loads of servers, so something else will come along. So the next one, this is a really important one. Check the shipping fees, because sometimes this is where they catch you out. I don't know how this fits in with eBay's terms and conditions, but if you have a look there, the machine itself costs £60, but the actual shipping, the machine starts off with £60, goes up to 200, but then you got like £69 postage. So that can add a significant price. And I've seen instances where like they've ramped up the postage massively. The actual selling price is really cheap, but the postage is where they get the money. So just pay close attention to the postage. If you're looking for a server, as I showed you, the one I got was about £20. I think that's reasonable. £70 just seems pretty excessive. And then also make sure you read up the description. So this year they were charging £145 for a Pentium 4, which maybe you could argue from a classical point, nostalgia point of view, being worth that amount. But yeah, if you're buying this as a home server, yeah, stay far away. So just make sure you read the descriptions, the specs, and all that kind of stuff. And this is probably the one. So go on forums, read about the device, because you can have surprises. When I bought a Blade server, I kind of underestimated how loud it was. I turned it on, and yeah, it was loud. Needless to say, it's no longer in use because it's just too loud. So these kinds of things you can read up. If you just take the device and model, go search it, and then read up things like power consumption, noise levels, all that. Obviously, it's going to be dependent on where you're having it. If you want it in the office, noise levels are going to be important. But if you put it in a garage somewhere stored away, that's actually what I did with a Blade server at one point, then it's kind of okay. You can also modify it. So I've actually done that to my home server, where you can buy aftermarket fans and even different power supplies. So I bought an aftermarket fan, brought down the noise a bit, but it was still noisy. And then I ended up buying a different power supply that wasn't failover, so not the dual power supply. Didn't really need it, and the noise is like non-existent. So you can get around it. All part of that research. See what you can and can't do. And then obviously things like power consumption's kind of important these days as well, with the price of power, electricity. So you might buy this and then decide to upgrade. Again, kind of go to eBay, things like memory. There's no real risk of buying secondhand memory other than it just stopping working or not working. But again, if you read the description, you should be protected there. And take your time buying them. You don't have to suddenly go from 16 to 128 gigs. I mean, maybe you want to, but you can also go like 16, 32, maybe 64. So there's nothing to say you need to go 0 to hero. And that can make it a lot more easier to spread the costs that way. But yeah, definitely look to eBay. I would be wary about probably buying things like hard drives off eBay. You never know what's on them. But certainly things like memory should be pretty okay. And yeah, you can get them for pretty good price for secondhand server memory. As I mentioned, virtualization in the first one. This is, yeah, really, really important. And if you're going to get a server, store virtualization OS. So they're kind of two at the moment. There's ESXi, which is VMware based, and then there's Proxmox VE. I use ESXi. ESXi is awesome if you've got things like VMware Workstation, the professional. It ties into that, so you can actually start and stop VMs from your workstation. You can also create VMs and all that kind of stuff. So it works really well with VMware Workstation. I've never really tried Proxmox, but some people have and have good things to say about it. Both are free. ESXi, there is a limitation, but for home lab, you're probably never going to hit that limitation. I think it's how many CPUs a VM can have, something like that. I've never personally hit it, so maybe you will, but reality is for home lab, it's more than enough. And with those, you can then spin up VMs, delete VMs, all that kind of great stuff. There's also cloud. Cloud is an option. So you kind of now morphing off your own home network and creating maybe a network in AWS or even like something like DigitalOcean. But be careful. These can quickly rack up bills, which is why I like a home lab server. I know what the costs are, costs of the device and then the power. I can spin up 10 VMs, 100 VMs, as long as I have capacity to do so, it will be the same price. Cloud world, yeah, you can quickly wrap up costs. And I've seen horror stories about this. Also, you have the whole security side of thing. If someone manages to get in your account or compromise your account, they can then spin up instances, and then you get a really, really, really nasty bill. So yeah. And again, there's also the iffy area of it's not your own network per se, so you could have issues if you want to do testing. But it is still a viable option if you want to spin up instances and web applications and that and test those. It could be a way without you having to worry about spinning up a server. But yeah, as I said, it's really someone else's computer, so you don't have that necessarily have that freedom as if you had your own home server that you could go off and spin up and do essentially as you will. The next thing, hacky laptop. So this is one again, eBay. eBay is a good place. As I mentioned, really good place to pick up these kind of retired devices that companies have, and then you can pick them up for a pretty good price. We kind of now in the realm of older devices are no longer those like laggy, like you can't use it type thing. They're more than sufficient for doing some of the stuff. So in this case, I've got this ThinkPad. It had, I think it's it's an i5. I think I put more memory in there. And this one was pretty cool because it has both a hard drive and M2. So I swapped out the hard drive for SSD, and then I can dual boot. So you have on one drive, I have Kali, on the other drive I have Windows, and you can dual boot. So you have better bang for your buck again. But as I said, similar considerations for you doing upgrades and all that kind of stuff. And then obviously go to loads of conferences and get stickers that you can then shove on them and make it look like pretty hacky laptop. Then there's some other things that you can also get. So these are ones that I have. So you can get things like Wi-Fi Pineapple. I unfortunately have the older version. I would love to get the new version. Maybe I'll get it one day. Then you can get something called a Wi-Fi head injector. I'll show you what that looks like in a bit. And then Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a really, really cool device. I mean, I'm sure many people know what Raspberry Pi are. So you got the 3 or 4. 3 is still perfectly acceptable. The nice thing with this, you can set it as like an implant device, mimic an implant device, and intercept traffic, and that's what I use mine for. It's kind of scary what you see, but yeah, and then you can do whatever loads and loads of other things with it. You could probably even run Kali off it and have it as a little portable computer, essentially. Just plug it into a monitor and have a keyboard and mouse. Then there's also the Pi Zero. Pi Zero is pretty cool because then you can actually turn it into one of these ahead. So you basically buy the USB board, USB adapter, I don't know what you want to call it, and then you just plug on the Pi onto it, and it will power it on, all of that stuff, and you can have it as a head. So human interface device. So again, kind of an implant device where you can then do things like send keystrokes and that. If you can get the Pi Zero with the wireless, because then with this it sets up a wireless hotspot. That's the software that you put on there, Pawn P1, and then it can set up a wireless hotspot that you can connect to, and then you can control it, which is pretty cool. And these are pretty cheap. I think all in all it cost me like $30 or something with the Pi and the card and the USB board. As I mentioned, you could also go for kind of like a built-in thing. So this is the wireless head I got off Amazon. They were really cheap. When I got it, it was like really, really cheap. Unfortunately, they've cropped up in pricing, but they're still not too bad. If you look in equivalent, so Hack5 that does the Wi-Fi Pineapple. Also, they do something called a rubber ducky. This is kind of what a rubber ducky is. You plug it into a computer by USB and it'll execute commands. You can have scripts and all that kind of stuff. This is kind of like a much cheaper option of that because the rubber duckies, I think, about $60 or something like that, and then you get to pay import taxes and that. Whereas this, when I bought it, was about £20 on Amazon. The other cool thing about this has an Android app. So you could use the Android app to then interact with the device. This also has a wireless AP, so you can connect to it wirelessly and then control it that way. So these are pretty cool gimmicky tools to play with. And the reason why I say all these in a home network is you're doing them on your home network, so you don't have any sort of the legal worries of if you did it on, say, your company network or something like that. You'll be much better protected. I mean, it's your stuff, your computers, so you don't have those risks. Obviously, please don't just go randomly plug these into devices that you don't own or control. If you do, go get permission first before you do that. And then, yeah, here's Pineapple, so you can get a nice case. And similarly, you can do really cool things. So this kind of where you just tinker around, play with these things. I've never used any of these outside of my home network. It's just getting knowledge of them. Maybe one day I want to try a red team exercise in a work environment, but obviously get permission and all that to do that. But these are the ways that I gain the knowledge in order to do that. Do it on my own equipment. So yeah, you can get like a nice cool case like that. So it looks almost semi-professional. So if someone saw this as an implant device, they wouldn't bat an eyelid. The one thing I did battle to do, I haven't tried it for a while now, is try to do disk encryption. Because this is such a portable device, disk encryption would be really important. Yeah, really important. One way I saw people doing it is like hot glue the SD card. I wasn't a fan of doing that. I think I did raise a bug with Kali. I haven't looked lately. I think this might have been resolved. But just a warning, if you are looking to set up Kali on Pi, disk encryption was just a really painful thing. But yeah, these are really popular. So really, your imagination is your limitation when it comes to these devices. As I mentioned, I have the older version of Pi. So what else I did is buy different antennas, so you can plug those in. Reality is that didn't really make too much of a difference. I tried them out. Maybe they do. Maybe I was just using them wrong. But yeah, this is a really cool device. So for those who don't know, a Wi-Fi Pineapple is focused on Wi-Fi networks. It's a device that you plug in via USB, and it has its own operating system and all of that. And it can then spin up its own access point, wireless access points, but it also listen for devices probing for Wi-Fi hotspots, and it can create those hotspots automatically, kind of force devices to connect to it. And then you can do all sorts of things. So things from man-machine in the middle attacks. There's even like a Rickroll one that I've tried to get working the other day. Couldn't get it working, but you go visit sites and you get Rickrolled instead. But there are more kind of things that you can do, like, as I said, machine in the middle, etacap, all that kind of stuff. You can do things even like SSL stripping, so forcing people to HTTP sites where you can then view the requests and that they're sending, as well as modify them. So there's a lot you can do with this device. At the older one, there's the new one. Maybe I'll get it, but yeah. If you are going to buy them, so I think Amazon does sell them. They're not that much more, but you can get them cheaper from Hack5 directly. But if you do, you could be because it's from the US, you could have to pay for things like import taxes. Technically, you could probably do the same with a Pineapple, especially if you buy like a Wi-Fi adapter. Pineapples do have Wi-Fi adapters built into them, but they're not exactly that powerful. The thing with Hack5 is you're often paying not just for the device, but the software itself. It's like really well done. So it saves you a lot of time and effort. As I mentioned, you could there's the Pi Zero head device that was okay, but you saw the limitations. If you go buy a rubber ducky, you just know it's going to kind of work. So you do pay more for that kind of better experience. One of the other things I tried to do, play around with, didn't spend that much time. Probably now is a bit of a problem. Is with password cracking. So there, I had an older machine with two GeForce GTX 1080s and then two 970s. Connected them up to a PC and then try to do password cracking. Now this can end up being very, very, very expensive. Thankfully, graphics cards, the prices of them have come down, but they are still pretty expensive. And yeah, if you're looking to do this more of a hobby, more if you have some cards lying around, it can be really expensive. You can get these from eBay. Just be careful. Again, look to the description. Some of these cards might have been used for crypto mining, and that means they've been pushed pretty hard. So you could have issues with those cards as well. But yeah, realistically, you may or may not really use this too much. You could also just stick to a single card. Some of the cards out there are getting really beefy. So you got things like I think it's the 490 that came out, the GeForce 490. That's like be way, way more powerful than all these cards put together, and less of a hassle. And then some other tools that you can use. So as I mentioned previously, when I was mentioning ESXi, you can use VMware Workstation. So they kind of come in two flavors. Workstation, you get Workstation Player. That's the free version. There are limitations. You don't get the integration with EXR. You can't do things like snapshots, but you can still create VMs, and that still works really well. There's also VirtualBox. That's another one that you can. Or Hypervisor V is on Windows. But generally, VMware Workstation and VirtualBox are kind of the really popular ones. Then in terms of intercepting proxy, Burp Suite is kind of the de facto one. So you get the Burp Suite Pro. It is in a corporate environment, I wouldn't even hesitate to recommend it. But if you're using it for yourself, you may not gain all the value out of it. It is quite expensive. If you're going to use it for yourself, it's about, I think, $400 for a license that lasts a year. The cool thing about the license is you can install it on multiple devices. It's a user license, not a installation license. Whereas things like Workstation Pro is a installation license. But there's the free version as well. The free version doesn't come with things like the scanner or the ability to save projects. There's OWASP Zap that does the same thing. It's a great tool. I just can't really, never got working well with it. I've always fallen back on Burp Suite. For me, Burp Suite is the way. But there's OWASP Zap. At the end of the day, it's going to be a personal preference. Could give it a go and find out that you prefer that, or you just get on well enough that you can use that instead of shelling out all that money for the Pro version of Burp Suite. And then scanners, these are really useful because you can use these to, when you're doing research, say you've bought a IoT device or something like that, you can then use the scanners to scan it to find any potential areas that you want to go down further. And this is kind of how I found vulnerability in the baby monitor. One of them turned up directory traversal, and then that led me down a whole rabbit hole where I found a whole bunch of things. So these can be really useful. So there's things like Greenbone vulnerability management, or was known as OpenVAS. They've got a community edition, so you can spin that up, or you can use something like Nessus Essentials. I think it's limited to 10 RPs for the free version. And then there's also Qualys Community Edition, again, 10 RPs that you can scan. And they're pretty robust and pretty hefty scanners. I mean, things like Nessus and Qualys are used in corporate environments, so they're quite powerful. And then there are other things like Spiderfoot, you can use to scan things. And then, yeah, Kali or Parrot OS. Kali's, I think, still by far the most popular, but there's also Parrot OS as well. They have a security branch of their OS that contains all the security tools. And then these are the resources that I swear by. As much as Twitter gets flack, and people don't like Twitter, especially given the recent changes, I still find immense value from it. It's a good way to engage with others, get ideas, ask questions, all that kind of stuff. I probably wouldn't be where I am today without the likes of Twitter. Yes, it has a lot of toxicity and all of that, but trying to fill it out, it is a very, very, very powerful and useful tool. So I highly recommend using Twitter. There's the likes of Google. So Google is kind of, so you need to search to how to configure something, do something in Google. If you're more privacy focused, there's probably things like Start Page or Brave, or DuckDuckGo. And then they are starting to form a bunch of Discord servers as well, channels. There's numerous ones out there. So keep a lookout for those as well. And then some of the resources. So SparkFlow, I love their stuff. They have so many cool books, especially their Hack Like a, and they have different ones. Really, really, really insightful, very interesting, well written. So highly recommend going to get those books. They're not that expensive, and they're just super cool. Then there are things like blogs. Read other people's blogs, especially on finding vulnerabilities in that. You can gain ideas and inspiration from them. And this kind of relates to POCs where they have a vulnerability in the blog about it. But even POCs, you can go to things like bug bounties or CVEs to find inspiration or ideas for the way you want to research things and security findings and that kind of stuff. So yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning, because it's my own lab on my own network, isolated, all of that, I should be fine to be doing what I please. But just bear in mind that you need to limit it to your home network. And by that, I mean, is say you have a device that then uses an external API. Don't just go fire off things to that external API. Keep it limited to your device. You can certainly probably monitor things going off to that API, but don't go suddenly attack that API unless you're hosting it internally or within your network. If you do want to go off and do that kind of stuff, get permissions or look to things like bug bounties. Bug bounties will include a scope and show you what is and isn't allowed, what host names or domains you can do as you kind of will, or the limitations of what you can and can't do. And then when you do find things, share it. This is a great way of sharing knowledge, giving back and all that kind of stuff, as well as engaging with others. So things like Twitter is a really good place to do this, as well as creating your own blog posts. So you're kind of starting to create your own personal identity, brands, and sharing your knowledge and excitement. But if you are finding, just one word of caution there, if you are finding things that haven't been disclosed before, please follow like responsible disclosure. It's really important that we get these things fixed before the vulnerabilities out there. We want to make sure that the companies have the appropriate time to fix it. Otherwise, the users are the end ones that suffer. I understand there are caveats to this. Sometimes companies just don't do their end bit, at which point you then start looking to publicly disclose. I normally give it about 3 tries before I go, okay, well, I've done everything from my end, I'm going to disclose it. But it's really important that you at least try to give the company a chance. But yeah, this is a great way to, as I said, beginning, broaden your knowledge, gain better experience on other things. This broader knowledge can really help you in different roles, and you can have a whole bunch of fun doing all this stuff. I certainly have. My only regret is I just don't have the time. And then some quick things in terms of finishing off. So really important, if you're going to have like home office and that, make sure it's a comfortable environment. Really, really important. So it's well worth any sort of investment that you have, that you just make it a place that you really enjoy. So things like a decent chair, decent desk, decent monitors, lights, as corny as they sometimes can seem, they do add a whole different dimension and make things just that much more comfier. And if you want, I wrote a blog about all of this, which you can find there. I detail like how I went about creating my setup and my environment and some of the things I learned along the way. That's a whole talk in itself. And then lastly, you have to wear a hoodie, right? No, you don't. Just have fun. It's something that can take a lot of time and effort, but it is very rewarding. And yeah, engage, have fun, and all that. I don't know if I have time for questions or if there are any questions, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the amazing presentation. And yeah, the last picture of your own home lab with the Funko Pops on the left side. Yeah, that was really the Funko Pops there. I really liked them.
Oh, thank you. I got a collection that they've actually migrated, and I have a whole bunch more, much to the other half's delight.
Yeah, my girlfriend also collects them, and yeah, she has I think 50 or something everywhere around the house.
Oh wow! Yeah, I don't have that many. I got the whole Mr. Robot one. That was cool.
That's the only one you need, right, Mr. Robot?
Yeah, exactly. Costs quite a bit, but it's worth it.
Well, thank you again for the talk. Yeah, if there are any questions from the people who are watching at this moment, now is the chance to ask your questions. You can place them on Twitch, Discord, or YouTube, wherever you are watching it from. Let's give them a minute to type their question if they have any. And also, congratulations to just a guy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from winning the offensive security voucher. Congratulations. Hope you will enjoy it, whichever course you go for. I don't see any questions so far. Yeah, perhaps I have a question. How expensive was the lights on the wall there? How expensive was it, and the flowers?
So the kind of fake grass stuff was about $100. Again, off eBay. Spent quite a time on eBay and Amazon. So yeah, it was about $100 for that, and then the flowers I got like. No, they weren't that expensive. Just like the fake flowers that you buy off Amazon or something like that. The lights themselves, I think they were about £70 for each one. They're groovy. If you go to my blog listing there, I think I listed all the things that I used to create that. And then there's also the light stand. They're pretty cool. You can change the lights and colors and all that via app and all that. They connect to Alexa as well, so you can turn them on and off.
Yeah, those lights are really cool. I don't know if I can place them here in my room, but yeah. Well, thank you for answering my question. It definitely looks cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see any questions beside that one further. Nope. Let me check the Discord. No, I don't see any questions, so I think everyone is really amazed by this picture of your room. They all think, yes, I want this too. And yeah, again, thank you for giving this talk. Yeah, for the people who are still watching, we go to a short break of 10 minutes, and then the last talk of today will start. So thank you for your patience, and I hope to see you in 10 minutes. And of course, say goodbye to Sean for his
Thanks, Hawk. Hey.
Yes. welcome back. The next speaker is already waiting, and yeah, you probably all know who will be the next speaker, as he shared a tweet on Twitter, and it's about kernel. Now, then you probably know who it is. It's a mouse. It's Rasta, so together you get Rasta mouse. So the next speaker will be Rasta mouse. The talk will be kernel mustard, as you see on the slide. I will not hold you any longer. Hope you enjoy this last talk from today. Sit back, open your mind, and hope you will learn some new things.
Okay, thanks very much for the intro. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I am getting over or have just started a cold, so I apologize if I'm a bit coughy and what have you, but I will try my best. So this talk is entitled Kernel Mustard. I try to be funny, if you're familiar with Cluedo, but I have a bad sense of humor, so I'm sorry. The talk is focused around stuff that you can do with a Windows driver, or maybe more accurately, sort of pen test tradecraft that you can do with a Windows driver. So the talk objectives are fairly simple. I'll run through a driver, a driver 101. Not in too much detail, but I'll sort of, if you're not familiar, just basically explain what a driver is and what they're used for. And then we'll launch into some abuse primitives. So they will be driver signature enforcement, process protections, token privileges, and kernel callbacks. So who am I first? Well, my name is Daniel Duggan. I go by Rastamouse on Twitter. Still not on Mastodon. I don't think that will happen. I have 2 blogs, rastamouse.me and offensivedefense.co.uk. I'm also the owner director of 0 Point Security, which I hope you're all familiar with. I should also say, because I've just noticed, that I do have the Twitch chat up as well. So if at any point you want to ask a question whilst I'm going, please do drop it in the chat. I will keep half an eye on. And hello, Skelsec. I hope you enjoy trolling me. So welcome. So what is a driver? Well, that's actually harder to answer probably than is really necessary. There are different types of drivers. The type that probably most of us are familiar with are hardware drivers. And if you're as old as I am, whenever you went to the shop and you bought a new bit of hardware like a webcam or a scanner or a printer, it usually came with a CD, and you had to install the software that came on that CD, which would include a driver. And those types of drivers are there to provide a communication layer between your computer and the hardware, for, I mean, obvious reasons, I guess. There are also bus drivers, and these help control all of the bits of hardware on your computer motherboard, so your USB controllers, your audio, your display, PCI, and all of that sort of stuff. Bus drivers are responsible for allowing all of those bits to talk to each other. And finally, you have another broad category called software drivers. And there's no hardware associated with software drivers. They are there purely to access kernel data and memory. You have all sorts of different subsets within that, like filter drivers and what have you. This is where we're going to focus our attention for the talk, specifically because some AV products and EDR products use drivers as part of how they defend a machine. So we're going to talk a little bit about how they do their job, but also how we as attackers, if we can load a driver, a malicious driver, onto a machine, what can we do? And I'll touch on a little bit about, especially in kernel callbacks, about how we can use malicious drivers to try and bypass or disable AV drivers. Now, there are lots of gotchas with drivers when you get into the development side. You will find limitless ways to blue screen your own machine, and hopefully only your own machine and never a client machine. But you should be aware that messing with drivers is pretty risky if you don't fully understand what's going on. I mean, I've listed some of them there, but you have the potential for page faults, writing to read-only memory. There's reference counting in the kernel as well, which I'll touch on a little bit as well, and memory leaks. You also have kernel patch protection, which is also known as patch guard. And that is a technology built into the kernel designed to detect modifications to the kernel. So whilst you're in there messing around making changes, there's a potential for one of those changes, even if you didn't necessarily do anything wrong, that the kernel will just go, uh-oh, and then just blue screen as a protection mechanism. Now, I've put a little footnote here as well that the kernel looks after userland, but nothing looks after the kernel. And so what I mean by that is if you have a userland application that crashes or does something that's not supposed to, any resources that were allocated to that process get cleaned up by the kernel. So any memory allocations that it had, any handles that it had open, they all get cleaned up by the kernel if that process closes ungracefully, let's say. But the same type of protection doesn't exist for the kernel. Nothing looks after it. So if you do something wrong in the kernel, it will almost always result in a crash, which is always fun. So from a driver or a developer perspective, what can you do with a driver? And you may think, well, you can just do anything because you're a driver and you're in the kernel. But they're not really as all-powerful as you might think. I mean, maybe technically they are, but there's a lot of stuff that you shouldn't do. And these are some of them. And I've taken these directly from the some of the Microsoft documentation. And the first rule is to keep routines short and simple. There's also restrictions here, like not calling into user mode service, not making registry calls, not to make blocking calls, and not to synchronize with other threads. And I suppose a side note for me is that sometimes pen testers give AV and EDR vendors quite a bit of stick. Sometimes I'll hear people say, well, that injection is really easy to detect because you just do X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. But actually from a vendor who is developing a product that needs to behave itself and needs to be stable, you really can't just do anything you like. And also, if you're going to be developing drivers for offensive reasons, then you do need to take some sort of responsibility for what you're doing if you are going to be using drivers on a client system. So let's get into driver signature enforcement, or DSE for short. So pretty much since the beginning of Windows 10, I should think, drivers must be validated and signed, co-signed by Microsoft via their Windows hardware dev center. So that's a really rigorous process that I tried to go through with my company and failed, where you have to upload your driver to a portal. They test it in some way, I guess, and then they will sign it for you. And then only then will the driver load on Windows. The other condition is that Windows must be in what's called test signing mode. And to enable that, you have to be a local admin. You have to go in and run some commands, disable secure boot and a bunch of other things, and then reboot the system. And you'll always know if a machine is in test mode because you get a little watermark in the bottom right-hand corner that says that it's in test mode. So it's not something that you would necessarily want to trigger on a client machine. And if you try to create a driver with DSC enabled, this screenshot shows you what will happen, which is really not very much. So you can create a driver or a service to run a driver using, let's see, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but I'm sort of waving my mouse at it. So you can do SC create, and then you give it the service a name. You will then give it a binary path, which is the driver file. So drivers compile to a .sys file. And then you'll set the type as kernel, and that'll work fine. But then as soon as you try to start the driver, Windows will just go and it'll say cannot verify the digital signature. So that's basically telling you that, hey, Microsoft haven't signed this driver, so you're not loading it. Now, how that works in the background is that all of your startup parameters, I guess, for your OS are stored within your BIOS. And then on startup, that's read by the Windows Code Integrity module. And that is ci.dll, which exists in System32. The BIOS is also protected by Secure Boot, as I said. So the idea is that you can't make any modifications to the BIOS. And the idea is that that setting will be securely read on boot. And it's really just a simple flag, which you can find in a Windows, in the kernel debugger, as this global CI options. And it is literally just a bit of hex. Unless Intel leaks the signing keys. Yes, shh. So by default, a system will be 4 or 2, and that's a bitwise OR. So that'll be 6 in hex. And in test signing mode, it will be 4 or 2 or 8, which is E in hex. And that flag is read from memory when a driver tries to start. So if we go back to this slide, when you try to start this driver, Windows will go to this location in memory, and it will look up the DSE policy. And if it's default, it will, obviously not load it. And these are always read from memory after boot. So it never sort of goes back into what's in the BIOS to check it. So they're always read from memory. And so most driver abuses is to manipulate kernel memory to change these kind of policies and settings to something that we want. So the bypass, for lack of a better term, is to just simply patch kernel memory and overwrite the 6 with an E. But we kind of have a chicken and egg problem here, because how do you patch kernel memory without a driver? So saying that we need a driver to patch memory to disable DSC to load a driver is a bit silly. So we really do need some sort of code execution within the kernel to even kick most of this off. And there are a couple of possibilities around that. So there may be a driver installed on the system already that already has a known vulnerability. So you could go and maybe enumerate the drivers that are installed, and you can see how, hey, this is a really old driver that has CVE whatever, and we can exploit that to get code execution in the kernel. Alternatively, you could find 0 day in a driver that they have installed, but that's probably not all that realistic. The other option, which is probably the better one, is to bring your own signed vulnerable driver. And there are a bunch of those floating around the internet from companies like Gigabyte and Capcom and loads of others. And what these are well, they're literally legit drivers that have been signed and released by these companies that have vulnerabilities in them that we can exploit. And because they're signed, you can just go ahead and load the driver, because local admin to kernel is not a security boundary. So if you went to Microsoft and said, hey, I got local admin on this machine and I was able to load a driver and get code execution in the kernel, they would say, well, that's not a security boundary, so we don't care, and it's not serviceable. As Scalesec has kind of hinted there, anti-cheat forums are the best place to look for these kind of resources, because they're kind of years ahead, really, in terms of driver development and what have you, because they use it to bypass anti-cheat. So if you want to dig into that rabbit hole, I would highly encourage it. So this is what using a vulnerable driver, loading a driver looks like successfully. So this gdrv.sys is a Gigabyte driver from 2018. And it was a driver that they released to help control their GPU and motherboards. And it has an exposed IO control code that basically allows any low privilege user to open a handle to the driver and then call this random IO CTL, which leads to arbitrary read-write access to kernel memory. And that is exactly the kind of abuse primitive that we need to disable DSE. So in this example here, giga.exe is just a command line tool that will interact with that driver. So it will go ahead and it will find where that little 6 is in memory and then patch it to an E. And then we can do sc start driver, which if we go all the way back, if I can find it here, sc start driver failed the first time. But after patching DSE, the driver now starts, and then we re-enable DSE. And you definitely need to re-enable DSE because of kernel patch protection, as I said. Yes, that does only work until the next reboot. So you have to change that every single time. Well, you have to do that every single time you wanted to load your driver. So yeah, I mean, if you disable this, you patch this in memory and then don't change it back, eventually, well, yeah, so patch guard, it checks at random times. So you could do this and then it could trigger, you could get unlucky and it could trigger a BSOD, but then if you flip it back, it won't. So you have to make your change, carry out the action that you need, and then flip it back as quickly as you can, so you don't get caught by that. So now that we have, your own driver loaded, and your driver would obviously be packed full of really juicy things. One thing that you might like to abuse are protected processes. Now, PP and PPL is interesting because it was never designed for security in the first place. It was for DRM. And the idea is that it wanted to protect processes so that you couldn't steal movies, basically. So if you had a movie player on your computer, they didn't want you messing around stealing a movie. But it's since been expanded out a bunch, and it now has lots of security implications. And fundamentally, the way it works is it prevents you from opening or obtaining a handle with sort of like quote unquote sensitive privileges. So LSASS is a nice example. So if you tried to call an API like Open Process, let's say, and you tried to obtain a handle sufficient to read its memory to dump creds, then the kernel would effectively filter this privilege out, so you wouldn't be able to use it. And protected processes have this weird hierarchy to them. So it will only prevent this type of access from processes that are less protected than like the current process. So these are three, there are more than this, but these are three examples. So we have PS protected signer anti-malware, we've got LSA and WinTCB. So when PPL is enabled on LSASS, it is protected with PS protected signer LSA. Now, if you had control of a process that was also protected, but only to anti-malware, you would still not be able to read LSASS because this signer here is more protected than this one. However, if you had a process that was protected with WinTCB, then you would be able to open a handle to LSASS because WinTCB is a higher protection level than LSA. So it's a bit weird like that. Why is DRM more protected? Because that's where the money's at. So here is a quick sort of screenshot to try and demonstrate this. So here you can see that LSASS has PPL enabled on it. And so you can see in this column quite clearly here. And then if we try to run Mimikatz, we can do the normal stuff of privilege debug. But if we try to dump creds, we get access denied. We can't read LSASS memory, even though we're local admins. Now, the protection of a process is, again, stored inside kernel memory, inside an attribute called eProcess. This is a big old structure, which you can sort of reference. So WDM is the header file for driver development. So eProcess is opaque in the driver toolkit, and that means that you can't just do eProcess dot signature level, let's say. So signature level here, you can't do that. So in your code, you have to define all of your own structs, which is an absolute nightmare because kernel stuff is not particularly well documented. But you can see them in the kernel debugger. So the debug symbols will show it. And then you have to use the debugger to sort of reverse engineer what these structures look like. So we have signature level, section, signature level, and then protection here, which is another struct. And so you can just see those there. We have type, audit, and signer. So I don't really want to get into all of the, in-depth details about where like these signers come from and stuff, but just to know that this is basically what the structs look like. And so here, finally, we can get to some code as an example. So in your driver code, you can use PS lookup process by process ID to obtain a pointer to that eProcess structure. And this will return basically just a memory address, and that's all you really get. And that's why we have to do this really awkward casting of memory here. So we are taking the start of eProcess, so this memory address, wherever it is, and then we have to add a known offset. So here is 878, and we got that from the debugger here, so 878. And we are then just casting all of that to this process protection info, which is our manual structure over here. And this makes, this is one of the things anyway, that makes driver development such a pain in the bum, because this offset here is going to be different probably for every single version of Windows you'll come across. So that makes it really, really difficult to develop and test for every Windows version. But once this small region of memory here has been cast, we can then just go through and just go bop, 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 and just set everything to 0. And then we have to make sure that we dereference the eProcess here. So I mentioned reference counting earlier on. So the kernel, every time you basically look up some of these addresses, the kernel has a reference counter that says, oh, something just looked up the eProcess of this process. And it does that so it knows not to dispose of that memory. Because if it does and then you try to access something within it, you know, things are going to break. And that kind of thing leads to a lot of memory leaks, because if you didn't dereference this and then the process closed, you know, like the user closed the process or whatever, the kernel won't release the memory associated with the process structure. And if you keep doing that over and over again, you're just going to leak more and more kernel memory, and then eventually the machine is just going to crash. Alternatively, instead of just blanking out the process protection, you can make an arbitrary process as protected as you like. So in this example here, I've executed Mimikatz and I've got its process ID, and then I've used the driver to go through and set its protection level to the maximum. And then you can see here in this is Process Explorer, so you can see it now has WinTCB, which is the highest level of privilege, and then that will allow it then to obtain the handle necessary to read LSAS, even though LSAS is protected with PPL. Token privileges is also something every process has. So when you do this in Mimikatz, so when you do privilege debug, what you're actually doing here is enabling a special type of privilege on the process called SE debug privilege. And this is basically necessary for it to open a handle to LSAS with the required permissions to read it and read the creds. Now you can do that with two APIs. So you can use adjust token privilege, or Mimikatz uses RTL adjust privilege. And this allows you to enable or disable privileges in the specified access token of a process. And to do that requires token adjust privilege, which comes with being a local admin. So the normal flow in Mimikatz would be to run it as an administrator, enable SE debug, and then dump credentials. But the kernel can obviously manipulate all of these token privileges in kernel memory. So we can use that to grant any process any privilege that we want without actually having to call these APIs. And that might be important because, you know, maybe these are hooked, or there's some monitoring going on with these APIs, or whatever else. Now the token privileges are also stored in this eProcess structure. So this is further down. You can see here there's a property here called token, but it points to this like weird xfast ref thing here, which is a special type of pointer in the kernel. But really it's pointing to this structure here, this NT token privilege, which is also opaque. And this structure has another field on it called privileges. And this is a pointer to this SEP token privileges structure, which looks a little bit like this. And the property here that we're probably most interested in is the enabled. And these are sets of bit masks, anything from 0x00 to 0xFF. And now I have no clue what combination of bit masks actually relate to which token privileges, so don't ask me. Of course, the easiest thing to do is just to blat the whole lot with 0xFF to enable every single one, because YOLO. So we can get, I mean, we have to get the eProcess pointer to that first. I've obviously not included that here, but then we can pass that to this PS reference primary token, and that will give us a pointer to this access token here, which again is just a memory address that points to here somewhere. And we have to do the same casting magic here. So this is 0x40, which is the offset in the debugger here. So from the top of this token structure, the struct that we want is 0x40 offset. And then as before, once we've cast this little region of memory, we can just go through and we can just enable all of the privileges that we want. And then as before, we also need to make sure that we dereference that as well. And this is what that can look like. So this here is just a random cmd.exe process, but you can see that it's in medium integrity and it doesn't have the local admin flag, but you can see that it has every single privilege enabled. Right, so kernel callbacks are probably the most interesting part, I guess. And I think if you start researching Windows driver abuses and things, kernel callbacks are probably the most popular type of resource that you'll come across. So the kernel can trigger off notifications to drivers when certain events occur. And three really popular ones are here. So when a process starts or exits, when a DLL is loaded into a process, or when a new thread is created or destroyed. And a driver can register these callbacks using these functions here. So PS set create process notify routine X, and they are mouthfuls and it will get worse. PS set load image notify routine X, blah, blah, blah. And in the driver code, what you do is you register these callbacks and then you provide a callback function within your driver. So when the driver receives a notification, it will execute whatever function that you provided. And these callbacks execute before control is given back to the user. So if on your machine, let's say you double click notepad.exe, before the window even appears, before you can do anything, all of these callbacks are executed in the kernel. And that's another reason why driver routines and things have to be non-blocking, because if a driver has registered one of these callbacks and it's slow to do anything, that will make it really slow for for the process to open, and that will come across to the user as, you know, like really slow system, really unresponsive, really laggy, and things like that. AV and EDRs use these callbacks quite heavily to do alerting and blocking and logging and things like that. Sysmon does. EDRs in particular will also use these with APC to inject a userland DLL into the process. So that probably most likely will occur on the process create notify routine. So as soon as the kernel gets a notification that process is starting, the EDR can inject a userland DLL, and then that userland DLL will go ahead and it can do all sorts of stuff like API hooking, ETW instrumentation, and it provides a lot more freedom to do things in userland. Now, in the kernel memory, what these really are is just an array of memory addresses. So I'm only going to talk about the process notify callbacks because really all the other ones are the same. They function in the same way. But there is a PSP create process notify routine array. And you can see that here in the screenshot of in the debugger. And you know, you can just see it's just an array of memory addresses. Now there are only 64 entries that you can have, which interestingly you can abuse. So if you could fill up all entries, then you would prevent a driver registering a new one. Now, I'll talk about how we get this address in just a second. But because in 64-bit Windows anyway, addresses and pointers and what have you are 8 bytes. It gives us a really easy way to reference these by like an index, just by some, you know, basic mathematics. So this entry here is sysmon, which you can see down here. So this points to sysmon derv. And you can see that it's at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's at the 8th position. And so if you had this address here, you could easily calculate by an index, you could easily calculate what this address is, which is quite handy later on. So how do we find that array in memory? Because a lot of this stuff, they don't have exports. You can't just do, you know, like in userland, you might do load library and then get proc address to find something. We can't just get the address of these arrays, so we have to really go around the houses to find them in memory. So the one thing we can do is to use this get system routine address to find the address of where this this routine exists. So ps set create process notify routine. This is a routine that eventually leads to the population of that array when a callback is registered. So we get the address of that. And then from the address of ps set create process notify routine, we then have to start walking memory. And by walking memory, I just mean like a for loop. So you have some memory address, and then you're just going to go, you're just going to do I equals the memory address, and then just slowly loop over that I and increment it a little bit each time. And we're going to keep walking memory until we find either a call or a jump. And again, it's going to be a call or a jump depending on the Windows version. So you have to know which version of Windows you're on. And we're going to read the address that's being called or jumped to. And that address will be the location of the PSP set create process notify routine. Okay. And then from that address, we have to walk memory again, and we're looking for a Leah instruction. And the memory address being referenced in that will be the address of the PSP set create process notify routine array. So if we do all of this and we read the address at this Leah, the address that we would get, it would be the top of the array right here. And then disabling a callback is relatively straightforward. We can either overwrite the pointer with a 0. So you can see all these are a bunch of zeros here. So we could just overwrite this one with a 0. Or we could follow the pointer, and that will land us inside the actual kernel memory of the driver itself, and we can patch the callback routine. So we could go to this address here and then follow this offset, and then we could just write like a ret instruction, like a return. So the callback will still exist, but all that would be executed is just a simple return. And here's I guess a bit of a simple view about what that would look like. So if we have the PSP set create process notify address here, and we want to find index 8, because remember, we're going to reference these by an index. So we know that sysmon here is index 8. And we find the address that we need by taking I and multiplying it by 8, because the addresses are 8 bytes long. And then that will give us, let's see, in this case, it will be this address. And I am sorry, I am making an assumption still that you can see my mouse. But once we have that, all we have to do is just write a 0 into it and then break out of our loop. And then this is what that would look like here. So we're at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which you can now see is now all zeros. And you can see this really convincing screenshot here of event viewer with no sysmon alerts. And that's a little bit tongue in cheek, but once you've nulled out this array for that particular callback, sysmon will no longer be able to log any events for process creation in this case anyway. And then you can go ahead and you could do the same for image load events, for thread creation events. There are also other ones like registry events and things like that. But yeah, in a nutshell, that's pretty much that. Nice and easy. So I have some further resources here that I found useful when I was digging into drivers. In particular, this blog by blog.deniable.org. Actually, if you follow that blog to his GitLab repo, he actually has an example driver that you can work from. So that was really useful. And a few others there as well. So that's pretty much everything I had. I almost filled my time. I'm just gonna have a quick look in the chat to see if I missed anything whilst the numbers were going on.
Yeah, well, thank you for the amazing talk. And yeah, the numbers was the last prize to give away, and it seems our friend Joker has won the last prize.
As long as Scalesec didn't win it, I'd have to demand a re-roll if that happened.
Oh, you know him? Or her?
Unfortunately.
I was already suspecting something like that. You guys are so talking to each other.
Well, congrats, Joker.
Yeah, Joker, if you, I will share the Discord link in a second. Then you can reach out to me. Or you can just directly reach out to Rastamouse on Discord that you won. And I think he will handle the rest too. That's also a possibility. Well, thank you for the amazing presentation and talk. It was really the kind of talk that I'm doing right now with OSED. And yeah, for the people who are watching, if you have any questions, then feel free to post them right now in the Discord or YouTube or Twitch or wherever you are watching from. Now is the time to to ask questions. It seems like your friend wants to say. Oh, it's you who say that to Skillsec.
Yeah, because I got the reference page back up for people.
I see it. Yeah, he puts the reference on the stream. Yeah. Are there any more questions from the people who are watching? Now is the chance. Let me check YouTube. No, nothing on YouTube. Discord. No, nothing on Discord.
Great, obviously baffled everyone sufficiently.
Yeah, I think they are all mind blown. Like, whoa, I need to take rest now. Even your friend Skelsek doesn't have any questions.
Oh no, he knows everything anyway, so it's fine.
Thank you very much, FreakMe, for sharing the Discord link. Yeah, you can reach out to me there, and I will forward it to Rastamouse eventually. So
I'm also in your Discord server, actually, I think, so you can ping me directly in there if you want, or anyone can.
Yeah, exactly.
Are these contents in any of your course? Yeah, I actually do have an entire driver development course that goes through all of this. Although I'm not supposed to plug plug my courses, I don't think, but there is a course there.
This is the website where you can check the courses, the available courses from Rastamouse if you are interested in taking a course. Yeah, I think there are no more questions, so I think we are going to finish up. Please, Joker, don't forget to join the Discord server and reach out to Rastamouse to claim your prize. And for the rest of people who are still watching, yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed this last talk from Rastamouse. And yeah, I think we are going to finish up. But before I finish up, yeah, I will be back in like 2-3 minutes with the closing ceremony. It's gonna be very something big. But I want to give Rastamouse one more applause from the audience for his great talk.
Thank you.
And of course, yeah, I will be back in 2 minutes. So if you still have patience and not tired, then please wait for 2 minutes and see you in 2 minutes, guys. as I told you, I will be back in 2 minutes. It's nothing special. There will be no more talks. The day has ended after 11 hours of speakers and talks. Yeah, the day has come to an end. I want to thank you all for watching, coming by, joining in the prize giveaways. Hope you all tried it out, and for those who have won a prize, congratulations. Hope you enjoy your prize and have a great time with it, learn a lot. And for the people who are just watching and came here to just watch and learn, hope you all learned something new. Hope you all learned some cool tricks. And again, thank you all for watching and made this day possible. And of course, thanks to the speakers who made the presentations, made time to give their talks, and made time to do all this with us, with Mystikcon. My last words will be, hope you all have an amazing New Year Eve and Christmas. I know it's too early, but I probably don't speak to you all before Christmas, so I wish you all a very happy Christmas, happy New Year, and watch out with your fingers, as you probably need your fingers with your job, so please look out with your fingers. This will be my end. So guys, again, thank you very much for everything for the day, and thank you for watching, and everybody, Happy New Year, take good care, and see you all in 2023. So bye bye everyone.